is, however, something that is going to play into Lava Golem type effects, so it'll be curious to see whether or not Michael has an avenue of playing around both cards.
Gucken wir mal, ob das jetzt funktioniert.
Also having a way of mitigating the effects of a card like Lava Golem if Christian has that card in his deck.
Yes, es funktioniert. Keine Ahnung, wie es jetzt funktioniert, aber wir gucken jetzt YCS Las Vegas. Das ist eine Team-YCS, für die es nicht wissen. Das heißt, es werden 3 vs 3 gespielt. Wir sehen hier Kashtira vs Kashtira. Ja, ich bin mal gespannt, wie gut das wird. Weil das erste Format ist, also das erste Event ist in dem Format, wo wir jetzt sind, halt nach der Banlist. Und viele scheinen offensichtlich auf Kashtira zu sein. Ach guck mal, die haben sogar extra die Dinger, die die Sachen rausnehmen. Das ist ja spannend. Hallo, Kinas. Irgendwie wird der Chat hier nicht angezeigt, das ist immer schlecht.
It's interesting, you don't technically have to summon up Big Bang, so with certain hands you can actually use it to give yourself follow-up for the turn after. Really sort of depends on how many extenders you have, to the extent of whether or not you actually need that effect.
Yeah, it's cool. It gives you some flexibility, for sure.
This is interesting. In looking at Christian's extra deck, because he's incorporating this King of the Swamp Tier Element package, there's actually a lot more singletons, right? He only has...
Hallo Magier, hallo Nintendo und hi Yugioh. Doch, jetzt geht's. Okay, wunderbar. Hat einfach nur ein bisschen gebraucht. Habt ihr so ein Favorite-Deck für die YCS? Ich persönlich glaube eigentlich, dass Kashtira sich viel machen wird, aber ich glaube, dass das Sprite eine ganz gute Variante ist. Weil ich habe heute selber mal das Sprite ausprobiert. Also ein bisschen Sprite Runic. Ein bisschen so gutes Deck.
Christian, because his deck is as broad as it is, incorporating the Tier Element package and the King of the Swamps polymerization package, is truly only playing one copy of everything. So when Michael gets to resolve that effect, he gets the full array of options.
Certainly, and it does sound like we did hear right. Justin did win at table B, so now if Michael is able to take this game, they will walk away with this victory over the champion from just last weekend.
It's interesting. He ended up taking Mud Dragon, which plays around Super Polymerization, which is a card that Christian is
Hier habe ich einfach angefixt, ich spiele das auch. Also es ist halt optisch ein cooles Deck. Ich mag halt die Mechanik nicht, den Gegner quasi diese Zonen zu blockieren, damit er halt gar nicht spielen kann. Ist irgendwie, keine Ahnung, ist nicht so meins. Aber ich verstehe, wenn Leute das Deck von der Optik her mögen.
Whereas a card like Mud Dragon is actually important when trying to return back with a card like Super Polymerization.
Yeah, certainly. Definitely heads up play here from Michael going.
Also Justin hat auf jeden Fall schon gewonnen, Table 2. Das ist schon mal viel wert. Buch of Eclipse hilft wahrscheinlich nicht. Ich mach mal die Untertitel aus, die nerven ganz schön. Billy Break verstehen wir auch so.
Okay, I think he's talking about tasking. I heard him say this will search Dark Ruler, so that has to be.
Oh, Pellerino. Und Banish.
So G activated Primal Planet. And now it got banished face down.
Und dann 2 Zonen. Ja, das ist ja, was es macht. Ich finde Pendel super, aber ist halt nicht so gut. Der Pendel ist halt aktuell halt nicht so gut, weil Kashtira lockt halt eine Pendelzone und hast verloren. Das ist halt ein bisschen traurig.
Yeah, brand new secret rare out of Photon Hybernova, a really cool one that's pretty scary for like branded players or in a lot of decks because you're able to add any speller trap, and if your opponent has a monster, if they activate a monster effect, and if they have a monster, you can use it that turn. So definitely really good.
Okay, keine Monsterzone. Okay, cool. Und jetzt Thrusting.
I'm curious to see what he searches. So what is happening here is actually really an amazing high level play. Michael is afraid of Dark Ruler no more. Christian has actually said Dark Ruler no more out loud. There's no copy of Dark Ruler in his deck.
Keiner weiß, was hier abgeht.
So this may be what Christian has actually wanted entirely. So I'm really curious to see what he's able to follow up on here, because that may have been the bait.
Thrusting.
Oh,
Ja.
here's another one.
Another one.
Since it says
Hallo,
activate,
Yugioh
negates the
Moto.
activation, he's going to be able to use another copy. This is huge. So basically got to bait out the Baron for free, and now he's going to be able to grab something like Book of Eclipse from his, or not Book of Eclipse, he's going to grab like, I don't know what he's going to be able to grab.
Change of Heart?
Oh, Change of Heart would be a good one.
Chain of Heart macht gerade gar nichts, Leute. Du hast keine Zonen.
Oh, it looks like they're discussing getting Triple Tactics Talent. When I first read Thrust, I was like, oh, this card just adds Triple Tactics Talents, right? Because what is the card better than Pot of Greed, Change of Heart, and Forceful Sentry all in one?
And it's interesting, in this particular matchup, a Rise Heart's effect is mandatory, so it's actually quite easy to get the Triple Tactics cards to be live,
Ja.
which is not necessarily always the case.
Sure. Kann er taken und dann wird es auf Mitte belegt.
Yeah, that is interesting. The zones are locked out.
I'm pretty sure it takes it and then like it goes to the graveyard because I don't have zones. But you double check to make sure.
Yeah, that might be right.
This is
Mhm.
an interesting ruling question. I think a lot of people are going to have.
Ich hatte die älteren Karten vom Thema aus dem letzten Set. Ich konnte mir die restlichen Karten gut ertauschen und musste nicht so viel Geld ausgeben. Ja, das ist doch gut, wenn man quasi alles zusammen hat.
I know you can't activate Nibiru if all your zones are locked out because it would summon a monster, but this might be a little different.
I don't want to.
Also könntest du ein Monster nehmen und das wird dann quasi auf Mitte belegt.
I'm okay with being
The
wrong.
opposite. I've heard it actually just the monster is sent to the graveyard by a game mechanic, but
Now,
again,
see that I know that so it used to be if you had like I know if you had like 5 monsters and I activate enemy controller, tribute one of my monsters to take one of yours, and then I chain Call the Haunted to bring one of my monsters back. So then I have 5. The enemy controller resolves and it goes to the graveyard. Like that would be the scenario that I've referenced the most. But I don't know if you could ever activate enemy that whatever situation would come up because the enemy controller always tributes one of those monsters off your field. So this is a little different.
enemy control's original activation was legal.
But it might work this way still.
But this really was an interesting interaction here. Christian really needed the actual thrust to be negated by Barone, because if his hand is just multiple copies of thrust,
That's you're minus a card.
well, then he's going to search talents, but then the Barone is going to negate the talents. So by kind of alluding to the reality of Dark Ruler no more in its existence, kind of put the thought in Michael's head that he needs to negate it, because otherwise he'd be able to search Dark Ruler no more.
I mean, just not knowing what your opponent's playing, they could potentially have an option like that in the deck for sure. So it's definitely something to be weary of.
Mal gucken, wie sie es hier machen möchten.
Looks like, yeah, we're just taking a minute here to talk about the ruling. You know, maybe get an appeal, making sure they get the official how it's going to be ruled here this weekend. At least we'll know right here from the start. So the rest of the weekend we'll be able to resolve
Nee, Kashtira erinnert nicht mal annähernd so wie T-Elements. T-Elements ist halt krass gewesen und das Deck ist halt gut, aber halt nicht krass. Weil man kann es relativ einfach outen. Es müsste gehen, wenn du halt Shangri-Ira übernimmst, dass der auf den Friedhof geht und dann die Zone da frei sind. Das dürfte gehen. Aber das Ruling klären die gerade. Ich finde es faszinierend, dass dieses Ruling nicht im Vorhinein besprochen wurde, weil das müsste doch ein Thema sein, was häufiger auftaucht.
Less frequent, but nevertheless still prestigious YCS tournaments.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. I forgot about that remote tool. Yeah, during this past format when we had like tier elements of full power.
Einschließend Schwertzähle mit dem Format. Ich glaube, dass es spielbar ist. Ich glaube nicht, dass es eines der besten Decks ist, logischerweise, aber ich glaube schon, dass es halt irgendwas tun kann. Ich glaube nicht, dass die Tandy-Variante immer noch die bessere Variante ist, weil theoretisch ist es ja so, wenn du mit 2 Tandy startest, einer davon ist Kishula, kannst du einfach Kashtira kannst du einfach bouncen.
The fact that now we have multiple events in one weekend all around the world actually gives players just this array of options where they can travel to places they've been before, actually, if they have the means of doing so, travel all the way across the world in order to see parts of the world that they have never seen and play in an environment that maybe perhaps might be new to them.
Speaking of events all around the world on the same day, we do have something like that coming up in April. It's the 250th YCS. I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure about the exact date. I'll get that for you later, but there's a 250 YCS. You can register for it now. The North American one is going to be in Los Angeles. You're not going to want to miss out on that. You get awesome participation game mat just for going, and it's going to be held all around the world. We're going to have one there. I think there's one in LATAM and one in Europe as well, in London.
I believe it's the first weekend of April, but don't quote me on that one.
I
But yeah,
believe
it'll be
so
incredibly
as well.
exciting.
Yeah, I can't wait for the 250. I mean, it's not every day that one of these anniversary YCSs happen, and they're always a lot more exciting, a lot more fun. I mean, even this one, like the team YCSs, the atmosphere is like, it's more, I wouldn't say like casual, but everyone wants to win, but it's a little more fun, a little more friendly. You want to have fun with your friends. I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's what it's about, is having fun. We're playing a game here. We all want to be winners, but we also want to have a good time while we're doing it.
Bill break.
This is certainly
Best
the tournament
take.
for that. I've never been able to play one of these. I've always wanted to.
All right, let's go and talk
Da
about
die Regional
some public
Qualifier,
events that are going
ja.
on. So if you go to a YCS, you don't even have to play in the main event. We have public events that are you can register for that have their own prizes. We have the
Dueling
2023
tournaments,
regional
Master Duel
qualifier
tournaments.
16-player duel
Rivalry
series
of
that run
Warlords tournament.
continuously all day, pretty much until 2 p.m. on Sunday. We have
Was sind
City
Rivalry of
tournaments,
Warlords tournament? Können wir mich mal
Yugioh
aufklären?
flights. They're going to be run on Saturday and Sunday. Yugioh Duel Links tournaments. They just had their 6th anniversary, and now they are ready to have some awesome
Give
tournaments.
me Gameplay.
Master Duel, if you want to try out your new sprite strategy that just came out earlier this week.
Gib's
why
mit
don't you
UK,
take it out
damit
with
ich
Yugioh
mir
Master
Fenrir
Duel?
aus dem Deck spezial schwören kann.
Prizes. And now my favorite public event,
Ja,
Rivalry of
wird wahrscheinlich irgendwie
Warlords,
funktionieren, aber das klappt halt nur, wenn du halt gegen Kaschierer spielst. Und wenn du halt nicht gegen Kaschierer spielst, bringt's halt nicht so viel.
You want to take a break? It's pre-constructed decks that you get to play and ready to go right away. For some really cool strategies like Evil Twins and Starry Night.
We also have the Speed Duel constructed deck tournaments. Those are
Carlos.
duelist flights both on Saturday and Sunday. We have structure deck tournaments, which could perhaps incorporate the new Dark World strategy, Saturday and Sunday. We have tag duel tournaments, 18 flights, Saturday and Sunday. We have, of course, my absolute favorite, the Time Wizard tournaments, 8 duelist flights, both Saturday and Sunday. So if you want to go back and play a 8-person flight in an event and with a format similar to perhaps what Yu-Gi-Oh was like in 2010, or perhaps somewhere around 2006, you can absolutely do so both Saturday and Sunday.
Crazy.
As of the last time that we ran these events, there were some pretty awesome prizes. I'm curious to see whether or not those transition over this weekend. I'll be looking at those mats. Then, of course, there are just the Win-A-Mat tournaments, 8 duelist flights, both Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, definitely a lot of awesome public events to check out. There's plenty to no matter what kind of speed you're playing. You want to play Speed Duel, you play digital games, there's something a little bit for everyone. If you don't have your own deck, as I mentioned, the Rivalry of Warlords, you can just pay to enter. They provide the cards. You get a few minutes to get a guide with your deck list, and a guide will kind of give you some key points. Like
Ach so,
what
das
the main
ist
goal of the strategy
okay.
is.
Das
What are
ist
the key
witzig.
cards, like, oh, you want to start with this card. If you don't open up with this particular monster, what can you do instead? And then the guide will also provide you with additional cards.
Welche wir gewinnen?
to your deck if
Gute
you want.
Frage.
Like, oh, I
Ich
like
glaube,
this
dass
deck, I
sowohl
play Rivalry
Kaschierer
of Warlords, I'm gonna go try
einen
it
Go
out,
hat, wenn sie halt
my
gute Matches
real
bekommen. Ich glaube,
We
dass
give you
Spriting ein
some
gutes Deck
suggestions
ist.
you're able to
Der
add on
Spear
to improve that deck.
wahrscheinlich das Deck, was das Event gewinnen wird. Aber das ist halt eine Team-YCS, das heißt, da ist halt alles möglich, weil da halt 3 Duellanten sitzen, die halt alle 3 spielen. Meine Meinung zum Master Duel, optisch sehr schönes Spiel
If you were able to
und
play in a Time
das war's
Wizard
halt.
tournament, are there any decks that you especially enjoy playing going back in Yu-Gi-Oh's history?
Ich mag halt Spiele nicht, wo du Sachen freischalten musst, damit du die Karten spielen kannst, die du sonst auch hättest. Weil die Yu-Gi-Oh!, also das TCG, das hier, ist halt schon so. Das bedeutet, wenn du quasi halt nicht TCG spielen möchtest, sondern halt dann Master Duel, musst du trotzdem die Karten freischalten. Das ist auch irgendwie, keine Ahnung, irgendwie doof.
And I would love to go back and maybe play a deck that's not so anti-meta, that's full of traps. Like I focus on like Skill Drain and Beast King Barbaros. Beast King Barbaros is one of my favorite cards of all time, just because he was just normal summon a 3,000 tag monster who is so good with Skill Drain. But yeah, definitely the 2010 era. It'd be cool to play like maybe 20. I know it's been a while, but like the Zodiacs, like the 2017. I think I haven't done a fusion sub combo, and like it's been a while. But I'd love to do it again. I got sick of it at one point, but and then yeah, going on
Tier Top.
past that, True Draco Zodiac.
Tier selbst wahrscheinlich nicht. Also als Engine vielleicht, aber als eigenes Deck, never.
The Time Wizard format a lot. How about you?
So I really enjoy going back and playing, you know, that April 2010 time period as well, somewhere that March-April time period. I really enjoy playing Gladiator Beast strategies. Unfortunately, Blackwing strategies actually become pretty popular, so it's actually a pretty rough matchup. But let's go back to 2023 and take a look at how we've resolved this.
Okay, was passiert jetzt?
Yeah, Blackwings work good back then. They do like to attack. They can summon the field. It looks like they resolved that he cannot activate the card.
Okay.
Because it looks like, yeah, it's not banished, not anywhere. Nothing left Michael's field, so it doesn't look like he's able to activate triple tactics talent because all his zones are locked. Monster zones.
I guess be able to
Interessantes
draw two
Ruling.
cards, so he's going to use Pressure Planet now to slim his deck out of a Unicorn. That way it increases the likelihood of drawing into a potential card that can try and break through Michael's board. Yeah, so this is a really important sequencing for players that, if you have a card like Reinforcements of the Army, Pressured Planet, even Primeval Planet, you do want to use those cards first, generally speaking, to ensure that you don't draw into the cards.
Ich war noch nie in Las Vegas, nee. Mir ist der Flug einfach zu lang.
This game, and that will also mean that Michael and his team will be winning the match.
Wow, just incredible. Yeah, we didn't get to see Justin, but you was able to take the 2-0. You said he was playing sprites, too, so don't think the sprites are out of it just yet, because it's definitely a quick 2-0, because this match wasn't even that long to begin with. But Team Zero Blaze is going to walk away with
die Namen sind auch wieder geil. Zero Blaze. Also wir haben gesehen, dass hier gerade Kastira 2-0 gewonnen hat gegen Kastira.
They were devoted towards trying to make Tier Element work, and it looks like across the board, we didn't really see a lot of that. We saw, the Kastira deck just do its thing and take down the game that we saw, and we have to imagine that also happened with the Sprite deck as well.
Yep, certainly, but rough start.
Hallo, Evolution. Nee, in Amerika war ich generell noch gar nicht. Also ich war schon in Europa ein paar Places, aber ich war noch nie in Amerika. Also ich war schon in Niederlande, ich war schon in Frankreich, Portugal, Spanien, in Polen war ich auch schon, aber in Dänemark, aber jetzt nie so groß weit weg.
Has to be nerve-wracking, but he seemed calm, collected, did his plays correctly, and was able to walk away with the victory. But we'll be right back with the winner interview, so don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Oh, die Sief. Da ist er. Mein Freund, mein Star. Und der eine hat eine Akatsuki-Jacke an. Das ist auch richtig geil. Ich finde es immer spannend bei den amerikanischen YCS, dass du immer dieselben Leute siehst, oder zumindest halt die Leute, die halt wirklich viel spielen. Aber das ist gar nicht die Sief, die sieht immer so aus. Was war das? Team Sam, Triff und Puck? Könnte natürlich sein. Nach Japan. Wer möchte nicht nach Japan? Hallo, Petersen. Ja, das verliert halt gegen so viele Karten, aber es ist halt trotzdem ein gutes Deck. Ist jetzt nicht so, als wenn das jetzt nichts nicht reißen könnte, weil es halt trotzdem gut ist. Halt nicht gut genug, um das beste Deck zu sein, aber dadurch, dass es das erste Event ist in einem neuen Format und du spielst halt 3 vs 3, kann das Deck halt schon toppen. Aber wir werden ja nachher 3 Decks haben, die toppen, wenn die nicht alles 3 gleiche Decks spielen. Ich werde einmal ganz kurz frische Luft schnappen und dann sehen wir uns gleich wieder zu dem Interview. Oder ihr seht das Interview und der Rest passiert gleich. Wir gucken, was wir in der Stunde machen, wenn die quasi nicht spielen. Da gucken wir gleich mal, was wir so tun können. Ich kann mir also Vorschläge machen, was für Videos wir uns angucken, zum Beispiel. So. Ne, das ist nicht gesagt, aber du verlierst halt trotzdem zwar gegen verschiedene Karten, aber jetzt nicht immer. Ne? Und wenn jetzt gerade so ein Szenario hast wie jetzt gerade, ist es schon schwierig, wenn du jetzt nicht Eclipse hast, da zu gewinnen, ne? Weil wenn die 5 Zonen locken, das ist ja das Problem. Dann gucken wir mal gleich, was die sagen, die Gewinner hier. Oh, ich regelmäßig spiele online. Also ich schaffe es halt selten zu Locals. Wenn ich zu Locals schaffe, gehe ich nach Alibaba nach Essen, weil ich wohne halt in Essen. Go figure. Und dann spiele ich halt da, aber ich war jetzt mal vor 3 Monaten, glaube ich, da. Da habe ich noch Sprite gespielt. Und ja. So, das Gewinnerinterview. Let's go. Oder auch nicht. Ich finde es spannend, dass die in Amerika trotzdem noch Masken tragen müssen in Vegas. Finde ich spannend. Also essen kann ich, ja. Trinken kann ich auch.
That's fair. What stood out most in your match against Christian?
I liked in Game 3 that I got to search Crusadia Arborea with my reinforcements of the army, so I can make Baron to 4 to kind of play around a lot of the cards that target the Kashtira deck.
Ach so hat er das auch sehr bekommen.
Are there any deck types that you are looking forward to dueling against this weekend?
I think I'm the most prepared for the Brandon matchup and the Kashtira mirror match.
Awesome. And how do you feel about your chances in the tournament with your Kashtira deck?
Pretty confident right now.
All right. Well, thank you. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'll send it now over to Billy, who will take a deep dive.
Ich finde geil, dass wir alle dasselbe T-Shirt anhaben, finde ich ganz witzig.
All right.
Hallo.
Thanks, Joe. I'm excited to tell you about the first year anniversary of Master Duel. That's right. It's been one whole year already. Who would believe it? But you can get some awesome stuff if you log in right now. So you're going to want to make sure that you log in and check out all the crazy things that are going on.
Also ladet euch Master Duel runter. Cooles Spiel.
Familiar with the Sprite strategy. You're going to want to check out that new selection pack.
Sprite ist drin in Master Duel. Crazy.
Every single day. So definitely make sure you log into Master Duel and check out the first anniversary. But we'll be right back with Swiss round 2 here at the Team YCS Las Vegas. So don't go anywhere. See you shortly.
Dann gucken wir mal, was wir uns angucken, während das quasi weitergeht. So, dann gucken wir mal, was wir uns so Cooles angucken können. Bis zu dem Zeitraum. Wenn ihr was habt, was wir uns angucken können, gucken wir uns das gerne an. Schreibt es einfach in den Chat rein. Wenn ihr irgendein Video habt, auf das ich reagieren soll. Ja, gucken wir mal.
Yugioh Dimension Force, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available, Yugioh Master Duel, rated T for teen. Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take.
Crazy, die machen immer noch Werbung dafür, obwohl das schon einfach da ist. Spielst du Zero Master Duel? Ich spiele aktuell gar kein Master Duel, wirklich halt 0. Weil ja, das Kartencraften und sowas alles und Karten bekommen ist halt einfach nicht so meins, so. Keine Ahnung. Konami. Limited. Richtig geil. Mach Werbung für ein Produkt, wo quasi alles voll ist. Wenn du hast Support kommen, Support für Sword wahrscheinlich, aber jetzt nicht in den nächsten Monaten wahrscheinlich. Weil die haben jetzt ja erst die neue Karte bekommen in dem letzten Set, die halt nicht mal richtig gut ist. Und ich glaube nicht, dass die da wirklich viel supporten werden. Was mir gerade mal aufgefallen ist, halt, passt ja gar nicht richtig hier in mein Overlay rein. So. Oh, ein bisschen größer hier. So. Passt halt auch hier richtig schön rein. Für Crystal Revenge machen die auch noch Werbung. Crazy. Gold Pride, ja. Ja. Out of this world, ja. Crazy, man. Einfach crazy. Das ist krass, was sie alles für Sachen haben, wo du es kaufen kannst, ne? Schon spannend. Hallo? Alleine. Ey, ganz ehrlich, da hätte ich Bock drauf, das mal bei uns zu sehen, das Rush-Duell. Weil ich finde Rush-Duell vom Konzept her ganz cool. Weil es mal was anderes ist. Ein anderes Yu-Gi-Oh! Und die Artworks von Rush-Duell sind halt einfach tausendmal schöner als viele von den Oldschool-Yu-Gi-Karten. Weil die halt alle so geupgradet haben. Das finde ich eigentlich ganz nice. Aktuell Drytron, was sagst du? Ja, Drytron ist ein Deck, was du spielen kannst aktuell wieder. Ob es gut ist, ist halt schwierig. Ja, die Artworks von Rush-Duell sind halt insane. Auch die, ich mag halt die Aktualisierung von den alten Artworks auf den neuen Artstyle. Das finde ich halt auch noch hier. Guck mal, Sparks. Wie schön das einfach ist. Max Raider. Play your entire hand. Und die nächste Karte. Guck mal, wie geil die Bilder aussehen. Ich finde das einfach, ich feiere das. Aber ich glaube, du kannst sogar Rush Duel auf Edo Pro spielen, glaube ich, ne? Full Art Karten, ja, Full Art Karten wären halt ganz nice, aber ich bin jetzt nicht so der, okay, ich muss die unbedingt halt haben. Ich habe gesehen, dass letztens CK ein Video gemacht hat zu Artworks und da hat er auch über die Full Art Karten gesprochen. Ich finde es an sich ein Konzept hier ganz nice, aber ist jetzt nicht so, dass die Priorität, die ich setzen würde für Yu-Gi-Oh!, dass wir diese Full Art Karten bekommen. Oh, der sieht einfach aus wie der von Dragon Ball. Holy shit. Gibt's irgendwas Cooles, was wir uns angucken können? Oh, Joshua Schmidt war bei Card Market und hat quasi Tipps gegeben. Das gucken wir uns doch mal an.
My gut tells me I should hold off for another couple of seconds.
Also wir gucken mal, was Joshua Schmidt gesagt hat, um ein besserer Yu-Gi-Oh! Spieler zu werden. Das klingt doch spannend, oder? Für alle, die nicht kennen, Card Market, by the way, hier, hat einen eigenen YouTube-Channel. Mittlerweile 30.000 Abonnenten, richtig krass. Die machen auch ganz coolen Content in vielen Fällen. Ist natürlich englischer Content, aber wir gucken einfach mal rein, was die gerade so getrieben haben.
And sorry, time on.
Okay, so don't do that.
Welcome everybody back to another Card Market Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. Today I am here with our guest Joshua Schmidt, 3-time YCS champion, who is going to tell me exactly what I have to stop doing to actually eventually do well at a tournament. I swear to God, I'm going to do it one day.
Yes.
So if you guys are struggling at, say, tournament events like YCSs or continental championships, if you're struggling at Worlds, I don't think we can really help you. Or even your locals, where you don't know why you keep losing. Josh has come up with a list of things that you need to stop doing or start doing in order to get better.
Yeah, I've tried to come up with a couple of things that'll help, I hope, anyone at most different levels of the game, like very beginners, because there's a lot of things that beginners do wrong, but there's also a lot of things that even experienced players every once in a while, make mistakes with. Of course, not something you can always learn in 10 minutes. There's a lot that goes into being a consistently successful player at Yu-Gi-Oh! But there's a lot of small things you can improve, and I've just narrowed it down to like a top 5 kind of situation. The first thing I came up with was stop blaming bad luck every time you lose.
That's like, that is one of my favorite things when it's like, oh, if I had drawn this card off the top, it's like, well, you didn't.
And sometimes it's right. It is a card game. Mm-hmm. It is based on luck.
RNG
at the end of the day.
Factor.
And sometimes there really isn't something you could have done better.
Yeah.
But sometimes there is, and people like to focus on he had this card, and that's why I couldn't win. And then but maybe you could still.
I know that it's something that I get a little frustrated about is when I'm like, the RNG really got me there, when in reality I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that unnecessary play.
And it goes both ways. Also, when you win, that doesn't mean that you played that perfectly, right? It's very important to be able to look back at your games, win or loss, and be able to identify what you did right and what you did wrong.
Die Games angucken,
All right, and the next thing I have
ist halt
is
wichtig.
don't be afraid to make mistakes, because at the end of the day, of course, it feels bad if you make a mistake. I know, I've done it before. It's happened to me in top cuts of YCSs way before I've even won YCSs. I've lost in like top 8s of YCSs because I misplayed. But I think that's what makes you learn at the end of the day, becoming a good player.
Yeah.
It's not something you just become immediately. It's something that's a long process, and you're probably gonna make mistakes in the process.
I think anybody that says they don't make mistakes is kind of talking crap.
No, I mean, I still do.
Do you have any examples like fresh off of your minds that like just of you being like, oh, well, whoops, I shouldn't have done that?
I mean, it's happened a bunch of times. It still happens a lot. The one I was talking about earlier, it was YCS Brussels, I believe, in top 8 back then. That was one of those when they still did battle pack YCSs, the sealed ones.
Okay, that is nuts.
My opponent had a bunch of scapegoat tokens, and I had a trap card that said you can change the position of all monsters on the field. I knew that if I was going to draw a monster, I was going to be able to use that card to flip all their tokens into attack position and attack them for game. And I was excited because I drew a monster, and then I summoned it first. And then it switched to defense position when I used the trap card. And then I lost because they top decked, I believe it was Graceful Charity, which was in the pack. And
oh man, at that point, that is just a skill issue. You should have top decked your own Graceful Charity.
It was a skill issue though, to be fair.
I used to do it all the time with Totally Awesome specifically when I was like, I would always miss the standby phase effect to get out of Frog. One day my friend was like, I'm not letting you take it back anymore. You have to remember to use Totally Awesome correctly. And I was like, okay, I will. And I have never missed its trigger effect again.
And next up, I have one thing that I think ties in with the previous one, which is that stop playing the easy decks. I'm not shaming anyone who does, because I do understand that like when you begin playing the game, decks that are like focusing on floodgates, for example, which is one of my least favorite things about the game, but they make you beat players that would maybe normally be ahead of you in terms of skill or experience or whatever, because like if they don't have an out to your floodgate, they're gonna lose the game. But for the most part, there's a good reason why those decks don't win tournaments. Right, and those decks don't require as much of knowledge or skill, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so like from a game theory standpoint,
Klingt
it's
erstmal
kind of
sinnvoll,
like low ceiling, but also low floor, right? In the sense that like it's very easy to pilot the deck.
You can't do much wrong.
It's very easy to set 5 pass, right? Troll decks are an absolute viable strategy, and you should be able to play them. But floodgates are quite frustrating. And I don't think anybody has issue with saying that.
Step forward. Depends on your motivation. Be honest to yourself and be like, okay, I don't think I can play this, what is perceived to be the best deck. Maybe I can't play it well enough, and it's really important to me that I want to do well in this upcoming tournament, right? And so maybe that's not the right time to switch off of an easy deck to play the hard deck just to not do well in a tournament that's really important to you. You shouldn't care that much about the results, so you shouldn't be scared to pick the deck that makes you learn more than the other deck and just be like, okay, well, maybe I'm going to lose once or twice more than I would with the other deck, but at least I'm going to learn more because, I mean, set 5 each round, like even if I go X2 or X1, I haven't learned anything, and if the tournament wasn't that important, then what was the point?
What was the point? There's kind of fear sometimes, I find, around trying new things that kind of seem difficult. Like, honestly, can any of you tell me how to pendulum summon? Any of you? Do any of you know how that works? Because, apart from you, right? Because a lot of people don't, and they just choose to ignore certain mechanics of the game. For when I first started playing, both me and my friend, we were like, hey, look, we don't know what
Einfach so ignoriert. So, das gibt's im Game, aber brauchen wir nicht. Pendulum schüren, nie gehört, brauchen wir nicht. Jeder Spieler sollte wissen, wie alle Spielmechaniken funktionieren. Also grundsätzlich. Das ist halt Teil von dem Spiel. Man muss nicht direkt von Anfang an alles wissen, aber man sollte trotzdem wissen, wie die Sachen funktionieren, wenn die halt irgendwann auftauchen. Und das halt Stück für Stück quasi lernen. So. Das ist schon wichtig. Da ist immer noch nichts passiert. Cool, weiter geht's.
Link monsters are, and we don't care, right? So we just played without them. But eventually we got to a certain point where we realized, oh, you know, it's actually quite a simple mechanic when you kind of sit down and think about it or read the rules on how it works. You should absolutely probably push through that a little bit and just go ahead.
I mean, even if you don't play the decks yourself, at some point you're going to need to know how it works because you're going to play against. You don't always have anti-spell fragrance against pendulum, so sometimes they will pendulum summon.
Aber die sind immer hilfreicher. Was?
Alright, next up I want to talk about something that I feel like is very important, but also very hard to handle, which is developing sort of a gut feeling on what the right play or reaction is.
Okay.
Ja, das ist schwierig.
That is difficult, right? So that becomes like, is that instinct or nurture? Where does that come from?
I feel like it's good to have a first just instinct on what the right play is in each individual situation. And sometimes you can just go with that, but it's also important to learn how to like question yourself in these moments and not immediately like, oh, they did that, so I'm probably going to flip that immediately and then like everyone's done this. You like flip the card and like 2 seconds later you're like, I shouldn't have done that because of that. And then like you probably would have remembered that if you just thought about it for like 2 or 3 seconds longer. Even before like the opponent responds, you're like, oh,
you're like, I've committed to it. I'm gonna do it.
Skill issue, yeah.
It saves you quite a lot of time to have sort of a feeling for what's the right thing to do in each individual moment, but then be aware that you think about things for a good reason, right?
Yeah, so thinking is an important part of this game.
So every once in a while, you might want to think before flipping a card.
It's like, don't do your combo immediately. Have a thought, right? And go, oh,
mir deswegen auf der Seite zu lassen und der hinter Darkwood zu spielen. Ist halt spielbar. Ist halt vielleicht nicht so gut.
Like, what would you recommend for people though who maybe don't have that gut instinct or the knowledge, I guess?
I don't know if anyone just does not have a gut feeling. I feel like everyone does, right? Even
I've met people who do not have a gut feeling.
I guess there might be people with just like a notoriously like misleading gut feeling, right? If you notice that very often you make plays too fast and you often tend to make mistakes because of that, then I think you just have to like practice.
Restraint, like have some restraint, please. Just like take a second to think about it. I guarantee you, you will not get a slow play warning for thinking about whether or not you need to activate a card immediately.
Well, of course, you can go too much into the extreme on. You still have to play at a reasonable pace, but
it's like, how long have we got left? Oh, 10 seconds, you say. 10 seconds.
Double checking my gut right now.
Like, my gut tells me I should hold off for another couple of seconds, and oh, sorry, time on.
Okay, so don't do that. It's fair enough to take reasonable time on your actions. No one's forcing you to play like this. All right, and last but not least, the most stereotypical, but probably also the most important one. It is going to be stereotypical, but I think very important to keep having fun while playing this game. That's where the passion comes from, and I've never seen anyone actually get good at this game without being passionate about it.
That's something that I have struggled with sometimes, where I'll be playing and it's getting a little too much, you know? I'm kind of like, oh, I'm getting frustrated with this. I'm not enjoying it. I'm beating myself up too much almost because like, oh, I misplayed here, or I didn't do that right, or I built my deck suboptimally and I didn't include like, and it kind of, you don't have to prove anything to anyone, right? Except for yourself, and that can take as long. It's like when the fun stops, stop, you know? It's like when it stops being fun, take a moment to like take a step back.
Oh, Chaos könnte spannend werden. Ob das gut wird, weiß ich nicht, aber ich glaube, die Restrictions sind ein bisschen zu krass für das Deck. Aber cool ist das wahrscheinlich schon.
To note that you cannot force this in a way where if you don't enjoy what you're doing, then first of all, what's the point? But also second of all, you're never going to have the stamina to sit through like years and years of playing and thinking about what you did wrong, how to improve. Like all those things are just things that come because you are interested in a game, because you love playing it, and because you want to win at it.
If you guys are interested in following us and doing more of these videos and getting more people on to talk about what to do and what not to do, if you want to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh, like and subscribe, ding the notification bell, and check out Josh as well. His channel is full of stuff like this, as well as his Twitch streams where he either is putting together deck lists and deck building, or he's just having a good time. I'd like to thank you guys for watching, and we will see you all next time.
So, hier, das war vor 10 Tagen, da haben wir darüber gesprochen, Dinge, die für das aktuelle Format wissen muss. Wir sind ja gerade, hallo Monsieur Klein, wir sind gerade im aktuellen Format hier, die spielen ja auch schon, wird also gleich losgehen. Vielleicht können wir uns diese paar Minuten noch angucken, um mal zu wissen, okay, was müssen wir wissen für das Format, das ist vielleicht ganz spannend. Also ich weiß tatsächlich schon einiges für das Format, das ist also für mich nicht ganz so relevant. Aber das könnte spannend für euch sein, wenn ihr es noch nicht wisst. Vielleicht, falls die Karten irgendwie heute Nacht noch auftauchen. Ganz wichtig.
Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be a new segment that we're going to be trying out, where we're going to be looking at the meta for the past month, why it's adapted, and what we think is going to happen in the coming months. Today we have Joshua Schmidt with us, our meta expert for this episode of what we're dubbing the monthly meta roundup. It's been an interesting month, and by interesting month, I genuinely mean not very interesting at all. Nothing has actually happened. Nothing has changed. It's been the exact same kind of format since we got Magnificent Mavens. We've got amazing defenders.
Yay!
Everybody want to talk about amazing defenders?
Ist das schon vor der Banlist? Ist es noch vor der Banlist gewesen oder nach der Banlist? Ja, schade, das war vor der Banlist. Das hilft uns nicht weiter. Schade dafür. Das heißt, das haben wir aktuell nichts dafür. Ich muss einmal ganz kurz meine Katzen füttern, sonst werden die gleich sauer. das machen wir. Ich lasse euch mal ganz kurz das hier offen, mache so ein bisschen den Ton wieder an, damit ihr auch hier seht, und dann bin ich gleich wieder da. So, ist noch nicht viel passiert. Oh, danke für den Resub, Monsieur Klein. Freut mich immer, dass die Leute auch Bock haben, mich weiter zu unterstützen. Ja, also die spielen offensichtlich alle schon. Ich hätte ganz gerne, dass ein bisschen was passiert. Schreibt mir gerne ein paar Videos, die wir uns angucken können, dass wir mal ein bisschen Yugi-Content konsumieren können, während quasi hier nichts passiert. Das ist ja auch ganz spannend. Das können wir uns mal angucken. Gibt ein Video von Milano auf jeden Fall, das ist ganz spannend. Aber es scheint gleich weiterzugehen. Und Kashtira auf jeden Fall, spannend. Da gibt es ein Deck dazu, das gucken wir uns auch nicht mal an. Da gucken wir gleich mal rein. Und ich weiß, dass es auf jeden Fall einen kleinen Film zu Yu-Gi-Oh! Gibt. Da gucken wir auch mal hier rein, ob es da irgendwas Spannendes gibt. Ist auch gerne eine Katze. Ja, besorgt dir eine, ist nicht so schwierig. Schau dir mal Niskaveos Ehren an. Ich werde Sprite spielen. Sprite Runic. Das scheint sich für mich aktuell am besten anzufühlen. Ich bin noch nicht bei der Ratio klar. In der Karte, die ich aktuell ausprobiere, auch wenn es halt todesfunny ist eine Karte wie, wo ist er? Die Top 4 Trickheit. Die Karte, die probiere ich gerade aus, um mal zu gucken, wie gut das funktioniert. Ich kann euch vielleicht gerne mal ein Deck geben, wie ich es aktuell spiele von dem Deck. Das wäre auch ganz spannend, mal zu wissen, was ich aktuell hier treibe. Ja, kann ich hier mal zusammensetzen, wenn gleich wieder Pause in dem Stream ist. Kann ich euch mein Deck-Profile geben, das ist auch ganz nice. Kann ja schon mal so ein bisschen zusammenräumen, während die hier noch warten, dass sie das Feature-Match hinkriegen. Vielleicht auch ganz spannend, mal zu wissen, was ich gerade so zocke. Ignister. Ja, das Problem ist halt, dass Ignister es baut zwar den Tower, aber das war's halt. Und der Tower ist halt gut, so, aber den Tower kannst du halt outen mit relativ vielen Karten. Und deswegen glaube ich nicht, dass es halt super relevant ist. Die Amazonen, ja, sind halt Frauen, die ein bisschen nackig sind, ne? Mehr kann ich jetzt nicht sagen. Das Deck ist halt in Duelings, glaube ich, ganz gut gewesen mal. Aber in PCG war das halt nie irgendwie großartig spielbar. Deswegen, ja, gibt es da nicht viel zu erzählen, ne? One-Cut und Aeromax. Ja, ist halt trotzdem halt nicht kacke, ne? Aber das ist halt auch nur, wenn es uninterrupted durchgeht, ne? Ich baue kurz mein Deck mal zusammen, falls ihr wissen möchtet, wie Sprite gerade aktuell so aussehen kann. Es sind gerade aktuell 43 Karten, weil ich halt ein paar Sachen ausprobiere gerade. Von den Ratios, weil ich spiele aktuell auch die Nimble Engine, die kann man theoretisch cutten. Da müssen wir mal gucken. Ich bereite auch gerade so ein kleines Video vor. Ich habe vor, mit AI-Art ein bisschen was zu machen, um mal so ein bisschen Karten zu designen. Das ist, glaube ich, ganz cool von der Idee her. Welche Decks jetzt nicht spielen? Keine Ahnung, ich bin kein Zauberer. Ich erwarte, dass wir wahrscheinlich irgendwie Kashtira sehen, aber ich hoffe, dass Konami versucht, so ein bisschen, sagen wir, interessantere Decks halt rauszuhauen. Ihr seid im Stream, guck mal, ihr seid im Stream. Spannend. Aber wir haben gerade Kashtira Mirror Match gesehen. Das war interessant zu wissen. Auch, dass sie das Ruling haben, dass wenn du deine Monster zum blockiert, dass du Technics nicht aktivieren kannst zum Monster klauen. Das ist ganz spannend. Bis jetzt sich so weiterziehen wird das Ruling, glaube ich, jetzt eher weniger. Ich meine, das macht pauschal Sinn, aber die haben die lange darüber diskutiert. Ich finde es spannend, dass dieses Ruling nicht vorher ein Thema gewesen ist, weil das theoretisch ja vorher auftauchen müsste, dass es halt eine Interaktion ist, die kommen wird. Aber naja, haben sie ja im Stream jetzt geklärt. Aber ich zeige euch mal meine Deckliste, die ich gerade hier so spiele. Also die ich spielen würde, wenn das aktuell mal da ist. Ich habe kein Side-Deck aktuell dafür. Das Side-Deck ist halt super relevant für das aktuelle Format, weil ihr manche Decks super hops nehmen könnt mit Side-Deck-Karten. Aber da sprechen wir gleich drüber. Die Musik ist übrigens sehr episch gerade im Stream. Auf jeden Fall nice. Also ein bisschen mal zusammen hier. Das ist halt so das Einzige, was mir halt so richtig nervt, ist halt diese Wartezeiten zwischen den Runden. Und gerade auch bei so einem Stream ist es halt so, dass die auch extrem lange darauf warten, dass sie halt auch die Feature-Matches halt haben. Das ist halt irgendwie sehr schade, aber was kannst du nicht anders machen? So, ich habe jetzt gerade mal hier die ganzen Karten zusammengesucht, damit ich euch gleich das Deck-Profile zeigen kann. Einfach damit ihr seht, wie ich es aktuell spiele. Gibt es ein paar Karten, bei denen bin ich happy, bei denen bin ich nicht so happy. Aber das zeige ich euch gleich. Ich habe wir werden zuerst hier die Runde sehen und dann werde ich euch mein Deck einmal zeigen. Aber ich habe mein Deck auf jeden Fall schon mal zusammengebaut für euch, dass ich euch das gleich einmal zeigen kann. Aber so langsam könnten die schon mal ein bisschen was zeigen. Aber ich habe hier schon mal ein Deck-Profile von Hakuna Matata.
Hey, just to let you know, I'm a little newer. I just got back into the game, so you know what? I'm gonna have to read some of your cards. Take a little second, if you don't mind.
Und dann haben wir noch ein Video von Milano, das gucken wir uns mal an. Das scheint ganz spannend zu sein. Also alles verschiedene Varianten mal durch. Was so abgeht im Yu-Gi-Oh-Kosmos. Wenn ich heute live bin, also ich habe morgen frei, ist der Sonntag. Ich werde versuchen, so viel zu streamen wie möglich. Also von der YCS, vielleicht kriege ich sogar alles hin. Es werden 9 oder 10 Runden sein. Das könnte ein bisschen kritisch werden, aber ich werde versuchen, viel mitzunehmen. Also wenn ihr euch auf einen gemütlichen Stream haben wollt, dann bleibt so lange wie ihr wollt. Also bis 2-3 Uhr werde ich auf jeden Fall streamen, dass wir das durchziehen können. Das wird auf jeden Fall passieren. Ob ich halt weiter streame, das weiß ich nicht. Das werden wir entscheiden, wenn es soweit ist, weil ich nicht weiß, wie fit ich dann bin. Weil ich möchte auch so ein bisschen was mitbekommen. Wenn ich halt so im Halbschlaf bin, ist es auch nicht ganz so geil. Auch für alle, die es noch nicht mitbekommen haben, wir sind jetzt ein paar mehr als vorhin. Es ist eine Team YCS, das heißt 3 vs 3. Das heißt, da werden natürlich auch ein paar Random Decks kommen. Und ich hoffe, dass wir auch im Viertelmatch ein Random Deck Matchup bekommen, was halt ganz cool ist. Das wird der Runde 2, wie ihr gerade seht, kommt gleich. Könnte ganz cool sein. Ich glaube, bevor das losgeht, schaffen wir noch das Video von Milano. Deswegen würde ich sagen, das gucken wir uns einmal an. How every Yu-Gi-Oh player will react to dueling Kashtira. Let's go.
Hey, just to let you know, I'm a little newer. I just got back into the game, so you know what? I'm gonna have to read some of your cards. Take a little second, if you don't mind. Awesome, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. All right, you want to do high roll? Low roll. Okay, let's do low roll. 6. All right. Are you starting? All right. Good luck, dude. Woo! Is it hot in here? Or is it just my hand? Goodness. Holy. Kashtira Fenrir. That's a really strong card, man. I someone that I got on the Undueling Nexus yesterday. Whew. Was a troubling, cumbersome monster, I must say. Oh, but you're searching Unicorn. You've got the pure Kashtiras. I see. I've been hearing about this deck by my friends, and they've been saying it's quite a powerful deck. So let's see what you got. Oh, Shangri-La. What's that one do? Each time a card gets banished face down, it blocks its own. Oh, I see. So you're gonna, over a grind game situation, block out all my monsters and spells and traps. Interesting strategy. All right, and that arrives where it says I banish top cards, top 3. Ooh, you hit one of my good cards. That's okay. I don't need it to do my combo, but it would have been helpful. You know what? Oh, so already a zone is blocked. Okay. What's that one do? Diablosis? What's that one do? Oh, you look at my card and take a card out of my extra deck. Okay. Whew, that's quite powerful. It's sold. Ah, man, I need that to do my combo, though. Oh, shoot.
Oh, noch unblockiert.
If I want to dodge that. I don't need 2 of it. You're just going to hit one of my other cards if I put 2. And then I don't need the second. Diablosis has a second effect? Banish cards up to the number face down. Oh, 4? Wow. 7 cards off the top of my deck. Wow. Holy moly. That's like Pot of Desires. Wow.
Cool.
Alright. My turn? Alright, draw. Alright, stand by main. I'll activate Forbidden Droplet. Yeah. Woo! I'll ban it. I'll send all my
Geht nicht.
What do you mean I can't droplet? Oh, that's a freaking dimension shifter? Holy. Wow. Okay. I didn't know what I was up against here. Alright, I will use my Libromancer Fire in my hand, revealing my ritual. Alright. I'll activate the effect of my Libromancer Fire on summon. You want to use your Fenrir already? Sure, dude. Whatever. You clearly do not know what my strategy does. Wait, those are during your turn, my turn as well? So you block another zone. I don't have anything to block the zones with. I have this piece of paper, I guess.
Ah, let's go. Machen wir gleich. Hier geht's weiter. Let's go. Milano, richtig funniger Typ.
I think if players heading into this weekend were familiar with some of the results that happened even before the Forbidden and Limited list went into effect, they're probably well aware that Labyrinth is a strategy that had seen some success, but now without that large percentage of tier element in the format, potentially a deck like Labyrinth will actually be able to really shine.
Round 2.
With that being said, we're going to jump in here to round number 2.
Wie wir sehen, sehen wir nichts.
Labyrinth
Round 2. Let's go.
Going into the new format after the release of Photon Hypernova. So we'll see if that proves true.
Canadian Lizards.
And here first we have the Canadian Lizards, Stephen, Nigel, and Robert.
Okay. Das andere Team.
And for our second team in this match, we have Team Do Your Thing, Blue Master 21, Luca, Herman, and Anderson.
Der Name ist aber zu lang für das Ding.
If you're familiar, Herman actually had success with this Labyrinth deck last weekend in YCS Lyon. So we'll see how he's modified that deck in any capacity this weekend to see whether or not he can have equal amount of success.
Yeah, that'll definitely be interesting to see. A lot of players really like the Labyrinth cards because they really like the trap-based control strategy. And the
Ein ganzes Team von Judges. Was ein Start.
Pretty much dominates that category right now.
Aber das heißt, wir werden Labyrinth sehen, oder? Ich finde es aber gut, dass die jetzt wirklich über 2 Teams genommen haben, die beide 1-0 stehen. Das ist halt wirklich, weil es halt dann zeigt, dass es die besseren Spieler sind in der Regel.
Because I think this strategy incorporates a really great suite of these sort of singleton, or in some cases 2 or 3 of normal trap cards, but also have the option of playing some of the continuous trap cards that we typically imagine with these type of strategies.
Agreed, and the release of Photon Hypernova actually brought us big welcome Labyrinth, which updates the deck to make it even stronger.
Labyrinth plus Eltlich.
So with the increased strength of the Labyrinth deck,
ja, Labyrinth ist besser als Eltlich, definitiv. Also, ohne Frage.
It might now be the time for Labyrinth to shine.
Absolutely. It's also, one of those strategies that, the players that really understand how to nickel and dime every ounce of value over the course of a long game, what people typically may refer to as sort of a grind game. The players that can really do that with these type of strategies typically see a lot of success. And, Herman proved this last week in a format where Tier Elements was still a top tier deck at its full potential. Now with the limitations, he's going to bring the strategy, craft it a little bit towards a more diverse format, and see whether or not he can continue that same success.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about the Labyrinth deck is that you can really pull on so many old trap cards that were played throughout the history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. So many are nostalgic and familiar to me. So it really is enjoyable to see it in action and see the impact
langsam könnten wir trotzdem mal loslegen hier.
Formerly powerful cards can still have on a duel, and the proof that they are still powerful. They just need the monster suite that works with them.
I think there's no better example than Compulsory Evacuation Device. This is a card that basically once the release of XYZ monsters, and then additional to that monsters like Lynx and so on over the course of Yu-Gi-Oh's history, Synchro monsters as well, it suddenly started to creep into deck lists. And there's actually points maybe about 7 or 8 years ago, you would very often see a couple copies in a lot of people's trap lineups, particularly trap lineups that had 10 plus traps. Well, we're going to see cards like that in many of these Labyrinth strategies because it does just exactly what you want. It's a normal trap, but it also removes a monster from the field via the effect of a trap card, which then can trigger a variety of your Labyrinth effects in general.
Yes, as an avid Duel Links player, I never lost any respect for Compulsory Evacuation Device.
Let's go.
Which I believe sits on the limited 3 list on Duel Links, so it is right now actually a very impactful card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links.
One of the things that I think is interesting when we look at this particular strategy in general with the Labyrinth is, what normal spells are you, or rather normal trap cards you going to incorporate into your strategy. There's a lot of interesting choices that people have been using. Do you go heavily towards cards like Compulsory Evacuation Device? Do you try and
ja, Game 1, endlich, Mann. Endlich ein bisschen Yu-Gi-Oh!
But we'll see what Herman came up with, and we'll take a look here at game number 1.
Okay, also wir sehen Labyrinth vs. Bristol Branded. Okay, das ist auf jeden Fall mal manchmal was Interessantes. Nice Hüllen auf jeden Fall. Wer fängt denn an? Weil wenn Büstil... Okay. Okay. Die sucht eine, ne? Genau. Ich bin bei Labyrinth nicht ganz so drin, ihr könnt mir helfen in den Kommentaren. Ich muss wissen, was die Karten tun, aber die sucht eine Labyrinth-Karte.
Yeah, Labyrinth decks don't typically rely on too many normal summon cards and frequently lean on Lady Labyrinth and the high suite of trap cards to win. So Ariana is obviously one
Prosperity, okay.
I believe he searched Big Welcome Labyrinth. That is what I believe he searched there, which is the new Ultra Rare from Photon Hypernova.
Willkommen. Danke für die Stützung. Viel Spaß im Team Aubertin. Oh, das ist... Uff. Er spielt Evenly im Main Deck.
Yeah, so he does have a lot of options here.
Ist halt geil, dass halt komplett 6 Karten, halt einer von das Prosperity und 5 andere Spellkarten. Juni. Und Set 4. Ich liebe Trap-Decks zum Angucken. Hier sehen wir noch einmal die Informationen. Er hat eine Monatskarte gekauft, der junge Mann hier, Projekt. Ja, ich liebe weiter die Notifications. Jetzt das da. Oh, ist aber auch guter Anfang, ja. Jetzt Evenly, das wäre krass. Okay, er hat Lost geholt. Das heißt, er hat Opening oder halt Branded Fusion schon. Ich habe mal mit Branded Fusion schon haben. Branded Lost ist eine richtig, richtig starke Karte.
Herman wastes no time. When Lost is added to his hand, he uses Big Welcome Labyrinth. I think we're probably going to see Lady Labyrinth summoned here.
Okay. Special aus dem Deck. Und die auf die Hand und die kann quasi irgendwas, wenn eine Fallenkarte, wenn ein Monster remove wird durch eine Fallenkarte, kann die einen Effekt triggern.
Concluding the resolution of the effect, he does return Ariana to his hand, it looks like.
Which is one of the interactions that you don't often see because this deck usually only has maybe one copy of Ariana, but being able to bounce it to your hand with Big Welcome Labyrinth is actually a pretty awesome synergy because now, you know, theoretically you'll be able to do that again on the next turn. What is interesting here is he actually went with Lovely Labyrinth, but this deck is, you know, typically only going to play maybe a singleton copy of, and because a normal trap was activated that involves a monster.
Die Karten sind kompliziert auf jeden Fall. Also der kann den Aluba zerstören. Interesting.
That makes sense here because he had the Ariana on the field. He had something he could return to his hand other than the card he summons. So the Lovely Labyrinth will stick around.
Looks like he's actually going after the hand, which is a pretty interesting effect, right? He's probably afraid that Nigel actually just already has Branded Fusion and maybe he's trying to snipe a single copy. That's not a card you typically want to hit, though. It looks like a copy of Branded Retribution.
Das ist nicht so gut, die in die Grave zu hauen.
But over the course of the turn, if additional Branded cards get to the graveyard, he'll be able to banish it to add it to his hand.
Trap Tricks. Hat er eine D-Barrier in seinem Deck?
I think I know which one he's probably.
Enemy Controller.
Ooh, this is interesting. A main deck copy of Enemy Controller.
Okay.
And Nigel will chain it to tribute his Aluber and take control of Lovely Labyrinth.
Interesting.
Can I speak to my teammate? They're main decking Econ in Branded.
This is an interesting point here. You have to consider the fact that you're playing in a 3v3. If any of the other players on Nigel's team are playing Branded, there's a possibility that their deck lists are very similar. That's very common for an entire team to come to a conclusion. So Herman here is actually just telling the rest of his teammates that they're main decking Enemy Controller, which is a bit of an abnormal card in the main deck of strategies like this did, Branded. And as a result, that information is now shared universally throughout his entire
Ja, Enemy Controller wild auf jeden Fall. Aber das dodgt halt Imperm und halt Veiler, ne? Das ist halt... Er spielt echt die Barrier Main Deck. Uff.
And you think that's a safe assumption?
I think it's just free information. It doesn't hurt to know that. it should just be in the back of your mind, especially if the opponent may present the possibility of it being there. As I alluded to earlier, though, with the trap trick, there is one card that has especially been a powerhouse against the branded strategy. If your entire deck is going to revolve around fusion summoning, the last thing you want to see is a dimension barrier, which has unfortunately been activated, or at least been set by Herman. And now with one trap card that he gets to activate again this turn, there's a pretty reasonable chance that it's actually just going to be dimension barrier.
Aber wenn er jetzt Branded in Red erwartet hat,
before, since Nigel did search his deck for a card other than branded fusion, there's a good chance that he has it, and he is going to activate it. Herman will chain the dimensional barrier, which will stop fusion summons, since branded loss will only stop, prevent cards that negate activations. But Nigel will chain branded in red, which could permit him to fusion summon.
aber das Problem ist halt, er kann nichts zerstören, weil die Barrier resolved. Okay.
So what will happen here is he'll be able to search off the Despia Tragedy that was banished from his hand, and then the Aliber went to his hand, so he'll be able to now use Aliber on the following turn to potentially search Branded Fusion or any of the other branded cards that he might want. So obviously,
okay, das war auf jeden Fall noch clever. Er hat es ziemlich clever gemacht. Also ich glaube, dass Despia ein cooles Deck ist zum Spielen aktuell. Aluba.
Now, obviously, its effect won't be able to activate, but it doesn't really have an effect that.
Und Cartesia, okay.
This particular game state.
Das hilft natürlich jetzt nicht so viel.
The ability to reduce the attack points of non-fusion monsters to 0. We'll see how
Und er hat die Fallenkarte noch im Grave, das heißt, er kann sich was auf die Hand nehmen, das ist auch ganz wichtig.
Removal effects thanks to its trap lineup.
Yeah, I can imagine that card just getting sent back with something like compulsory evacuation device.
Yeah, that would probably be pretty easy for Herman to.
Zieht er noch eine Karte?
Not this turn, of course, since he can't play any more trap
Okay.
cards.
Ich glaube, dass Hermann da auf jeden Fall sehr schnell das geschotkannt hat. Ich weiß nicht, was die anderen beiden Settenkarten sind. Schon mal ein bisschen Damage auf jeden Fall. Warum sollte man die Barrier nicht beenden? Weil die Barrier Go Second halt gar nichts tut.
He would be able to special summon. I think actually returning to the extra deck may not trigger that effect. I guess it kind of might be a ruling question at that point. We'll see if that ends up playing out.
Weil wenn der halt weiß, dass du halt Labyrinth spielst und der lockt dir halt deine Zauber- und Fallenkartenzonen, hast du ein Problem, weil du kannst Kastierer zwar annullieren, aber der wird dir die Zonen nicht wieder freigeben.
So Ariana's back, unsurprisingly, since it was returned to his hand on the last turn with the effect of Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Nigel has a great setup here with that Brandon in red set that he was able to set with Brandon Retribution. If Herman didn't hit the Brandon Retribution that previous turn, the makeup of this turn will look a lot different. A single copy of Branded in red, especially with Branded lost on the field, can really snowball quite a lot of card advantage. So it'll be really interesting to see how Herman tries to navigate this. It looks like here he just tutored out or searched out a copy of Lady Labyrinth from his deck.
Und er hat ja auch Cartesia in der Hand, also das könnte echt spannend werden.
Now if he can just use a trap card, or if his opponent uses a trap card, he can, or a Labyrinth card, he can.
Ja, gegen die Taptex ist okay, aber das Problem ist halt, dass du halt nicht. Ja, es ist halt gegen DSP ist halt ganz gut, gegen Kastierer ist in Ordnung, wenn du halt First gehst, ist halt insane. Aber Second ist halt in zweiten nächste rote Karte. Weil es halt keine Fallenkarte ist, die Monster entfernt.
Pretty reasonable amount of attack points on the field, but it does look like Nigel is going to respond with Branded in red. It'll be interesting to see if Herman uses. Ooh, this is a really awesome card.
Oof.
Yeah, so this lets him target a card on the opponent's field and grave and basically swap them.
Yeah, so this is really going to stymie his Branded in red.
Interesting, nie gesehen die Karte. Aber ja, ist eine Labyrinth-Karte wahrscheinlich, ne?
It's amazing how easy Lady Labyrinth is to summon.
So it looks like he's putting Branded Lost into the graveyard and then forcing his opponent to set the Fallen of Albaz. And then as a result, Branded in red cannot resolve. So it basically, did something similar to something what like a GD Crow might do.
Ja, wenn man aber ein Deck findet, was halt an sich gut spielbar ist, ist es erstmal scheißegal, wie competitive das ist. Wenn man auf das Deck Bock hat und das Deck macht halt auch Bock zu zocken.
Lady Labyrinth, I believe, is 3000 attack, 2900 defense. And can't be targeted or destroyed while there's those cards set in the back row. So it can be tough to deal with.
And a lot of, quite frankly, Branded's monster removal, not all of it.
Da ist der Skill Drain, da ist der Skill Drain.
And then obviously that would just destroy it anyway. We do see here, probably one of Herman's most powerful game 1 cards, Skill Drain.
Yes, so it will negate the effect of Aluber. It also will turn off the effect of his lovely Labyrinth. sorry, Lady Labyrinth, which is a trade-off that he's more than happy to make.
Floodgates, ich lasse
He is
Floodgates.
here going to chain Courtless's effect and at least reduce the monsters on the field, at least their attack points to 0, which will allow him to attack for the maximum of damage over Ariana.
Yeah, why not? If he doesn't do it in chain to the skill drain, it won't be able to resolve later in the turn.
Yeah, so this will deal 2,500 points of damage, attacking over a monster that has, of course, 0 attack. And when you know you're playing cards like Skill Drain and Solemn Judgment, that amount of damage can add up, especially because on the previous turn, Courtless actually was able
Das hat er schon 6000 Damage kassiert, das ist schon einiges, ne?
Yeah, he should be down.
Gibt es eine gute
Oh, and he
Motivationsriss?
paid 1,000 for
Der
skill,
Stierer.
so he's down to his last 2,000 life points. And with Quirites on the field, he can make any attack position, all of the attack position monsters that Herman is able to summon 0. So if he can make a connection, there's a problem.
He'll have to get rid of the skill drain, but yeah, I mean, that is absolutely just instantly game if he ever gets rid of the skill drain.
Yeah, if he can't get rid of skill drain, he's in trouble anyway, in all likelihood.
He also has to deal with the Solemn Judgment.
That's right, I forgot he took that on his very first turn.
And Herman has also been pretty disciplined in not using Solemn Judgment. You know, one of the things that some players with these type of trap-heavy strategies might do, particularly when they're inexperienced with the strategies, maybe use Solemn Judgment a little bit too early. You know, the beauty of Solemn Judgment is the longer that you hold on to it, the better it typically becomes.
Yes. Solemn Judgment is a tough card to use correctly because, like you said, the longer you hold it, the better it becomes. Usually you're paying less life points.
Das Problem ist halt, du kriegst halt den Effekt nicht raus. Das ist... Ach, er will sich Beast holen. Okay, das macht halt voll viel Sinn. Monarchen, ja. Monarchen geben alles, ne?
In terms of what Nigel will probably try to do to prolong the game, he probably will try to summon his Bestial Rebellion in defense mode in some capacity. If he's able to get that out of the graveyard.
Triggert gar nicht,
one of his
okay.
best avenues because the 3,000 defense will line up pretty well against the 3,000 attack of Lady Labyrinth. Well, he's asking here whether or not he's allowed to concede, which is also an option too, seeing as how if you don't have any removal for a card like Skill Drain, that card can very easily just snowball in the sense that you're sitting there not doing much and your opponent is able to basically continually amass.
Yay, Floodgates! Woo! Floodgates, wer hätte ich nicht gerne. Floodgates, also obwohl ich Skilldrain als eines der fairsten Floodgates finde, finde ich trotzdem halt so, ja okay, Floodgate gewonnen, cool. Eine 3 vs 3 funktioniert quasi so, dass alle 3 ihre Games spielen und die Endergebnisse der Matches werden quasi addiert. Das heißt, 2 von 3 Leuten müssen gewinnen, um halt das Match zu gewinnen. Das heißt, jeder spielt sein eigenes Match und von dem Endergebnis wird quasi entschieden, wer von den Teams quasi weiterkommt. Deswegen ist es jetzt nicht so entscheidend, wenn du so ein Game verlierst, weil du noch 2 weitere Games hast und theoretisch deine anderen Kumpanen auch noch quasi ihr Match haben, um halt deine Niederlage quasi auszugleichen.
Was expected to be used this weekend. I think competing duelists, especially ones that won the first round, were planning for it, and with an anticipated popularity of runic decks as well. I think people are going to be using cards like Cosmic Cyclone that can deal with Runic Fountain on their side deck as well, which are powerful against Labyrinth decks. So I think his advantage.
Ich glaube, dass sehr viele Leute Evenly spielen werden. Also alle, die jetzt nicht auf Runic sind, werden wahrscheinlich Evenly spielen. Weil es gibt halt keinen Grund, das nicht zu machen.
It doesn't fall victim to the same issue that maybe perhaps some of the Eldritch strategies faced, let's say about a year ago. Now, the popular Eldritch strategies could circumvent the issues with cards like Lightning Storm because the actual Eldritch cards themselves generate a card advantage in the long run by being banished from the graveyard, but you would often lose a card like Skill Drain or Gozen Match, which was really pivotal, and then you would feel very much exposed. In this particular strategy, some of the normal trap cards can actually be activated in response to perhaps a Lightning Storm, and you can actually still establish at least some type of play, or a card like D-Barrier, for example, that can just lock your opponent out of fusion summons for the turn, and then maybe it'll be long enough for you to survive into the next turn and then get to re-up all of your back rows by sending just a bunch of new trap cards. So it'll be interesting to see how this strategy that doesn't rely as much on the continuous trap cards can line up here heading into this game, because you might actually see cards like Skill Drain being taken out. It's an interesting decision point that Herman has probably already decided before showing up today, but we'll see what he ends up making.
Yeah, I think Lightning Storm, if
länger, ja, ich habe glaube ich Mittwoch ein Video hochgeladen. Das nächste, wenn jetzt nicht der Stream so lange geht, kommt wahrscheinlich morgen. Weil ich habe was geplant gehabt, das hat dann nicht funktioniert gehabt und dann, ja, aber das wird wahrscheinlich morgen kommen. Und für nächste Woche habe ich ein bisschen was geplant, vielleicht schaffe ich das auch noch zu machen.
less vulnerable, even though it can hit your key cards.
Ja, aber das letzte Video war, was kostet Kaschtierer, da habe ich mal ein bisschen über Kaschtierer gesprochen, was das Deck so tut, was es kostet. Und ja. Ich versuche immer theoretisch 3 Videos pro Woche zu machen, das kommt halt nicht immer hin. Deshalb ein bisschen das traurig, aber ich denke mal, ich werde es schon schaffen, dass ich nächste Woche ein paar Videos rausknallen werde. Einfach zweimal Brain Fusion Hard Draw. Wann ist die WM? Mitte, Ende des Jahres. Denn die WM ist immer nach der EM. Und je nachdem, wann die Nationals sind, wird sich dann zeigen, wann die Europameisterschaft ist. Und dann geht es quasi ein bisschen weiter. Ich schätze mal irgendwann im September oder so. Zumindest ist das ungefähr mal die Richtung.
Or expecting to go second.
We see here an awesome interaction where he actually banishes the Mercurier from his hand in order to use Albion's effect to summon Lubellion, and now he's discarding, looks like a copy of Branded Opening to give him some inherent protection, maybe marginal against this particular strategy, but some inherent protection, but he's also now able to resolve Mercurier. Here's Herman also giving insight into the brand, and he's even joking. He's looking out for his teammates, giving them insight into potentially what might be a consistent Bystial branded deck list across the entirety of their team. So it looks like his Lubellion is now going to be traded into a defense position copy of Mirajade in the extra monster zone, and he has another copy of Albion in his hand, which will allow him to send a branded card from his deck to the graveyard, putting it at the bottom and then getting
Aber wirklich halt Evenly macht die halt komplett kaputt, ne?
This strategy actually sometimes wants to have that many monsters on the field, and in addition to that, your deck doesn't play any link monsters. It also, against some strategies, this is a very fringe case, but there have been some strategies before where players practice their sort of solitaire combos, where they're practicing basically just to learn the play as opposed to necessarily playing against another person, where if the deck is a really link-centric deck like Dragon Link, it can actually disrupt where they have comboed and sort of where they've learned to play the combo, where most of the combos can actually be used done with the other extra monster,
okay.
But if you block it with a card like Mirajade, it might put them into a weird position if they haven't practiced. That's not going to really be the
Normalerweise ist jedes Jahr EM und WM. Ja. Ist normalerweise jedes Jahr. Nur wegen Corona halt nicht.
But we see here the Albion being sent to the graveyard to summon Bystial Lubellion, which then allows him to set a Bystial Beast and basically place it directly onto the field. And then he follows that up with a normal summon of Aliber, which is an incredible opening. Now that we're starting to see the entirety of his hand, Ninja really has put together a great combination of both branded and Bystial and Despia cards.
And he's getting the branded in red, which will allow him to fusion.
Aber es hilft ihm nicht, weil wenn jetzt ein Evenly kommt, ist er halt komplett dead, ne?
I mean, I will say, based on this current field, there is a degree of weakness to an evenly matched.
I was just going to say, evenly matched will just tear him apart. Unless he has... the trap card. Is that Branded Retribution?
Ist auf jeden Fall nicht dumm.
Evenly matched?
That is in fact a copy of Branded Retribution. That was the card that
Smart.
Unfortunately discarded out of the hand the previous game. But yes, when a spell, trap, or monster effect is activated, that includes the effect that special summons out. This is not one that would actually work into this condition.
Oh no, it's only, you're right, it would have to special summon a monster, so it can't stop evenly matched.
Warum? Doch, er hat dann Fusion Engrave oder nicht?
And that's it, Herman's conceding.
Well, that was...
Oh, das ist ein schnelles Game.
There's more insight from Herman to the rest of the teammates about other cards in their deck.
Man sollte meinen, dass in nächster Zeit entschieden wird, wo die DM ist, ja. Also ich schätze mal, es wird wirklich Bochum oder halt Dortmund sein. Ich denke mal, es wird wieder der NRW sein. Wäre wirklich meine Vermutung.
But it's really a matter of who can craft the perfect deck list, where they're utilizing the perfect number of Bystials and just the perfect fallen of Albaz cards. You know, we've seen some versions of this deck, maybe not perhaps in the feature match table yet, but just over the course of last week, that have fusion deployment. Some of them that have branded in white, a card that we had never really seen before. Still some copies that obviously are going to be playing branded in red, and some of the more traditional cards. Some of them play branded sword, some of them use branded retribution, some of them use branded beast, and the variety of options at the disposal of the branded Bystial sort of Despia inherent strategy there.
Ich bin mal echt gespannt, wie die ganzen Decklisten sich so ausmachen.
Building and understanding sort of the breadth of what the deck can do to really shine during the format as early as we are now.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of cards you want to play, but there's also a lot of high-impact cards you really want to draw. So you want to keep it at 40, but you also want to play everything.
Yes, you want to draw Branded Fusion, but you also want to have basically every possible combo at your disposal. There's also this reality here where maybe last week, Bystials would have been a pretty reasonable inclusion, maybe 6, 9, if not more of them, if you include the Bellion.
Doch, er hat die Karten gesehen. Also er hat die Karten gesehen und ist dann direkt... er hatte halt gehofft, dass... also er hat einen Evening wahrscheinlich in der Hand gehabt und hat gehofft, dass quasi Prosperity annulliert wird. Weil, wenn du Prosperity nicht annullierst und er hat einen Evening in der Hand, kann er das Evening einfach annullieren mit den Fallenkarten, dann ist das E-Game. Er hat es quasi einfach abgekürzt, um halt ein bisschen mehr Zeit zu haben, weil es sind halt auch nur noch 25 Minuten. Das ist für so ein Deck, was halt viel Floodkit spielt, auf jeden Fall wichtig. Ich habe noch keinen Deck-Breakdown gesehen, weil ich bin ein bisschen später eingestiegen und ich weiß selber nicht, ob die auch im Breakdown gezeigt haben. Ich meine, die werden Deck-Breakdown nach der dritten Runde zeigen. Ja, das würde halt bedeuten, dass es halt ein bisschen später kommt. Ich denke mal, es wird sehr, sehr viel Branded geben. Also es würde mich wundern, wenn nicht.
Is not. So by having Bystials now primarily in the side deck, at least game 1 you can play a card like Branded Red with a little bit more freedom.
Game 3.
That's a good point.
But we'll be joining here in game 3. I imagine Herman is going to go first. I would be shocked if he decides to go second, so I imagine he's going to be going first. If you're Herman, you're really hoping to see a nice combination.
Was faszinierend ist, ist, dass, wenn wir uns das angucken, das ganze Team von Herman, die haben alle gewonnen. Das erste Game. Das ist, also eigentlich egal, was Nigeria macht, wenn die anderen beiden verkacken, dann hast du ein Problem.
Duality and Prosperity are nice, but it's better to just draw exactly what you need. Without having to dig for them.
Er hat auf jeden Fall, ne, Prosperity, richtig strong.
I don't think this is one of them, though.
This is probably not, but in formats prior, some of the Mystic Mind burn decks.
Schön, die Common Compulse. Oh, Eradicator.
The Prosperity reveals they're an Eradicator virus.
Oh.
He also has, I believe that's a Trap Trick at the bottom of that pile, so which is essentially a wild card for a trap card.
So this will tell us a lot about his hand. The fact that he's picking Duality tells me he already either has Dimension Barrier or Traptic in his hand, because that card just does so well locking out fusion monsters. He might not necessarily have access to one of the Welcome Labyrinth cards, and that might be what he's digging for. So that's not it, and okay, he's just going to take the D-Barrier.
Also er hat es noch nicht gehabt. Aber dann war es ja risky, die Traptic nicht zu nehmen, ne?
He will need to shuffle his deck after the activation of a Pot of Duality. And look at this, he has here a Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Oh, now he's shuffling his deck, which is good. After Pot of Prosperity, your instinct might be to shuffle. That's not the case, but Pot of Duality, you absolutely do need to shuffle, kind of going back to one of the more retro pot cards.
So revealing the Lord of the Heavenly Prison now makes it so that he's invulnerable to Lightning Storm.
Not evenly matched if that is in Nigel's deck list, but we'll see. Ooh.
Aber eine Karte wird Judgment sein.
That is probably the last thing that Herman wants to hear.
Doing it now. Why wouldn't he just chain that to an evenly match?
Nee, macht voll viel Sinn.
Okay. There's the possibility here. Okay, he's just going to let it banish. Okay. Well, he wants to do it here so that if you don't and wait when you activate the D barrier, it's.
Oh, he wants it in his graveyard.
Yeah, Lady Labyrinth lets you.
Yeah, I think he wants it in his graveyard to return.
It sort of depends on his entire strategy. There are cards in this Labyrinth right to let you return it from the graveyard.
Und er hat nichts gemacht. Oh mein Gott.
It was a dangerous play, though, because if Nigel did not have the evenly matched and wasn't going to fusion summon, then he would have just wasted the dimensional barrier, but I guess he was pretty confident. So he kept the Trap Trick, activated it.
It looks like a Welcome Labyrinth, I believe. And now he gets to activate that. Looks like Lady Labyrinth, which would make a lot of sense. You know, this really is just about all that he would want on that opening turn.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad.
Gut gestartet auf jeden Fall. Gut gestartet.
Yeah, right. He has protected against Lightning Storm with Heavenly. And now he has two big monsters. And
das
this
Game,
is
ne?
actually enough damage to win the game if this goes through.
I have no response either. Yeah, it's game.
Yes. Did he get that Welcome Labyrinth with the...
Okay, jetzt verstehe ich, warum er die Barrier spielt, weil er relativ easy gamen kann.
it may have been the trap trick. One of the two ways. He had multiple ways of searching out. It actually, yeah, it looks like in any capacity, the Labyrinth card will allow him to summon an
Labyrinth, gutes Deck.
3000
Was sagt ihr?
monster, which is more than enough to
Ja, das ist halt, die D-Barry hat halt das Deck gewonnen. Das ist halt Floodgate Turbo, ne? Ja.
Evenly matched plus an inability to use fusion monsters was all the Herman needed to see. So when we talked about sort of that opening turn, what did Herman really want? It looked like he already actually had access to the Labyrinth cards because of Trap Trick, and the reason he probably didn't take Trap Trick originally off the Pot of Prosperity is because he already had one. So by digging into the Dimension Barrier with the other card that he had, the Pot of Duality, he was able then to establish both a Trap Trick for the Labyrinth strategy, but then also have
nice.
active, which made it so that even though his opponent had evenly matched, the Knight and Idol to evenly match just simply wasn't enough, lining up against the combination of both the Labyrinth and the D-Barrier strategy.
Yeah, Herman definitely knew what he was doing there, obviously. He picked up the crap cards he needed to apply pressure to the opponent in the form of
Aber wenn er den Duality nicht gemacht hätte, um die D-Barrier bekommen, ich meine, er hatte halt die Trap Trick schon gehabt, ne?
So that they can't make the plays thanks to Dimensional Barrier. So he, the card you want to take with Pot of Prosperity or Pot of Duality is certainly heavenly.
Also Gameplay von Labyrinth ist zum Angucken jetzt nicht so geil, muss ich fairerweise sagen. Aber hat ja funktioniert.
And the way he played through that evenly match was impressive as well.
And the beauty of a 3v3 YCS is that we actually can bring you coverage now of Table A. So it looks like we're going to go sort of in progress, the match between Steven and Luca.
How awesome. The match is over and we have more.
More Yu-Gi-Oh! Yay!
I really hope that we are able to sort of take up as much time of each round as possible watching matches, because it's really exciting to see some of these.
Ja, du musst Spelltrade-Mode spielen. Da hast du keine andere Möglichkeit. Ich glaube, dass Ash auch gegen Labyrinth gar nicht so schlecht ist, tatsächlich. Weil die mit der Fallenkarte halt Lady Labyrinth aus dem Deck specialen.
So Herman now also will have the advantage, and then this is also the case with Nigel, of trying to give insight as the middle players, right? You're not typically allowed to get up and walk around the table during a 3v3 YCS, so the fact that they finished the game as the middle team makes it so that they can actually look both to the left and the right and actually give as much insight as possible, whereas if you were in, let's say, the table C, it's a little bit more difficult for table C to give insight to table A because they can't quite as readily see the field. So that's an interesting component here. Every round we see sort of an interesting feature that adds another layer of how the 3v3 YCSs function, between giving insight into the opponent about some of the cards that you see if potentially the decks are similar to what we see here in terms of the ability now for Herman to help out both ways, and same thing for Nigel.
So I'm of the opinion that a team should put their strongest player in the center so they can help out the adjacent duelists. I've also heard the opinion that you should not put your strongest player in the center because the other teams will probably do that, and you'd rather have your strongest player play against a player of a lesser skill level to try to get an easy win. What's your opinion about seeding?
I think it really is dependent on the team. I think in some universes you really try to have a team that has about as equal overall playability, and you also need to have sort of the humble ability to also recognize that maybe you are the player that might need a little bit of additional help. So I really think that's a very dependent question for the team. But it looks like we're going to jump here.
Und sie spielen Kastira, auch Branded Despia. Ich finde es faszinierend, dass das Deck hier Branded Despia genannt haben. Und nicht Bestial Brand. Mona.
So we got a Scareclaw, Kashtira, and Ghost Mortar and Moonlit Chill just to make
Pass.
Not your ideal Kashtira opening by any means.
I actually just learned that it is actually 1-1, so it's not quite as much of an uphill battle as I originally thought, but nevertheless, we'll still see Steven open up, and we actually see Baron.
Nein, spielen die offensichtlich nicht. Wir haben gerade gesehen Labyrinth, und jetzt spielt der andere, spielt Branded Despia.
I've heard that you typically wouldn't see out of a lot of the Kashtira strategies, but we do see it here with Steven. One of the interesting conclusions, Baron enables you to play more freely into cards like Book of Eclipse. You're theoretically have multiple copies of a card like Book of Eclipse, but at least
was enormes damit, ey.
Singleton copy if you're able to put this powerful synchro on the field.
Oh, Luca's hand looks incredible. He summons Fallen of Albaz, uses its effect. And when Baron de Fleur's effect is changed, Luca is going to use Super Polymerization, and I'm pretty sure I saw Triple Tactics talents in his hand.
Yep, so now he's able to put Mirror Jade on the field, and now he's going to look at Steven's hand.
Oh, a wise choice to look at his hand and send a card back after seeing what a weak opening Steven had.
He just got rid of the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I don't think he has it, but it would be quite impressive if he could then follow up with Branded Fusion, which now obviously is freed up now that the Ash Blossom is back into Steven's deck. Something tells me that if he had Branded Fusion, he would have activated it pretty quickly. But he is still here considering his decisions. Knowing this opponent only has infinite impermanence, I would feel
Synchroplay ist 2008, ja, lol.
all things considered.
Nee, alles gut. Fragen kannst du da, wir sind ja, ist der Chat da, ne?
If he had Branded Fusion, he probably still would have held it because he needed to get Baron off the field or at least get its negation out of the way, but he does not in fact have it.
Das Game ist eigentlich jetzt schon gelaufen. Wenn du halt 2 Karten investierst für ein Monster, das wird einfach easy geoutet, da hast du ein Problem. Und er hat halt nur Scheiße in Hand. Das hat ein Fenrir. Effekt Mirror Jet.
Utilize his Mirror Jade effect, and it actually sounds like Steven is going to concede here.
Yeah, so Steven certainly, Luca certainly didn't want the effect of the Fenrir to resolve, allowing Steven to extend his field further. So
ja, das war schnell. Und dadurch ist das Match auch schon vorbei, weil jetzt haben die beiden gewonnen, Hermann und Steven, die haben hier gewonnen. Und dadurch geht halt das Team. Dann werde ich nochmal kurz frisch losschnappen und wir sehen uns gleich und gucken gleich ein paar weitere Yugi-Videos an. Wir werden uns mal ein Kastiera-Deck angucken, um mal zu gucken, was da genauso gespielt wird von Gewinner-Decklisten. Und was anderes an. Ja, Mirror ist mal eine gute Karte, ja. Aber wenn der Gegner halt nichts macht, dann gewinnst du halt instant. Die ist gleich.
And it's a lot of fun to cheer on the team that you know and that you're rooting for and see how they do throughout the course of the tournament.
But with that being said, I think we're going to go to a short break before we look at our player interviews for our winning team here at the Round 2 feature match.
Are we good? That's what I was going to do, but he showed me evenly. Because like, I have to get him to use Baron first, and then I can trust, because he evenly is me. Yeah. That's unfortunate.
So, Essen mitgebracht, Kinder, damit ich auch wieder gleich fit bin. Und dann würde ich sagen, was machen wir zuerst? Das Video haben wir schon angeguckt. Ich würde sagen, wir gucken uns ein Deck-Profile von Kastira an, oder? Hier von Hakuna Matata. Und mal gucken, was Kastira so aktuell im Deck hat. Vielleicht findet ihr was Spannendes.
Game, we just finished undefeated with Kastira. How are you liking the deck?
I mean, the deck's really fun, but it loses to like everything. But I got a little lucky to add your shifter a lot. So.
All right, well, let's get right to the list.
All right. So the Kastiras, got 3 unicorn.
Macht Sinn, ja.
Starter in the deck is searches Theosis or Birth. You basically search Birth if you have Fenrir in hand, or you search Theosis if you don't have access to the other Kastiras. Obviously Fenrir. This card's the best one of the best board breaking cards in the game.
3 Stück.
You know, it's part of the engine. Pretty explanatory. The new cards, 3 Rise Heart, and I'm playing 1 Scareclaw and 1 Tear Cash.
Okay, standard.
Yeah, pretty standard. Rise Heart. Honestly, you can take this down to 2 because in testing, sometimes you get brick a lot on this card, but
okay.
Overall, I think scene 3 is fine because like sometimes you see Rise Heart plus Birth can also combo as well. And the idea is like you just want to have combo plus hand traps in this deck to really beat your opponent. You definitely need Scareclaw Cash. Arguably, you can take out Tear Cash if you want to fit in more space for hand traps. Or
schön hier die Super Rare aus dem
Scareclaw
YCS.
Cash to deal with like stuff like Baguska, and it outs like stuff like Abramax. It has an effect where if a Cash monster battles a monster, it gets negated until the end of the turn after. So you definitely want both. A lot of times though, Tear Cash is really good though, because if you get lucky, you can mill something and then you can birth it back.
Und das Kastira muss keinen Depp angreifen, das ist ganz cool.
It's nice to have the extenders. Next for the hand traps, obviously 3 of the best hand trap. I'm not sure if I'm going to be main decking this next format, mainly because like branded,
Macht nicht viel Sinn, ja.
Like a lot of decks can like play through it or like aren't like heavily tampered by it, but at least at locals for now, shifter worth playing. For the other hand traps, it's 3 Ash and 3 Imperm.
Standard.
Oh, sorry.
No nib?
No nib in the main, because like it's like kind of annoying to remove your own token or sorry, your own Nibiru, because like you have to have a normal summon and then link it off for Donner, which I mean at that point like I just didn't think it was worth it. I'm not even playing Nib because I feel like there's better cards to side against this deck, which I'll explain later in the side. But total is 9 hand traps, and then the only other board breaker is 3 Lava Golem in the main. I see a lot of lists not playing this card. This card, if anything, after this ban list, is probably one of the best board breakers in the format. You don't need your normal summon in this deck very often, and then this can like just win you games. The last trap is Big Bang. It's kind of a brick if you open it, but if you do open it, you just search Tear Cash or Scareclaw Cash instead of Rise Heart, part of your full combo. It has a very niche evenly effect, which does come up, but yeah, it's pretty good. For spells, you play 4 the field spell. This is Perlerino at home, but you know, still a very good field spell. You get a pop with it.
Eine gute Karte auf jeden Fall.
3 Theosis and 3 Birth. A lot of people were changing the ratios, either like 2 Theosis or 3 or 2 Birth. The reason why I played 6 is just because, first of all, it's like consistency. Arguably, if anything, you could take out 1 Birth, but like even that, like Birth is probably your strongest card because like if you like get like board broken, if you have a Birth on the field still, like you can just instantly win the game after because you can special summon Unicorn and OTK your opponent. Theosis, I also still like F3 regardless because it's kind of your recursion. So like you can part of your combo banish Theosis from graveyard with Tear Cash or Scareclaw Cash, and then add back Big Bang or one of your cards for follow up.
So when you get Nibiru, what's sort of like your follow up play?
Hopefully you have Birth to summon something, or it kind of like depends on which point they Nibiru you. Most of them, like a good player will probably Nibiru you at the very end of your combo because this deck doesn't make a single negate. So at that point, it's kind of tough because you use most of your resources. Lastly, 3 Prosperity, 3 Econ.
Insane. Oh, Econ wird in so viel Decks gespielt.
In this deck, you can banish cards like the Infinite Track Goliath, which
aber bin ich übrigens der Einzige, den das richtig nervt, wenn die Karten so nach oben rutschen. Das geht mir richtig auf den Sack, wenn ich mir das angucke. Das ist halt mega nervig, wenn die so nach oben rutschen. Ne? Das ist halt richtig ätzend.
Later, but also you just want to dig for your good cards. You can dig for Lava Golem as well. Yeah. I side this out in the mirror because you don't want to get your deck banished for 14 in the mirror. And then Econ. This is something that my friends and I came up with to play against Tier originally because it played around Sulik and Meta Noise. But even with that out of the format, this card is like your #1 way to deal with like problematic boss monsters and like stuff like the Ibly lock on your field, like or regardless, just like anything that like would hurt your play. This like helps you with, and it can go first or second as relevancy. For the extra deck, pretty standard: 2 Shangri-La, 2 Arise Heart.
Ooh, Starlight.
Yeah, I'm 4. Anyways, pretty standard. You want to play 2 of each so you don't get ripped in the mirror.
Yeah, makes sense.
Only 1 Diabolosis. You don't need 2. Like, you're not making this going second at all in the mirror. And, yeah. 1 Big Eye, 1 Dark Armed, 1 Draco Sack. These are kind of your cards. This is really good in the mirror. Arguably, if anything, you could change the extra deck. You play this at 2 because you don't want to get this ripped in the mirror. But I was just finding with the extra deck space that I just kind of wanted to play the 1 and just rely on my own main deck engine to beat the mirror. This is really, really good. A lot of people aren't playing this card. This card banishes any card from your graveyard to pop a card. So you can banish cards like Theosis and Big Bang and trigger them. And then Draco Sack is your easiest way to make Zeus because it can't be short by back. 2 Zeus, pretty self-explanatory. You don't want to get it ripped in the mirror. 1 of the time card. It's probably the worst time card in the game because it loses to Imperm. And then finally, the links. I'm playing 2 Lingaribo because if you get Ibly locked in this deck, you need them to not rip the Lingaribo out to outed. You need Donner if they nib you to like play, or like if you get a monster on your field, you want to like some plays you can do is like Econ and then summon a monster, link off into this, pop this in a monster, and then special unicorn to like continue your combo.
Okay.
And then Goliath is strictly for prosperity. You equip it up to a Riser and it can't be destroyed. Funny enough, Zeus is also a machine, so if you drop Zeus on top of the Riser with this equip, it can't be destroyed by card effects. Finally, the side deck. 3 Ibly. There's been a lot of discussion on like what's the best way to deal with Nib in this deck. I just think it's Ibly because like you don't usually use your normal summon in this deck, and like it has interruption on your opponent. There's a fun stuff you can do where you pop your own Lingaribo in the standby and summon all your seasoned defense so they can't switch to attack and crash into it. But yeah, it plays around Nib and it's something to out. 3 Lancia. This is mainly for the mirror, but also there's just a lot of decks in the format that are hit by it. Like, for example,
Spear.
Yeah. I think it's worth playing mainly for the mirror because I think, if anything, when you play this deck, you can prepare for stuff like Nib with like Ibly, or you can prepare for like other cards, but like Lancia you really can't prepare for because they can activate even under Shifter. 3 Sphere Mode again. I think the approach.
Oh, die zeigen so ein bisschen was von den anderen Games. Nice.
Picking hard of the cards. It's game #1 here at our 5th round of Swiss at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here at Pasadena, California. Beautiful Pasadena.
Ach, Pasadena, okay. Ja.
So we're going to actually be having.
Also Mart, juckt nicht, weiter geht's.
Approach to play this deck is like using your normal summon to board break. You don't main it because you get bricky at that point, but again for combo decks, you just drop this and you just win. You need 3 Lightning Storm for Lab because I think Lab will be a much played deck in this format, and like they play Floodgates that kill this deck, and Spell Traps also just hurt this deck. And then finally, 3 Judgment.
Okay.
Mainly to hit Book of Eclipse, you know, evenly. Again, this deck loses to literally everything. So you need these awesome cards to like sometimes win you the game.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the profile. Any last shoutouts?
Ja, okay, spannend auf jeden Fall. Das ist halt von dem alten noch, ne? Vom alten Format noch. Wenn es irgendwas Spannendes ist, uns angucken können. Ja, wenn ihr irgendwelche Sachen habt, die ich mir angucken soll, guckt auf jeden Fall mal rein. Dass wir da reingucken können. Dass wir das zum Angucken haben. Aber ich glaube, ich würde sagen, ich zeige euch zuerst mal mein Sprite-Deck. Wie ich das aktuell so spiele. Mein Sprite-Rune-Deck ist jetzt auch nichts Weltbewegendes, aber ich dachte mir so, okay, jetzt euch zu zeigen, das schadet ja auf jeden Fall nicht. Dass wir da kurz mal reingucken können. Ich gehe mal ganz kurz hier runter zu meiner Kamera. Wenn ich die finde. Ah, spannend, dass auch ein Video nicht nehmen könnte. Da ist die Webcam. Dann gehen wir mal ganz kurz runter zu dem View, der uns auch hilft. Zack. Damit ihr quasi einmal seht, wie ich Decks so spielen möchte. Ist halt nicht so der beste View, den man so haben kann, aber ich denke mal, das sollte reichen, damit ihr mal seht, was das Deck so machen soll. Oder wie es spielen möchte. Also, das ist, denke ich, klar, ne? 3 Blue, 3 Jet. Hat sich ja nicht geändert. Die Ratio ist halt komplett fein so. Wenn ihr halt Runic spielt, habt ihr halt genau diese Karten hier, die helfen euch quasi einfach zu spielen. Das ist schon mal viel wert. Dann spiele ich immer noch die Nimble Engine und das ist der Punkt, an dem ich quasi überlege, ob ich die quasi nicht mehr spiele. Weil die geben dir halt viele Karten, viele Monster, aber an sich brauchst du die ganzen Monster eigentlich gar nicht, um zu spielen. Und du kriegst sie auch nicht mehr zurück. Weil ich spiele keinen Tod mehr in der Liste und ja, das also fühlt sich irgendwie so nach Win More an, brauchst du eigentlich nicht, aber ich mag's. Ich spiele noch 2 andere Karten, einmal die Schere und einmal Epiria. Epiria ist eine Karte, die ich liebe. Einfach Draw One, einfach easy as dead. Und die Schere kannst du mit Sprint senden und wenn du eine Karte zerstörst, kannst du die Spezial beschwören, die zerstört noch ein Monster vom Gegner. Ja, ist eine okay Karte und dann hast du halt Level 2 Monster auf dem Feld, das ist auch nicht verkehrt. Und wenn du die ganzen Runic-Karten zerstörst, ja viele Karten, deswegen kommt das halt auf. Für die ganzen Runic-Karten relativ simpel, also was halt Feuer, das ist der, der es zerstören kann, der zerstört Spell-Traps, der sucht jede Runic-Karte, das ist eine Karte, die du eigentlich immer aktivieren kannst, wenn irgendein Monster auf dem Feld ist, das ist wichtig. Dann hast du die Karte, die was negieren kann, eine der besten Karten. Dann hast du noch die beiden anderen Karten, die theoretisch aufkommen können, aber mit der Karte, die was banishen kann vom Gegner und eine Karte, die was von der Hand rippen kann, wenn er sich was geaddet hat. Das sind so die Runic-Karten, die immer aktiv sind und dann spielst du halt noch 2-mal halt den Feedspell, weil du ihn halt immer 2-mal brauchst. Ganz wichtig. Und dann spiele ich aktuell halt noch 3-mal die hier. Einfach weil du ohne 11 keinen Ressourcen-Game mehr hast und die helfen dir, deine ganzen Monster wieder ins Deck zu packen. Nicht mal unbedingt die Main-Deck-Monster, sondern auch die Side-Deck-Monster. Also die Ex-Deck-Monster. Damit du halt diese ganzen Karten immer wieder resolven kannst. Das ist schon irgendwie hilfreich. Ich bin mir noch nicht ganz sicher, ob ich es halt so spielen möchte. Es fühlt sich auf jeden Fall aktuell nicht schlecht an. Dann hast du halt noch 3 Starter und halt die beiden Karten für deine für Sprite Jet. Man könnte halt überlegen, ob man halt in Runic halt weniger davon spielt und halt auch Jet weniger spielt. Aber ich persönlich bin der Meinung, ich habe ganz gern mehr von den Monstern, damit ich mehr machen kann. Und dann halt ein paar Runic-Karten. Und das ist der Punkt, das sind aktuell 43 Karten. Und ich glaube, ich hätte sie gern weniger als 43 Karten. Aber da teste ich halt gerade noch ein bisschen rum. Und zum Testen ist ganz gut, wenn du halt ein paar mehr Karten spielst. Und dann gegebenenfalls runterzukarten auf die Karten, die du vielleicht nicht brauchst. Das Extra-Deck selber ist erstmal Standard, da ist nicht viel passiert. Du hast halt immer noch deine 4 Runic-Monster, die du halt beschwörst. Der Gary, der holt dir halt die Feedspell vom Grave zurück. Und die graben die halt aus dem Deck und können dann theoretisch eine Anhalt discarden, was ganz nice ist. Ja. Ich spiele immer noch einen Dark, weil das kann immer noch aufkommen, dass der Dark relevant wird. Dann spielen wir die beste Karte im Deck, das ist halt Sprint. Mit Masquerena. Und dann spiele ich Evermax. Wobei ich wahrscheinlich überlege, da Abomination zu spielen. Plus Evermax, weil du halt dann mehr machen kannst als nur das hier. Dann Mannequin Cat, eine richtig gute Karte. Ich habe noch keine Super Rare, also wenn mich mal entschieden möchte, gib Gas. Und dann den Ginbuster, Onimaru, die 2 Gigantic. Und ich spiele aktuell noch den komischen Mosquito-Ding und halt Zeus. Wobei das auch beides Karten sind, die man theoretisch halt karten könnte. Ich habe die Überlegung halt gemacht, Zeus trotzdem zu spielen und halt für den halt Abomination zu spielen, die etwas zerstören kann, das kommt halt auf. Ist halt schwierig zu sagen, was du halt genau machen möchtest. Ja, das ist quasi das Sprite-Deck. Aktuell wird Main-Decks und Extra-Deck. Ich habe aktuell noch kein Side-Deck. Aber that's it. Ich hoffe, ihr habt was gelernt. Ups. Und habt nichts vergessen, was ich gesagt habe. Ist auf jeden Fall ein cooles Deck. Also wenn ihr ein Deck spielen möchtet, was halt was tut, spielt das. Das ist ganz cool. Aber das Schöne im neuen Format ist halt, dass sehr viele Karten playable sind, sehr viele Decks wieder spielbar sind. Wenn ihr halt eine Möglichkeit findet, halt Kastierer irgendwie aufzuhalten, wenn ihr eure ganzen Karten banishen, weil das halt ein bisschen nervig ist. Ja, das dazu. Dann gucken wir mal, ob wir ein Video finden können, was wir uns angucken können. Was irgendwie interessant ist. Wenn ihr ein interessantes Video habt, sagt Bescheid. Okay. Irgendein Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, der cool ist. Ja, was gibt's denn? Weil hier passiert ja aktuell nicht so viel. Wir warten immer noch auf die nächste Runde. Die zeigen uns schon das andere Game hier. Da ist ein Elf, der ist verboten. Dim. Gibt es irgendwas, was wir uns angucken können? Führerprüfungen. Also wenn ihr irgendwas zu sagen habt, haut raus. Ich höre mir alles an, auch euer Hottext, gerne. Irgendwas wird es schon geben. Ja, war irgendwas. Ja, nicht so, okay. Aber ich glaube, ich habe was Interessantes gefunden. Ja, das können wir uns mal angucken gleich. Gehen wir gleich da rein. Denn es gibt einen deutschen YouTuber, der hat so eine Art Film gemacht. Und das möchte ich mir gleich mal angucken. Ich glaube, der ist ein bisschen cringy, aber ich glaube, cringy ist in dem Fall gut. Ist halt Yugi-Content, der kann ruhig ein bisschen cringy sein. Ja, dann gucken wir doch mal. Ja, das gucken wir uns mal an. Das könnte ganz spannend sein. Zumindest irgendwie witzig. Dann gucken wir mal an hier. Das hat Yu-Gi-Oh! Real Life Movie The Cyberspace Incident. Das kam letzten Monat raus. Geht 1 Stunde 19, damit können wir auf jeden Fall ein bisschen Zeit überbrücken. Ich habe gesehen, ja, am Anfang gibt es ein kleines Intro. Das braucht man nicht. Sondern ich glaube, ab hier geht es richtig los. Mehr weiß ich noch nicht. Ich weiß, dass sich das Hobbyliga im Stream angeguckt hat. Gehe ich regelmäßig auf Locals. Ich schaff's einfach nicht. Also ich würde gern jede Woche hingehen, aber ich schaff's einfach nicht, auf Locals zu gehen. Wenn ich auf Locals gehe, gehe ich nach Essen. Also ich wohne ja in Essen und das bietet sich für mich halt an. Ja, habt ihr Bock auf das Cyberspace Incident von Schmirko? Ich habe kurz ein bisschen reingeguckt gehabt, es war ein bisschen cringig und ich habe das Gefühl, das könnte cool sein. Dann würde ich sagen, let's go. Wir gucken immer wieder rein, wann es hier weitergeht, dass wir da quasi auch genug sehen werden. Ist das ein Boot? Ja, ich bin Europakind, Olibaba. Er ist in der Innenstadt. Special Effects. Im Wasser getroffen. Legende. Let's go. Ein Goat-Deck? Nein. Ich habe damals Goat gespielt, als Goat draußen war.
Nachricht von Konami Hauptquartier. Status wichtig. Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung der Nachricht. Neue Nachricht von Konami Hauptquartier.
Konami möchte gerne was sagen über die Duel, das ist crazy.
Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung der
War das eine Alufolie?
Wichtig. Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung der Nachricht. Neue Nachricht von Konami Hauptquartier. Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung der
Jo, Alufolie. Also mir so aus, crazy.
Neue Nachricht von Konami Hauptquartier. Status wichtig. Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung der Nachricht. Neue Nachricht von Konami Hauptquartier. Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung der Nachricht. Neue Nachricht von Konami Hauptquartier. Erbitte sofortige Empfangsbestätigung.
Okay. Und er macht es einfach weiter. Legende. Schade, die Nachricht von Konami. Aber vielleicht ist ja eine Banlist draußen, Digga. Du kannst doch nicht einfach die Nachricht wegmachen. Creepy. Ich finde es bei übrigens toll, dass sich manche mit dem Hobby so stark auseinandersetzen, dass sie dafür irgendwie, dass ich einen 2-Stunden-Film irgendwie raushauen. Finde ich irgendwie funny.
Mal sehen, was die jetzt wollen. Es könnte endlich die Zeit gekommen sein für den neuen Kartentypen.
Interesting.
Guten Tag, Schmirko. Wo immer Sie gerade sind, ich hoffe sehr, dass Sie meine Nachricht schnell ansehen. Wir benötigen Ihre Hilfe. Bei uns im Firmenzentrum ging gestern die Meldung.
Ich finde es halt funny, dass hier mehr von dem Körper zu sehen ist, als hier. Das ist funny.
Ein, dass eine neue Familie an Monstern entdeckt wurde. Eine recht starke Energiequelle wies auf den Standort der Monster hin. Diese Kreaturen gehören zu den berühmten Phantomrittern. Sie besitzen das Potenzial, ein recht interessantes Deckthema zu werden. Doch wir haben jetzt ein Problem. Die komplette Gruppe der Entdecker der Phantomritter ist seitdem spurlos verschwunden. Jede Kontaktaufnahme verlief erfolglos.
Schade.
Wir haben bislang leider keine Ahnung, ob die Monster selbst damit zu tun haben oder ob sie entwendet wurden. Deshalb gab es eine Krisensitzung im Firmenrat, Anordnung von Obersten.
Das ist jetzt hier viel näher ran als hier. Crazy. Konami.
Die Priorität, sowohl die Leute als auch die neuen Phantomritter zu lokalisieren. Ich habe vorgeschlagen, sie auf die Suche zu schicken, doch der Rat hat beschlossen, die Verantwortung BC und seinen Leuten zu übertragen. Der Rat behauptet, sie wären zu beschäftigt, die Götterkarten zu schützen. Ich persönlich glaube aber, dass sie im Umgang mit neu entdeckten.
Also er schützt die Götterkarten und hat keine Zeit dafür, die Mission zu machen für Konami, die Phantomritter zu suchen. Interessante Storyline auf jeden Fall, okay.
Deshalb bitte ich Sie inoffiziell, finden Sie diese Leute und bringen Sie sie sicher nach Hause. Ich habe für Sie
So langsam könnte es aber weitergehen.
vorbereitet. Das zum direkten Standort.
Warum kann diese Firma sich nicht mit mittelstarken Monstern zufrieden geben, anstatt sich selber in Schwierigkeiten zu bringen? Aber ich will nicht so sein. Die Götterkarten sind nach der Weltmeisterschaft nun wieder in meinem Besitz und erstmal gut versteckt. Somit kann ich mich ungehindert auf die Suche nach den Entdeckern machen. Und nach den Phantomrittern. Immerhin hat die Dame eine Karte mit dem zuletzt gemeldeten Standort gesendet.
Also mal krass, wie lange das dauert, bis die nächste Runde wieder kommt, ey. Wir sind seit 2 Stunden live, haben jetzt eine Runde gesehen.
Und durch dieses Portal komme ich direkt dorthin. Laut den Koordinaten müsste der Standort der Gruppe irgendwo im Urwald liegen. Hoffentlich geht es ihnen gut.
Geht's den Karten gut?
Aber falls ihnen jemand zuvorgekommen ist, sollten sich die schon mal auf eine Lektion gefasst machen. Okay, na dann los.
Ja, Messer Memories könnte mal komplett raus, das stimmt wohl, ja. Interesting.
Hey, was zum...
Was ist los? Wo bin ich hier?
Geht der Duelist nicht kaputt? Interesting. Hat der eine Lederhose an? Crazy. Nein, die ist aus Vibranium. You never know. Alter, guck mal, er ist ja richtig strong.
Oh, Mann, war das ein Ritt. Aber was ist das hier für ein Ort? Fast eine Art virtuelle Welt. Sehr seltsam. Sollte die Karte fehlerhaft sein? Nein, das bezweifle ich. So wie ich das sehe, gibt es nur zwei Möglichkeiten. Entweder die Dame ist eine Spionin und arbeitet gar nicht bei der Firma, oder jemand anders steckt dahinter, der den ganzen Vorgang manipuliert hat.
Ja, anders kann ja auch nicht sein.
Falls es hier jemanden gibt, der für das Ganze verantwortlich ist, dann zeig dich. Es würde mich nicht überraschen. Also hör auf, dich zu verstecken, wer immer du bist.
Gratulation, Wächter.
Argument.
Nun, da du hier bist, wird es Zeit, dass du für das bezahlst, was du getan hast.
Was soll denn
Was
sagen?
meinst du mit hier? Und wer bist du überhaupt?
Jemand, der dafür sorgt, dass nun dein letztes Stücklein schlägt.
Oh, Ei. Oder Nico-Talker. Nico-Talker.
Nett, dass du mir hier Gesellschaft leistest. Auf Dauer fühlt man sich an diesem Ort doch recht einsam.
Spar dir das Gelaber.
Was eine Team-YCS ist, relativ einfach erklärt. Du spielst mit zwei anderen Leuten, ihr seid ein Dreierteam und spielt gegen ein anderes Team. Jeder spielt sein eigenes Match. Wenn ihr von eurem Team eure Matches gespielt habt und ihr habt 2 von 3 Matches gewonnen, weil ihr spielt ja 3 Stück, dann seid ihr weiter. Relativ einfach. Also langsam könnte es ja auch mal weitergehen.
Es wäre besser für dich, du lässt die Leute und die Monster sofort frei. Und ich hoffe für dich, dass es ihnen gut geht.
Nico-Talker, Endboss.
Da du durch meine Hände in diese Welt gebracht wurdest, bezweifle ich, dass du in der Position bist, Forderungen zu stellen. Nur ich allein kenne den Weg hinaus. Doch
Hat nicht Nico-Talker so Schulterpolster noch? Ja.
aufgrund unserer letzten Begegnung bin ich gänzlich abgeneigt, es dir zu sagen.
Wer bist
Schon mal
du?
getroffen?
Du kennst mich nicht. Nun, ich mache dir keinen Vorwurf. Aber du erinnerst dich sicher noch an den großen Schattenkrieg vor all diesen Jahren. Damals wurde uns Schattenkreaturen die einmalige Möglichkeit geboten, die Welt untertan zu machen. Ja, du hast richtig gehört. Ich bin ein Veteran aus jenem Ereignis. Eine der vielen Schattenkreaturen, die dazugehören. Wir wurden einander nie vorgestellt, aber ich habe dich genau gesehen. Man nennt mich Lord Tuonschein.
Oh nein, der Schattenkrieg 2009.
Wie nennt man den? Keine Ahnung. Nehmen wir Ah, cooles Projekt auf jeden Fall. Aber wir sind jetzt bei 12 Minuten und ich habe noch keinen Plan, worum es geht irgendwie.
Ein historisches Ereignis zu einer Zeit, als Duellieren ein gefährlicher Prozess wurde. Durch das Erscheinen der ersten Schattenkreaturen. Das war ein Grund, weshalb ich meine Duellantenkarriere beendet habe.
So hat man dich also bei Konami in den Himmel gelobt? Hat man dich befördert? Zum Wächter der 3 heiligen Karten?
Was soll die feine Einspielung? Sag, was willst du, Tuonschein?
Damals waren wir eine riesige Armee von Schattenlords, bereit, dieser Welt das Flüchten zu
Bitte, bitte.
Aber du hast uns aufgehalten. Zusammen mit einer Gruppe aus nicht einmal einem Dutzend Duellanten. Nach diesem heftigen Krieg blieben nur wenige Schattenlords am Leben, die sich für das erste
sind schon draußen, cool.
Mich eingeschlossen. Aber dies ist nicht der alleinige Grund, weshalb ich dich heute aufsuche. Während der Schlacht wurden wir von unserem Anführer geleitet. Er wollte uns zum Sieg führen. Eine Schattenkreatur mit einer Macht, wie niemand anderes sie hatte. Der Schattenimperator.
Okay.
Du kennst ihn noch gut, Schmirko. Denn du hast ihn damals konfrontiert. Ein heftiger Kampf entbrannte zwischen euch. Und allein wegen des Ausgangs dieses Kampfes bin ich heute hier. Du hast den Schattenimperator getötet.
Mit der Duel Disc? Holy shit, Alter, die ist ja richtig mächtig, Mann. Wer hat gesagt, die ist das Vibranium? Alter, holy shit.
Die Welt ist eine bessere ohne ihn. Würde er heute noch existieren, würde das Reich der Schatten die Erde
Das Vibranium auf jeden
nicht
Fall.
die Menschen.
Easy, Mann.
Und genau wegen deiner Handlung bin ich heute hier. Als die Entdecker der Phantomritter auftauchten, musste ich einfach handeln. Ich sorgte dafür,
Egal, ist aus einfach aus beidem.
Und verbannte sich in den Cyberspace, damit die Firma eine Suchaktion startet.
Ein Cyberspace?
Natürlich war klar, dass du bald auf der Bildfläche erscheinst. Dank der unbewussten sowie unfreiwilligen Unterstützung der Konami-Assistentin konnte ich ihr Portal unbemerkt umändern.
Und so bin ich hier gelandet. Aber was soll das alles?
Ganz einfach. Du hast meinen Meister auf dem Gewissen. Das Wesen, das mich so mächtig gemacht hat, wie ich jetzt bin. Und ich werde meine Rache in seinem Namen beenden.
Und wenn ich mich weigere, behältst du dann die Entdecker und die Monster in diesem digitalen Universum?
Ganz recht. Du musst wissen, dieser Cyberspace ist kein Bestandteil der Welt, die du kennst. Niemand kann ihn einfach so verlassen. Nur ich kenne den Weg, wie du ihm entkommen kannst.
Ja, schade.
Den verrate ich dir nur, wenn du mich in einem digitalen Schattenduell schlägst.
Ein digitales Schattenduell.
Na gut, wie wäre es damit? Wenn ich gewinne, lässt du uns alle von hier wieder frei. Aber wenn ich verliere, kannst du meine Seele hier im Cyberspace behalten. Doch ich versichere dir, nicht mein Verstand wird digitalisiert werden.
Du hast dich kein bisschen verändert. Mutige Forderungen. Ich akzeptiere sie. Doch mir scheint, du hast noch keine Ahnung, was es mit diesem Cyberspace auf sich hat.
Was meinst du?
Mir ist bekannt, dass du mit deinem Deck eine enge Bindung teilst. Allerdings wird dir das hier wenig helfen. Denn innerhalb dieser Dimension ist es...
Das ist echt langatmig, ne? Kommt mir nur so vor, oder? Also, die Erklärung geht ja seit 5 Minuten und irgendwie braucht man irgendwie die Hälfte der Erklärung nicht, damit der Film funktioniert. Ja. Also ist auf jeden Fall von der Idee her cool gemacht, so, auch mit dem Tico-Talk und Scheiß. Aber es ist halt also storytechnisch ist das sehr langatmig.
Es ist verboten, Monster zu spielen, die keine Cyberus-Monster sind.
No.
Aha, Cyberus-Monster sagen dir nichts. Nur dieser Cyberspace ist die Heimat von sogenannten digitalen Monstern, die sich Link-Monster nennen. Ein neuer Kartentyp, der bald in das Spiel der echten Welt aufgenommen werden soll.
Ein bisschen.
Alle anderen Kreaturen, die nicht von hier stammen, können nicht aufgerufen werden. Aber keine Sorge, dir steht es frei, ein neues Deck zu erstellen.
Und wie erstellen?
Damit. Oh, noch ein Hinweis, bevor du deine Karten aussuchst. Wir werden
Einfach der Plot von dem, jetzt halt hier, wo die da bei Noah waren in dem Ding. Ja, spannend irgendwie. Angler. Weiter geht's.
uns nicht auf die normale Art duellieren, die du kennst. Dies wird ein Dimensionsduell.
Dimensionsduell, ich habe davon gehört.
Da wird eine Karte.
Diese Form von Duell wurde seit Ewigkeiten nicht mehr verwendet.
Die Regeln sind simpel. Anstatt Normalbeschwörungen führen wir Dimensionsbeschwörungen durch. Der Vorteil ist, dass hochstufige, mächtige Monster keinen Tribut zum Aufrufen benötigen. Dazu können wir die Power unserer Monster mit der Kraft unseres Geistes bestimmen, solange wir nicht über die Grund-ATK und DEF hinausgehen. Nun wähle deinen neuen Monster.
Brauchen aber auf jeden Fall mal ein Reprint, und zwar ein Super Rare. Easy. Ich hätte auch gerne Carrot als Super Rare. Ich habe jetzt ja hier Red als Super Rare aus dem OTS. Aber mir fehlt immer noch Carrot. Ich finde es halt jetzt irgendwie weird, dass jetzt nur Carrot und Pixies halt noch keine Super Rare haben. Ich hätte gerne mein ganzes Deck Shiny. Let's go.
Aber wähle weise.
Kein Problem. Leider kenne ich kaum eine dieser Kreaturen. Seltsam. Es gibt eine
Wieso kaum? Müsstest du doch eigentlich gar keine davon kennen. Gibt's doch gar nicht.
Menge Monster in diesem Kartenpool, doch kaum eines von ihnen hat einigermaßen hohe ATK. Wie es aussieht, muss ich mich mit den schwachen Monstern zufrieden geben.
Er sollte sich keine Hoffnung machen. Zwar können wir beide aus Kartenpools Monster wählen, doch sie sind nicht identisch. Die meisten mächtigsten Monster befinden sich alle in meinem Kartenpool. Dafür habe ich gesorgt. Wenn dieses Duell beginnt, wird Schmirko mit einem Haufen lauter Schwächlinge antreten. Und die wenigen starken Monster, die er besitzt, werde ich im Nu erledigt haben. Dieses Duell habe ich so gut wie gewonnen. Und dann werde ich das Werk meines Meisters vollenden. Lass uns beginnen.
Von mir aus gern. Ich habe meine Wahl getroffen. Duell.
Du darfst den Anfang machen. Vielleicht brauchst du etwas Einarbeitung in deine neuen digitalen Helfer.
Keine Sorge. Ich kann dir jetzt schon sagen, dass ich in diesem Duell nicht viele Angriffe starten werde.
Oh, das betrübt mich zu hören. Liegt es daran, dass deine Monster nicht die stärksten sind?
Mir war sofort klar, dass unsere Kartenpools unfair aufgeteilt wurden. Du bist daran schuld, Holt.
Komisch.
Doch wenn du sagst, ich hätte mich nicht verändert, solltest du wissen, dass mich solche Spielereien nicht aufhalten werden. Los geht's. Zuerst spiele ich meine Zauberkarte Gedankengang. Du hast gesagt, dass Nicht-Cybermonster hier verboten sind. Dies gilt aber nicht für die meisten Zauber- und Fallenkarten. Und jetzt nenne eine Stufe.
Glücksjunge. Stufe 7.
Pech gehabt. Die oberste Karte meines Decks ist ja Stufe 1 Monster Dateneichel. Und wenn die beschworen wird, kann ich noch einen Dateneichel-Spielmarken dazu rufen. Falls er tatsächlich plant, massenhaft Link-Monster zu rufen, muss ich ihn sofort ausbremsen.
Aber ich dachte, du kennst das doch gar nicht, weil das neu ist. Hä? Woher weißt du denn, was das ist? Das macht doch gar keinen Sinn.
Diesen setze ich noch 3 Karten verdeckt und beende damit meinen Zug.
Ein sehr bescheidener Eröffnungszug. Sieh zu, wie man es richtig macht. Ich beschwöre die Bugkäfer und seine ATK maximiere ich sofort. Sobald er aufs Feld kommt, kann ich mir Buffalo von meinem Deck auf die Hand suchen.
Tu dir keinen Zwang an, aber vorher kette ich Metaversum und Eskalation der Monarchen an. Eins nach dem anderen. Dank Eskalation der Monarchen kann ich jetzt eine Tributbeschwörung durchführen. Deshalb opfere ich jetzt meine schwächere Spielmarke und
What the fuck? Das, hä?
im Austausch dafür spiele ich meinen Unterbrechungsbeschränker.
Mir scheint, du hast die Regeln nicht ganz verstanden. Schon vergessen? Du kannst hochstufige Monster per Dimensionsbeschwörung ohne Tribut aufrufen. Also warum opferst du deine Spielmarke für ein Monster? Noch dazu eins mit 0 ATK.
Warte bis zum Ende, denn jetzt kommt mein Metaversum zum Einsatz. Dadurch kann ich jetzt einen beliebigen Spielfeldzauber von meinem Deck aus aktivieren. Aber nicht irgendein Spielfeldzauber. Ich bin mir vollkommen sicher, dass du versuchst, mich mit einem Haufen Link-Monster zu überrennen. Deshalb unterbinde ich das Ganze mit Domäne der wahren Monarchen.
Was soll das werden?
Nur diese Karte habe ich speziell für dieses Duell in mein Deck aufgenommen. Da diese Welt hier das Zuhause der Link-Monster ist, war mir klar, dass du sie als Hauptstrategie gegen mich einsetzen würdest. Solange ich ein Monster kontrolliere, das Tribut beschworen wurde, blockiert meine Domäne für den Rest dieses Duells ein gesamtes Extra-Deck. Was bedeutet, deine Link-Monster sind somit nutzlos.
Aber dieser Effekt kommt mit einem Haken. Er ist nur aktiv, solange du selbst keine Extra-Deck-Monster besitzt. Willst du mir etwa erzählen, dass du dir für dein neues Deck kein einziges Silk-Exit oder ein Link-Monster ausgewählt hast?
Diese Monster und ein Extra-Deck werde ich nicht benötigen, Chuo-chan. Und hier ist noch eine Information für dich. Im Verlauf dieses Duells werde ich kaum einen Angriff starten. Also wie ich dich besiegen werde, darüber darfst du dir gerne den Kopf zerbrechen.
Interessant.
Okay. Komm schon, Leute. Also ich finde es irgendwie interessant, aber irgendwie auch ein bisschen weird. Storytechnisch ist das ein bisschen komisch. Und es ist auch sehr lang erklärt. Also man kriegt so ein bisschen das Feeling von Yugi, aber das ist halt trotzdem so ein bisschen zu wenig strukturiert. Kommt mir das ein bisschen vor.
Aber ich brauche deine Strategie nicht zu kennen, um dich zu erledigen, Wächter. Dass du so schwache Monster besitzt, wird dein Ende sein. Los, die Bugkäfer. Vernichte sein Unterbrechungsbeschränker.
Daraus wird nichts. Ich decke Sicherheitsblock auf. Diese Karte schützt mein Monster für den Rest dieses Spielzuges vor der Zerstörung. Und außerdem verliere ich keine Lebenspunkte.
Ein verzweifelter Rettungsversuch. Ich setze 2 Karten verdeckt und du bist dran.
Mit Vergnügen.
Eskalation der Monarchen mit meinem Feldzauber war ein guter Anfang. Doch dies reicht nur zu meinem Schutz. Zwar habe ich eine Strategie, um dieses Duell zu beenden, aber bis jetzt habe ich noch keine Karte, um in die Offensive zu gehen.
Zuerst setze ich Unterbrechungsbeschränker und Dateneichel in Verteidigungsposition. Dann lege ich Eskalation der Monarchen weg, um meinen magischen Pflanzer zu aktivieren. Dadurch kann ich jetzt 2 Karten von meinem Deck ziehen. Mach dich bereit, Chuo-chan, denn es wird Zeit, etwas die Regeln zu ändern. Mit der Zauberkarte begrenzte Karten.
Was willst du damit?
Für einen Veteran stellst du recht viele Fragen. Du kennst die Regel, dass wir am Ende unseres Zuges so lange Karten abwerfen müssen, bis wir nur noch 6 Handkarten halten. Meine Zauberkarte verringert dieses Limit auf 3 Karten.
Das heißt, wenn du in deinem nächsten Zug nicht viel machst, wirst du dich von einigen Handkarten trennen müssen. Okay, zuletzt lege ich noch eine Karte verdeckt ab und das war's.
Diese Einschränkung wird gar nichts verändern. Pass auf. Ich beschwöre Monster Express.
Monster Express, let's go.
Monster Express ist kein Cyberse-Monster. Warum kannst du sie aufrufen?
Eine einfache Tatsache. Der Cyberspace ist ein komplett digitales Areal. Und Digitaltechnik wie diese kann nicht einfach so existieren. Sie wurde von Maschinen für Maschinen gemacht.
Lol. Ich gehe nochmal kurz einmal frische Luft schnappen und dann geht es wahrscheinlich auch mit der nächsten Runde weiter. Zumindest sieht es zumindest so aus. Wir werden den Film vielleicht gleich weiter gucken, wenn ihr da Bock drauf habt. Wenn nicht, dann halt nicht. Wir werden es gleich sehen. Bis gleich. Ja, der Film ist halt ein bisschen, also ich glaube, ich kann ihn einfach ein bisschen schneller machen, dann liegt er, glaube ich, ein bisschen besser vorbei. Weil der ist halt, also ich glaube, die Idee selber ist ganz interessant. Aber ich glaube, Ideen helfen schon mir für guten Content. Ja. Dann gucken wir doch mal, was hier auf der YCS passiert. Das ist das viel Spannendere. Ich kann schon mal das Ding hier wegmachen. Ich glaube, Nis kaut auch nur noch Shorts raus, ne? Wäre halt ganz nice, wenn es mal dann so weitergehen würde. Ich hätte ganz gerne wirklich mal ein bisschen Yugi-Content. ist halt irgendwie krass, wie voll das halt ist, ne? Ich hätte gerne mal gewusst, wie viele Teilnehmer bei der YCS dabei sind. Wäre mal irgendwie spannend. Meinst du, Goldsturz könnte ein Thema werden, was noch gut wird? Schwer zu sagen, weil also die Karten selber, die tun halt nicht so viel. Wir werden ja eine nächste Welle im nächsten Hauptteil noch bekommen zu dem Deckthema. Boah, die müsste mal schon eine richtig brokene Karte bekommen, damit die wirklich gut werden. Also so tun die halt nicht viel. Ich habe mir die Karten durchgelesen und irgendwie machen die halt nicht viel. Was geht denn auf Twitch ab? Muss ich auch mal anfangen. Ich glaube, Lumpy streamt ja auch, ne? Wahrscheinlich die YCS. Ach, guck mal hier, Julian streamt sogar auch die YCS. Also Julian, Lumpy und Muri streamen alle die YCS, das ist ja ganz nice. Ja. Aber es passiert nicht viel. Kann man sagen. Die sind im Discord. Ja, die sind immer im Discord. Alle drei zusammen im Discord? Ja. Dann lassen wir sie doch mal im Discord quatschen. Ja, Lavi und Julia, die streamen ja oft zusammen.
Für eine Hand, also wenn ich morgen so Hände ziehe, ey.
Da passiert aber auch nicht so viel bei denen.
Einen wunderschönen guten Abend.
Guten Tag, na mein Lieber.
Die vertraute Stimme. Mein Kommentatorenpartner der Wahl und des Herzens, Leonhard König, jetzt auch hier mit dabei für eine Runde.
Ich frage mal einfach, ob Muri Bock hat, mit den Discord zu kommen. Gucken wir mal. Gucken, ob Muri irgendwas sagt. Das ist halt immer so mega lange, diese Zwischenzeiten zwischen den Runden, das ist halt schon ein bisschen ätzend. Ach, Muri nutzt jetzt die Zeit und spielt League of Legends zwischen dem Stream, okay. Gucken wir gucken, was er zu sagen hat.
Ich bin nicht glücklich, dass ich da nicht der Sucht verfallen bin.
Ah, es scheint mir weiterzugehen. Let's go. Ich habe zumindest eine Änderung der Musik. Vielleicht geht es jetzt ja weiter. Ja, vielleicht finden wir noch irgendwas Spannendes, was wir uns angucken können für die Zwischenzeit. Das ist ja echt mega nervig. Gucken wir mal bei Yugioh, ob da irgendeine Art von Content gibt. Ein Market Watch können wir uns mal angucken von Nishi, das ist vielleicht ganz spannend. Ja, ich glaube, das ist eine ganz gute Sache.
Hey,
Nishi hat hier einen neuen Market Watch gemacht, da können wir noch mal reingucken. Wir haben im Hintergrund die Musik vom Stream laufen von der YCS und sehen wir hören wir sofort, wenn es weitergeht. Es müsste zumindest irgendeine Zwischenart von Content geben. Was mein Lieblingsdeck ist. Mein Lieblingsdeck selber ist Earth Machine, also Trains. Also Trains ist mein Lieblingsdeck, Earth Machine ist natürlich adjacent dazu. Aber Trains ist mein Lieblingsdeck. Mein Lieblingsakter, Funny Not, ist tatsächlich Gravekeeper. Weil ich mag den Artstyle. Okay, aber es scheint jetzt weiterzugehen. Zumindest hat die Musik aufgehört. Und sie scheinen was sagen zu wollen. Yes.
Hello and welcome back. You see this beautiful scenery of the Red Rocks. It's beautiful. Lots
Yes.
of cool things to do here in Nevada, not just at the Strip. Definitely awesome things you want to go check out while you're here for the Team YCS. And as you see, all our duelists are getting underway. A bunch of players just got added into this tournament essentially because that means all those VIPs, the players that had 2-round buys, are now joining in. It's round 3. We had 385 teams at the beginning of this, and now there's only 125 teams still remaining.
Okay.
This is Swiss, so the other teams are still competing, but only 100 of the teams are still with an undefeated record. But the VIPs did join in, and we're going to have one of those VIPs for this feature match round. But we've seen some really good matches last round. You just did Labyrinth. How was that?
Yeah, that was exciting to watch. The Labyrinth deck.
Ja, excited to watch würde ich jetzt nicht sagen. Es hat was getan auf jeden Fall.
In that match, I think Labyrinth is one of the decks that players are anticipating will be strong in the new advanced format. I think in the last feature match they did.
Aber jetzt geht's auf jeden Fall weiter. Das ist halt wichtiger.
But for many duelists, like you mentioned, the tournament is just beginning now in round 3 because some of the strongest duelists in the room actually got that 2-round bye by earning VIP status, and now they will be playing their first match.
Ich finde das mit diesem VIP-Status eigentlich ganz cool. Ich weiß nicht, wie ihr das seht, aber ich mag dieses System eigentlich sehr gerne. Ich erkläre euch gleich gerne warum. Aber erstmal gucken wir uns hier ein bisschen Yu-Gi-Oh! An. Ja, da, Jesse Cotton. Boah, was ein Team.
Many times before. It's the Mare Layer. These guys are great friends, great, excellent duelists.
Was ein
If you've
Team.
been paying attention to anything lately, you definitely know Jesse Cotton's name. But now here come their opponents, who probably no slashes themselves. definitely excited. Something I don't want to spoil, as you mentioned, not only are these top players ready to be in a future match for this thing, they're all playing really cool decks. Decks that I'm excited to see here this weekend. You think Jesse Cotton, you think Tearlament. Some people say maybe the best Tearlament player. We'll have to see how he moves away from that strategy. Now here comes the other team, Mike.
Facing off against the Mare Lair, we
Team
have
Nightlife.
Team Nightlife with Brian, Victor, and Everardo.
That's right. My favorite part about these team events is you just go in to duel with your friends. Like, even if you lose, like, oh, sorry guys, I'm out. You got to carry me now. It's only up to you. You kind of pass the baton on to your friend. Like, we got to do this. We got to stick together and work together.
Das ist schon nice. Ich mag dieses Konzept cool.
The power of friendship.
For sure. And you can see just from their opening there, where they all walked out in awesome spirits, worked together for their introductory pose. You could tell that they're so excited about teaming up and they're here to have a great time and also win. But I think that teamwork and camaraderie is actually going to take them very far in this.
Trickster, Traptricks und Labyrinth. Das wäre auch funny as hell.
Last weekend we had a Team YCS in Mexico City, and the Mare Lair made an appearance there as well. They weren't able to secure that spot in the top cut, but they were close. I think maybe they lost on the bubble, which means like that very last round where they had to win to get in. Unfortunately, I think maybe a draw kept them out. I believe like a solid maybe had a draw for a round, which ended up having a draw for their match, so they weren't able to make it to that top cut. But that means they're hungry this weekend. They didn't get to accomplish their goal last weekend, and they're going to come back with a fire here. But even though it's only 1 week apart, completely different formats.
That's right, because now we have a new Forbidden and Limited list in effect. The cool thing also about all three of them teaming up is normally when they're all playing in a tournament together, as they often do, only one of them can win. So they're really each other's opponents and rivals. Today, they are teammates, and the same will be true tomorrow if they make it there.
Yeah, funny story. These guys have actually made the finals of a 3v3 or Team YCS before. They actually have. And Asala, who hasn't been able to capture that YCS goal, he wants that trophy. He actually won in the finals of the Team YCS. He won his match, but Furman and Jesse let him down. They both ended up losing. So Asala, one of the very few people in this world that has been able to say, I won in the finals, but I didn't get the trophy. But
That's the harsh reality
Jetzt
of
geht's
Team YCS.
los.
And,
Aber wir sehen wirklich das Match zwischen Jesse und Brian. Das ist halt auch spannend. Alle wollen halt Jesse sehen.
You definitely hope that Jesse and Firm are going to be.
Boah, Drive schon schwierig, ich glaube nicht. Jesse wird wahrscheinlich irgendwas mit Chaos spielen, würde mich nicht wundern. Mit Chaos Thunder Dragon, weil das Deck ist auf jeden Fall spielbar.
That's the deck. The deck to beat this weekend is Kashira. Photon Hypernova just gave them a ton of cards. And so he's tried to pick a strategy that he felt would line up and match up really well into that deck. So we're going to have to see how it works off and if it's going to pay off. And not only is he playing a cool deck, Asal and Furman, who are both on the same strategy, are also playing a really cool deck. I'll go ahead and spoil what they're playing since they're not going to be our feature match here. They're playing a Dark World deck. That's right.
Crazy.
Dark World came out in December, and Rainbow has been waiting to be used at a high-level event like this. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to do well with that. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game number 1, round number 3. It's Jesse Cotton versus Brian.
Jesse spielt Ninja. Oh mein Gott, besorgt euch die Karten jetzt. Wenn er gewinnt, werden die Karten sowas von in die Höhe schießen vom Preis. Nice.
So here comes, he is playing Ninja. So this is a team of a Ninja player, Jesse Cotton, and 2 Darkwood players. How can we not have them jump on the feature match stage here?
That's incredible because a lot of duelists, if you ask them what are the top decks in this, do you expect to play against at this Team YCS?
Aber Ninja ist halt wirklich ein cooles Deck, weil es Sachen face-down flippen kann vom Gegner. Das ist wirklich eine coole Strategie. Aber Ninja hätte ich wirklich nicht erwartet. Holy shit.
Kashira, of course, is probably the number 1, but I don't think anyone's saying Dark World, and I don't think a lot of people said Ninjas.
Yep, and now it looks like Brian is off to a good start. He is playing the Despia branded strategy, a strategy I'm a big fan of. He started off with Allure Tragedy, which is a really good start. You get to draw 2 cards, you banish the Tragedy. When Tragedy is banished, it's going to let you add a Despia monster. So you guys Allure, the Jester, the Despia. Oh, and drew into Branded Regained. This is a cool one. If a lighter dark monster is banished, you can put it on the bottom of the deck of the owner who banished the banished pile it is, and then draw a card.
Incredible synergy with the Bestials, which I assume he has in his deck as well.
Yep, Albion is going to reveal itself in hand.
Okay, wo kann sich Tragedy wieder auf die Hand nehmen?
Chooses to send Brand Retribution. Now Albion is going to go to the bottom of the deck, and since he sent it from the deck, he will be able to draw a card. Albion changes its effect based upon where you send the branded spell or trap from. So if you have one in your hand, you can send it from your hand and actually special summon the Albion from your hand. It doesn't come up very often, but useful to know that you're able to do that. But it looks like he does send down Branded Retribution with the Albion. Branded Retribution, you can banish from the graveyard to add a Branded Spell or Trap from your graveyard back to your hand.
There's the Aluber he's searched for earlier in the turn.
Echt? Budget Jesse Golden Deck? Hast du schon mal nachgeguckt?
That's going to get Branded Fusion.
And we'll see if he's going to use that Branded Fusion to try and go for the new.
Also es scheint da irgendwie eine Deckliste gebaut zu haben. Ich weiß, dass Jesse mittlerweile ja Content macht, habe ich zumindest gehört. Habe ich aber noch nicht darum geguckt. Ash, ouch. Ouch.
A strong hit for Cotton there.
It's tough, yeah. Pretty much that's like the deciding factor when you're trying to do I want to play my Branded SP deck? Like, what am I going to do when I get Ash Blossom? How can I deal with the Ash Blossom? And if you just kind of end your turn, then maybe it's not so great. But he does have a Branded opening.
Was ein Beam, yo.
He's going to be able to get him a Despia monster to his either hand or field. So he could either probably add Libitum. I'd imagine. Probably not want to summon it. Probably just add it to the hand. He's going to discard the McCourier. So putting the McCourier in the grave now you can banish it to summon a Bestial, and when the McCourier is banished, you'll be able to add a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz. But it does look like the Branded Opium is going to just add Libitum of Despia to the hand.
Aber er hat, glaube ich, einen Buch of Eclipse in der Hand, ne?
Wow, so this is a really good hand here from Brian. He did have Branded Fusion plus a Luber plus a Bestial, which, I mean, is just fantastic. So he's going to banish that McCourier, summons the Soraneer. Now, if he can get the Soraneer into the graveyard, he'll be able to send down Branded in White or any other Branded Spell and Trap and add it back to.
Ich habe das Gefühl, dass hier Brian nicht so ein sicherer Spieler ist. Er wirkt sehr unsicher in dem, wie er spielt. Auch wenn er es gerade aktuell relativ clean spielt, mit Cartesia auch noch. Ne? Aber ich.
But you quick effect fusion summon what's on the field. If you have a Fallen Albaz on your field or graveyard, you can special summon it from your hand. Which we know Brian does not have, since that Branded Fusion didn't.
Manchmal ist es gar nicht so entscheidend, welches Deck du spielst, sondern wie gut du das Deck spielst.
So he's just going to have to hold it in hand. Not a good opening play here from just showing you how devastating Ash Blossom can be if you don't have any sort of a way to get Blazing Cartesian on the field. You need something like Fusion Deployment, Fight for Patchwork.
Er hat nicht mal Regain aktiviert, sich eine Karte zu ziehen. Aber er hat halt einen Dark Monster gebanished.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now let's see if Jesse can capitalize on the weakness that Brian showed on his first turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards you can have that would be good. Iron Digger, Hanzo would be a good one. It looks like he's going to start with
Set-Karte.
Now, you may think this is not normally good, but it could be fine, because once there's a set monster on the field, this will enable other cards in his strategy, potentially.
Set monster doesn't mean on the defensive.
The set Solar and Trap might mean that a little bit more. Yeah, once he starts setting Solar Traps, he might be a little more on the defensive side of things.
Okay.
Ninjas can play on the opponent's turn with those traps, so they can take a very aggressive approach by activating trap.
Also nicht viel gemacht. Sad.
Yeah, the Ninjutsu Art of Dancing Leaves is a big addition for the deck, being able to tribute your opponent's monsters. If they're you can tribute a ninja monster or a face-down monster anywhere on the field. So you can use Iron Digger to turn them into ninjas to tribute, or you can tribute just a set monster after you Book of Eclipse or something like that.
Cartesia?
Brian commits that Blazing Cartesia to the field.
And it looks like he's going to use the Blazing Cartesia effect to fusion summon with itself and Soraneer, probably to make the new Gramengol and the Dusk Dragon.
Nee, macht.
Looks like he's also fusing with Adlibitum.
Oh, never mind. Is he going for a Guardian Chimera with no effect? Did he make 3 materials?
He did use 3 materials.
Yeah, you cannot activate Guardian Chimera's effect here because it was summoned by a monster effect and not a spell. Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, there's no way Jesse doesn't know this.
Yeah.
Because this goes back to the Predaplants. Like, you used to try and fusion summon with the Predaplants. It has to be summoned by a spell card. So he just summons a vanilla Guardian Chimera here. Maybe not knowing this interaction. It's kind of new. Blazing Cartesia. It's kind of an interesting thing. Definitely a slight misstep, but we'll see if he'll be able to recover here from.
Das meinte ich halt gerade mit Brian. Ist halt nicht der beste Branded-Spieler wahrscheinlich.
And he's going to be able to send a Branded Spell or Trap from his deck to the graveyard thanks to that Bestial Soraneer. Or he can send a Bestial. So even with Soraneer, sometimes you can just send down the Bestial Lubellion if you have like a dragon you want to tribute and you didn't draw Lubellion. It's kind of cool. That's the best part. I think Joe was kind of touching on it last time. The best part of the Branded deck is there's a lot of flex spots. There's a lot of, you can make a lot of different decisions in your deck building, and
Branded in white.
In terms of your gameplay is how you're going to progress.
He goes for Branded in white to the graveyard.
Yep, that's a good one. He doesn't have Fallen Albaz just yet, so unless it's in his hand, the Branded white's not going to be too useful, but he's definitely going to want to find a way to get to Albaz. He hasn't even been able to use the effect of the regained yet.
Doch, er hat die Möglichkeit nur nicht aktiviert.
I think he just used it here though. So he finally was able to use the effect of brand regained. He's going to go to battle and attack the face down monster. So he's going to use the dancing leaves. This lets him tribute a face down monster on the field to summon any ninja.
That's pretty awesome. And it's great because there have always been so many activation requirements, restrictions on what they can summon, and stipulations on all of these ninjutsu art trap cards. And
like wing beast, dragons.
Exactly. Insects. But this card actually just lets you get any ninja. It's beautiful simplicity.
So he's going to treat his face down Mitsu, the insect ninja, and now is going to probably summon a Yugioh from his deck, if I had to guess. Oh,
nee, Hanzo.
Okay. Doesn't really need Yugioh, yeah. The field that Brian currently has is not very threatening, so nothing he needs to put face down permanently. But he's going to go for Hanzo, and then
Hanzo has two different effects depending on whether it's normal summoned or special summoned. Since it's special summoned, he's going to be able to add a ninja monster to his hand. Had it been normal summoned, he would get the ninjutsu art card.
Exactly, and now since Jesse's
okay, Regain kann jetzt ein bisschen was specialen.
Effect of brand regain to allow him to special summon back a bestial from the graveyard, so he'll be able to bring back that Sorenir to the field.
Okay.
So here comes the Sorenir. Looks like he's going to grab Baku out of Darkwing Blast. Definitely a cool one. If it's added to your hand, I believe you can special summon it.
Ja, und der ist ein Monster Negate, soweit ich den Erinnerung habe.
Yep, and here it comes.
To do what? So this card is added to your hand instead by drawing special summon this card. This card is special summoned or flip face up, target ninja, and it's your art card from your grave or face up back row and add it to your hand.
Yeah, so it's really cool because you get to recycle the ninja's art you just used while you're getting a monster on the board. Oh, here we go. Duplication.
Und der special jetzt quasi bis Level 4, glaube ich.
This is amazing.
So now he can tribute his Hanzo and special summon ninjas from his deck, totaling level 4.
Yeah, you would think, oh, maybe it's just swapping out for another level 4, but no, these new ninjas are low level. Let's see what he gets.
And it's nice Hanzo is no longer tied to the dancing leaf, so when he returns it to his hand, it's a free card.
You see, you're seeing the wheels working the layers. It looks like that's a Tobari, that's a 1-star monster. A Mitsu, which is a 2. Oh, no, doesn't look like he wants to grab Mitsu. Just 2 Tobaris. Put one face down, one face up. Tobari lets you quick effect fusion summon. And then there's a brand new fusion monster out of Photon Hypernova that gives you some disruption. It lets you to banish a card on your opponent's side of the field by just banishing.
Man denkt auch so, das Opening mit 2 Set-Karten ist zwar voll scheiße, aber es waren genau die richtigen beiden Set-Karten, die halt wirklich was machen. Und er profitiert natürlich davon, dass sein Gegner jetzt halt hier ein krasses Missplay gemacht hat mit der Chimera.
It does look like a Green Ninja, a brand new card out of Photon Hypernova.
So that's gonna total his 4 levels.
I don't know how you had it. This ways not enough. Okay.
And don't forget about Baku, who still needs to hit the field.
Yep.
And
then Baku's effect on summon gets to add. Yep.
I'm gonna target the Hanzo, I think. Yeah, target the Hanzo.
Just add back from the graveyard. Here comes the Hanzo back to be summoned again. So he basically searched Hanzo out of the deck, used Hanzo's effect, got a bunch of other monsters, and added the Hanzo back to his hand for follow-up. We're starting to see why these ninjas are actually a serious contender here.
Okay.
So at the moment, the dancing leaves is just remaining on the field meaninglessly, right?
That's what it looks like.
But
now,
it's there to be able to bring back at a subsequent point in the game.
Yep.
If the opportunity
Weil die Karte kann was banishen, banishen Ninja-Manager, und dann kann man es banishen.
And Jesse's going to either fusion summon from Mazen or the new fusion monster, Jagumaru. I believe I said that right. Looks like Mazen though. So when Green Ninja is sent to the graveyard, he's able to flip a monster face down. So that's what's happening.
Achso, und der andere kann nämlich was banishen, das ist ganz wichtig.
Mason you definitely want to read that card before you activate another card or effect.
Ryan asks if it has any effects. Jesse tells him it has 3.
Yeah, when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon a ninja from your deck face up or face down. So pretty much anything you try and do while Mason's on the field, he's going to run back into the deck and grab someone to help you. You know, he's a little sneaky ninja. The shinobi kind of all join in together, and all of a sudden you're fighting a swarm of them.
Yeah, I love the play style of the ninja deck to imitate the stealth of the ninjas.
It's awesome. Guardian Chimera is going to take down Baku by battle.
Not bad for a monster with no effects.
You know, I'm seeing some similarities. I think Jesse, maybe it wasn't the tier limit strategy he liked. He just liked playing Yu-Gi-Oh! On his opponent's turn. So he's like, oh, now that my tier limit deck, got limited in the last Forbidden Limitless, I'm going to find the next best deck to be able to play during your turn. But it looks like Brian is going to main phase 2 use Retribution to add back Grand White.
First summon a ninja from your deck and face up or face down defense position.
And so since he activated the effect, he gets to summon a ninja.
Also Ninja sieht auf jeden Fall spaßig aus zum Spielen. Ich glaube zum Gegenspiel nicht so cool, aber zum Spielen selbst klingt es auf jeden Fall ziemlich cool.
I imagine so. If memory serves, Hanzo's not restricted to once per turn, but no.
Kagero's good too.
He's getting Kagero, the cannon ninja.
Yeah, Kagero lets you summon a ninja from your hand or graveyard, I believe. So definitely a good one to have as well. Mason also has the cool effect where it's not just him, all your ninjas can attack directly. So it really can make it easy to just ignore whatever board your opponent has and just swing for game through it with something like Blade Armor Ninja equipped with the Iron Digger. Like that's 8,000 with Mason.
Wow.
Or you equip the Iron Digger to Mason, so it's 3,000, 3,000.
Hat noch eine Ash.
I've never actually seen Blade Armor Ninja played in a ninja deck.
It's always been in like the Elemental Hero Warrior strategies.
Oh mein Gott, ey. Einfach richtig hops genommen.
Let's see how he navigates this. Another Ash Blossom did stop that brand of fusion, it looks like.
Dude, das ist funny, ey.
Jesse's turn?
He loves playing on his opponent's turn.
It certainly felt like Jesse's turn.
Flip summons Baku. Non-flip. Baku, I think it triggers if it's normal summon, flip summon, special summon, just if it's summoned anyway. That's the cool part about ninjas.
That's awesome. So when it flips down and flips back up, again, if it works on the flip summon as well.
Und Hanzo kann also jetzt eine von den Niederkarten suchen, die sind halt wirklich echt gut.
Looks like he's going to fusion summon. Oh, link summon. You never really know, but it's a link summon for Saizo. Saizo, incredible. He's going to be able to get
Saizo ist eine gute Karte.
Yeah, ninjutsu art from the deck to the field.
He didn't declare the effect of Tabari, so that makes sense. That's a link summon.
But you can make them both by just sending the monsters.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
They're also just contact fusions.
You know all about Gladiator Beasts.
Gladiator Beasts go to the deck.
Yeah, it's a little different. Little different. So it looks like
Right.
he did grab the Iron Digger here, so he's going to set that. And even though, so normally when you set a ninjutsu art, it's a trap, so you can't activate it right away. But Iron Digger, equip spell. So now Maizen has 3,000 attack.
Uh-oh. Are we going to see exactly what you predicted?
Kann direkt angreifen.
To be fair, I got this combo from him. This is not something I came up on my own. He talked to me about it, so I was like, okay, that sounds pretty good.
Blade Armor Ninja coming. Let's see. Jesse obviously knows this deck extremely well. I heard him talking about it, and he is exceptionally proficient with it.
Yep, certainly. Oh, Book of Eclipse.
Ouch.
But not too bad. So the thing about Iron Digger is when it's sent to the graveyard, you can add back a banished ninja or special summon it face down. So definitely we'll still get some value out of it. It's also going to trigger the Mason here.
So Jesse will special summon a monster from his deck, then all of Jesse's monsters, other than obviously the Link monster, which can't go face down, the rest of them will go face down. But as you had mentioned before...
Also Ninja sieht auf jeden Fall ziemlich cool aus, muss man fairerweise sagen.
Because you just have to send those monsters from the field to the graveyard to do so.
Yep, and it looks like he is going to use the Iron Digger's effect to special summon the green ninja face down. And if you take a look on the right, we get to see the table scores. It does look like Asala took game 1 with his Dark World strategy. So
Und der zieht halt eine Menge Karten jetzt, ne? Die Frage ist halt, will er wirklich einfach nur... Bei Mason kann er ja noch fest abflippen.
I still remember when Graffa took over YCS Columbus so many years ago.
Who could forget?
Fantastic time. So he gets a special Mitsu since he controls a face-down defense position monster. Flip summons the Mason since it was summoned during the opponent's turn. He still gets to be able to change that battle position. And as you said, you're still able to fusion summon by sending them to the graveyard since they're ninja monsters to summon another Mason.
Okay, noch einen davon.
So this is a lot of damage already. It's 5,000. I believe Saizo's 18. Kagero's at least 1,200 or 4. I think it might be 14.
Das müsste Game sein, oder
They
nicht, ne?
can all attack directly, correct?
Yep. Kagero's 1,600, excuse me. Let's go. It's time to sneak past your opponent's defenses, and the ninjas are going in. Jesse Cotton, 4-time YCS champion, 1-time UDS champion, one of the most decorated players in the game right now, piloting ninjas. I hope all the way to the top.
Asala hat sein Game 1 auch gewonnen.
Mason is such a good card. Like, attacking directly is really fantastic. Like, he didn't have to put his opponent's monsters face down. Brian put his own monsters face down with his own Book of Eclipse. Like, this is capitalizing on a format. This is everyone coming in this weekend is like, oh, Book of Eclipse, that's a guarantee include in my deck. I'm going to be able to use it against other strategies. It's still a solid card, but now you're seeing the benefits of playing against that. Like, being able to, that's so incredible. Because he knows, like, this is exact scenario is going to come up where someone's going to have to Book of Eclipse their own monsters.
Es ist halt einfach todesfunny. Ninjas. Cooles Deck.
Incredible.
I don't think Jesse would consider this his best matchup.
Aber man muss ja wirklich sagen, es ist halt einfach auch, wenn du es halt einen Pilot hast, der das gut piloten kann, dann sieht das Deck einfach auch gut aus, ne? Und wer jetzt sein Gegner ist, wahrscheinlich nicht der beste Player.
That's what we saw there. We saw that Book of Eclipse that his opponent flipped, thinking, all his monsters are face down. There's no way he's going to beat me now.
Ich verstehe aber auch gar nicht, warum man nicht einfach bis zu Battleface gewartet hat.
I mean, it's so I kind of saw the writing on the wall. If he's just able to keep, because you just need to get ninjas on the field. Like if you just get more names on the field, you can summon more Masons. When they're face up, you can link for size.
Weil, wenn er die Karte durchgelesen hätte, hätte er gewusst, dass sie direkt angreifen können und hätte quasi im Battleface gewartet und dann seine Monsterface auch flippen können. Und der wurde halt wieder getargetet zu zerstören, ne? Ja, okay. War vielleicht trotzdem. Ja, konnte nicht mehr aufhalten. Aber die beiden Ashes haben natürlich geholfen.
No, you can just play it like a solid strategy, something like almost like a Salaman Great, like a mid-range, like kind of control the game, and then just a big swing all in one turn. I mean, I think the biggest thing we saw there was the duplication, like how impactful duplication can really be. When you have one of each of those ninjutsu arts, and you can go into Hanzo and then duplicate the Hanzo, and it's pretty much everything you need.
Yeah, I mean, Hanzo effectively replaces itself with a card from your deck, and then duplicating it into 3 more ninjas was just extraordinary.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players didn't like. I mean, we always heard like rumors like, oh, some people, ninjas are good, but now we're really actually seeing like now they finally got that second wave of.
Das ist halt nicht bad, aber das ist halt wirklich gut.
The ninja strategy is back on the map.
Yeah, and when one of the top duelists in North America decides to take it,
werden wahrscheinlich deutlich mehr.
Yes, and not just any YCS, but a YCS where he has teammates counting on him. It's hard not to take notice.
Aber ich glaube, ich finde es. Ich glaube, dass bei der Team YCS sinnvoller ist, ein bisschen weird Deck zu spielen, weil du halt verschiedene Arten von Decks hast, verschiedene Gegner. Ich glaube, da bietet es mir an. Ich glaube, wenn du alleine spielst mit einem Deck und du musst halt die meisten spielen, spielst du das Deck, was dir die meisten Wins geben kann. Wenn du halt mit Team YCS spielst, vielleicht nicht unbedingt. Weil du halt ja noch die 2 Teammates hast, die theoretisch auch halt was reißen können.
Fantastic to see, but Brian not out of it. Still definitely on this branded strategy. We've seen last round. We're going to probably see a lot of branded. Mirror J just got that Starlight Rare and Photon Hypernova, so definitely a lot of cool things you can do in branded. It's one of my personal favorite decks. Now, I wonder how ninjas do with side decking. Like, I wonder if any of the cards that you would side deck for other strategies might be able to carry over and help you in the matchup against ninjas. I mean, evenly matched. I mean, evenly
I
matched.
don't think so.
Not really. It's a little different. You'd go for spell and trap removal. Maybe if you have Cosmic Cyclones in your deck because you're expecting Runic Sprite, so you'd have some Cosmic Cyclones that you can chain to the Ninjutsu Arts. That's probably like your ideal answer, or just any sort of spell and trap removal. But something I've noticed, at least in this past like year, I mean, going back to like Mystic Mine, players just refuse to use spell and trap removal. Like, sometimes they just don't include it, and then they just get so mad because they lost the Mystic Mine because they don't play any way to destroy it in their entire deck. And it's just the most bizarre scenario I've ever seen. Even if you're including spell and trap removal will make your opening hands not as optimal sometimes, you're going to have a percentage of hands where you're going to brick, as it were, which I don't agree with. You still need to include those options so you don't just lose outright to a specific card that everyone's using.
Yeah, I think not using it in your main deck is sometimes defensible because some decks are really unaffected by the spell and trap card removal just because of the way the game sometimes develops. But I think not using it in your side deck at least for this tournament where you're expecting Labyrinth will be a deck and you're expecting Runic decks will be prevalent, I think would be a wild miscalculation. So I think
Und Game 2. Und wir sehen wieder Branded anfangen. Es wäre wieder todesfunny, wenn er wirklich halt Brand Fusion macht, dann geht manchmal der Ash. Wenn Jesse wirklich halt Ash hat, ist er einfach der bessere Spieler.
You know that interaction's good, yeah.
And it does play differently than so many decks that it's not like, okay, this deck has a bunch of dark and light monsters, I'll put Bystials in. It's not so straightforward. And it looks like so far there's a clean sweep on one side of the table.
No, it looks like
Krass, ne? Aaron, Esala, alle gewonnen.
And they're all in game 2.
Yep, all playing these innovative strategies. Brian going to start game 2 just like he started game 1, with Luber going to grab Branded Fusion. Now Jesse had 2 Ash Blossoms last time. We'll have to see if he has it yet again. No Ash.
Kein Ash. Aber guck mal, wie er durchatmet mit der Gegner. Yes, Minigame gewonnen. Kein Ash.
So we'll be able to see. I'm assuming he's going to go for Renbrum the Striking Dragon here. That's my new favorite Branded Fusion target ever since the release of, well, Renbrum the Striking Dragon in Photon Hypernova. Because it lets you send down Fallen Albaz and Mercurier. Okay, yeah, you got to send one other monster. Fallen Albaz is guaranteed you have to send Albaz, so he's going to take a minute to think. So your options are a Dark Monster, a Light Monster, or Mercurier, pretty much, for most strategies, because you can go into Lubellion, or you can go into send down Tragedy when you go into Lubellion, or you summon Albion, and then you can banish, you can send down the Bestial Lubellion, and that's the way you can get access to that. But yeah, it looks like he's going for the old school. This is the old traditional Branded Fusion, send down Tragedy, make Lubellion. If you play Master Duel, you're probably familiar with this play. Discarding Ad Libitum. This is very Master Duel.
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Yep. Yeah, this is sometimes you kind of fall back on the standard stuff if you don't have Bestials in your hand or you don't have like any way to banish the Mercurier from your graveyard that you
Also, das wäre.
So he's gonna grab follow-up. Yeah,
jetzt besser, dass jetzt gute Lehraufgaben machen, ja, glaube ich.
Send down the Tragedy because yeah, you're just adding another copy of a Luber, which isn't gonna get you very far this turn. But now the Lubellion is going to shuffle itself. Well,
einfach Mirror Jade.
Fallen Albaz shuffles back in the deck to summon Mirror Jade.
Aber ist Mirror Jade wirklich der Way to go gegen das Niederdeck?
Now, is he going to do the classic Mirror Jade, send Albion to banish a Luber? Yep, this is the classic.
He is.
So this will let him have access to either Branded in red or Branded Banishment.
Thanks to Albion's effect in the end phase.
Yep, and so Branded red will let him have Disruption with Guardian Chimera since it lets you fuse from your hand as well. While Branded Banishment lets you fuse with your opponent's monsters, but you can't fuse with cards in your hand, so you won't be able to make Guardian Chimera. So those are kind of your 2 decision trees on which one you're wanting to set. So yeah, this is just old school classic Branded combo.
Gute Frage, was jetzt kommt. Das Gameplay ist auf jeden Fall gerade aktuell so, ja, ich spiele Branded, cool. Wir haben keine von den neuen wir haben noch keine von den neuen Karten gesehen, das ist irgendwie faszinierend.
In that last game, so I imagine that is one of his favorite, like his go-to cards. And when you have the situation where you've already burned the Mirror Jade effect, but you have that Ad Libitum, you're really going to need it to be able to recycle the Mirror Jade and special summon it back, so you'll be able to use his effect again. So he has like 2 points of disruption plus whatever he has face down.
Not a bad first turn.
Not terrible. Nothing too fancy, but you know, Sometimes you don't need to be fancy.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to be consistent.
Yep.
And he did what his deck consistently does, and has a
Prosperity in Starlight, crazy.
We see a Starlight, Pot of Prosperity coming down for Jesse.
Money, money,
See if he
money.
goes for 3 or 6.
Ich bin mal gespannt, ob er da gut durchnavigieren kann. Er geht für 6. Alles andere macht keinen Sinn.
Prosperity in the pot collection.
Oh yeah, definitely want to check that out. Make sure you go pre-order your pot collection. You get all the figures and cards. Definitely want to check out the pot collection.
So.
For more information, you just go to Yugioh-card.com. You go over to the product page, and it'll tell you all about our cool upcoming products, like the pot collection. Now we see the Notebook of Mystery, which is a really good one. If your opponent controls a monster, you can set a ninjutsu or ninja monster from your deck and graveyard. One from each, but you could just do one from your deck if you choose.
There's a decent chance he'll take that, right? It's basically a wild card in these.
I'm thinking
for the ninjas in his deck.
Yeah, it's either between that or the Ash Blossom, because he could get the if he has already like some good ninja cards in hand, he can grab the Ash Blossom to ensure he won't be met with branded fusion on the following turn. But if he doesn't have a good hand, oh, he's going for Grave. Okay.
Es gibt Elemental Hero Cards,
so
ist
that
crazy.
card is insane against branded. It says level 6 or higher monsters can't attack or activate their effects. I'm pretty sure. So
okay.
With branded strategy, completely reliant on those giant fusion monsters. No really ways to link summon. It's a pretty good one.
I thought that was a ninjutsu art.
It kind of looked like one covered up, right?
Yeah, no. Grave of the Super Ancient Organism is.
It's a good one.
Yeah, really good for this matchup.
There's always like formats where that comes in and out, or like there's a deck that it lines up really well with, and it's just so good.
Yeah, cards that have the ability to shut down specific types of cards tend to kind of flow in and out of the tournament scene.
All right, it looks like Jesse's going to set 4 cards to his spell and trap card zone.
So once he flips the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism, that'll effectively shut down the Mirror Jade.
Yeah, he can. He's going to be able to go for Guardian Chimera right here, and maybe try and get rid of one of the back rows while he draws 2 cards. So maybe he can hit the Grave. Now, I don't think Jesse would put the Grave by itself by the deck, but maybe that's what he wants Brian to think, that he would never put it on its own, so he would never target the one that's by itself, the mind games.
Yeah, don't fall for the mind games. Just pick 3 random cards.
Roll a die, make a decision.
Or however many random
Mal gucken, aber ich kriege ja die WM. Ich wollte mal gucken, ob das hier schon Bunny ist.
Meeny, miny, mo.
Set 4.
So here comes
Crazy.
Guardian Chimera. Now this time it will be able to activate this effect since it was fusion summoned via a spell card. And then ad libitum, since it was banished for a fusion summon, we'll special summon back that Mirror Jade to the field.
The Guardian Chimera can be targeted, though, because polymerization is not in the graveyard.
Very true, very true. That's a good one. I would have picked that one, too. It is the Grave. It's the Grave.
Ouch.
So he only gets to destroy 1 card because only 1 fusion material is from the
Pot Collection Yu-Gi-Oh!
Draws 2.
That was certainly a good hit because it's the card that Jesse wanted when he banished 6 cards with Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah, I mean, now Brian has these 2 giant monsters on the field. Mirror Jade's effects back online. I would have maybe thought for a second and considered using Mirror Jade's effect to banish my own Guardian Chimera right here just to set Branded Retribution. Maybe, I don't know. I'd at least maybe taken a second to think, but maybe not. But it looks like Albion is going to be activated in the hand. Probably going to send down Branded Retribution if it's still in his deck.
I can't imagine it wouldn't be.
Yep, there it is. Branded Retribution lets him banish itself to add back one of those branded spell or traps like Branded Fusion or Branded in red. So he's got a couple options. And then that Albion's going to go to the bottom of the deck as he draws a new card. Next up is, well, we knew he had that Aluber that he added off the Tragedy last turn.
Wunderbar. Ich habe mal geguckt gehabt wegen hier der Pot Collection. Kostet aktuell $160. Aber du kriegst alle Pots und du kriegst 14 Karten.
Dancing Leaves. He doesn't have to book. He could have like Book of Moon and Dancing Leaves and just go into Jiho and then book the other 2 face down. So he just needs some sort of 2. Yeah, some sort of 2 card. Oh, it's another Grave.
I was just thinking. I wonder if you took Grave thinking
Oh my
that
God.
Brian would destroy one. So he actually took a second copy of Grave,
Yeah.
which does nothing in duplicates, in anticipation of Brian's play. That's incredible.
Yeah, it kind of also shows like one of the downsides to the branded strategy. While you're able to do so much, your opponent knows exactly what you're doing. He knows that you're going to have a Guardian Chimera. He knows you're going to go for it at the end phase. So he's able to read into that play and, you know, play around it. I mean, maybe and also
Aber gibt's denn irgendwas, was weniger als Level 6
shut
ist?
down against the branded deck. Just having multiple definitely will ensure victory.
Yeah, and it looks like that was exactly Jesse's thought process when he took that card. And it looked like he genuinely did put a lot of consideration into what to take with Pot of Prosperity, but he certainly must feel vindicated right now, having seen his first Grave go to the graveyard.
Yeah, and when you do something like that, it's a good play, but you have to make sure you're like in the position you're in, you're capable of making that decision. Like you're not in need of something desperately. Like you're able to have that leisure to have 2 copies of this just in case. And I'm assuming that's the case here. But yeah, Branded Fusion is going to send the Lubellion, Beast of Lubellion from the deck to the graveyard to summon Albion, but Albion won't be able to activate its effect. They're fossilized.
Oh, is that the feel of the card?
That's what I'm thinking. So it looks like he's going to tribute the Albion to summon Lubellion.
Can't use its effect though.
He's able to summon it since it's not an effect. It just is a summon, but
he can attack with a Luber.
Floodgates for the win.
I don't know if there's anything in your graveyard
Ja,
to help you with
said
that
Brian.
grave.
Time to go to battle? Yep.
And he will attack with a Luber. And that's it.
Und Ninjas haben ja
Six
nur
and higher monsters can't attack.
LOL-Attacks. Das wird spannend.
Yeah, take notes. If you're having trouble, your local OTS with Brandon, maybe you should consider picking up some Grave with a super ancient organism, throw it into your side deck. Definitely a strong one.
Works for Jesse Cotton. So Brian will use his Albion's effect in the end phase. Is that Branded Fusion? It's a little off screen.
Couldn't tell, but I would imagine it's something like that. Doesn't decide to set it, so.
I think it was a Branded Fusion, but I don't think there's anything he can fusion summon that will be relevant with the Grave on the field.
All right, here comes Tabari. That one lets you quick effect fusion summon. Since he controls a ninja, you can special summon Mitsu. Oh, I get why Grave is so. Oh no, because Mazen's level 6 or higher. Is Mazen level 6 or level 5? I'm not certain. I have to look that up. No, he's level 6. Okay. So definitely Grave not great with Mazen, but
his effect is a continuous effect that allows the other ninjas to attack.
So he can stand back and watch all the other ninjas attack while he's just observing from the sidelines. I like that.
He's the commander.
And it looks like Saizo's coming down here for a link summon for Jesse. Saizo doesn't have a level. That's a link rating, so he's going to be able to use the effect.
And as we saw, or as we speculate, Jesse also uses Ixies monsters that don't have levels, like Blade Armor Ninja.
Yep.
So he can play around it fairly well.
All right, Infinite Permanence here coming down for Brian, trying to cut off Saizo from grabbing a ninjutsu art. He knows he's going to go for that Iron Digger again, probably.
Brian's field appears to be impressive, but he is far behind if he can't get rid of that Grave.
Oh.
Here comes the Notebook of Mystery. So he's going to be
Das ist eine gute Karte.
set a ninja or ninjutsu from his grave and one from his deck. We'll see what he decides to grab.
It's an incredible card.
Yeah, I mean, anytime the card says you can special summon something from the deck, it's like insane. Like you're gonna at least get a second chance. Like, okay, wait, how good is this card? Because like you're summoning something from the deck, it's like emergency teleport vibes. Like
it's quick play like emergency teleport too.
And it gets you another card from your graveyard too. It's really, really good. It's an Ultra out of Darkwing Blast. Oh, he's going to get Ninjutsu Art of Transformation. Okay, that's a cool one. That's the original one you used to do to summon Mist Valley Apex Avian. Was a good one you summoned with it. White Dragon Ninja. believe it lets you summon winged beasts, dragons, and insects, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard Jesse actually talking about this combo where he uses to summon Quackimiru Drago.
Oh, that's cool.
So the opponent can't special summon dark and light monsters.
There's so many cool things you can do with the ninja deck. I really like it. And it's awesome to see a player of Jesse's caliber piloting it.
Ich habe immer das Gefühl, dass der SP-Spieler halt keine Ahnung hat, was auf ihn zukommt hier. Tut mir richtig leid gerade irgendwie ein bisschen.
Get rid of his face-down monster and trade it in for any ninja he wants.
Oh, I did just notice on the table scores, probably happened a little while ago, but Everado even things up against the Solid, taking game number 2. Does look like Hanzo is getting special summoned from the Ninjutsu Art of Dancing Leaves.
That'll give him a ninja monster.
Gets Kagero. Hanzo grabbing Kagero is a pretty good duo.
Battle phase. Battle's fine. Attack 200.
So he's going to go to battle phase. Saizo's trying to attack over Luber. Brian's going to activate Branded Banishment. So that lets him special summon a Despia or a level 8 or higher fusion monster from his graveyard to the field. And then he can fuse with any monsters on the field. He can just use 2 of the opponent's monsters if he so chooses, but decides to fuse with his Tragedy and Jesse's Saizo to summon Masquerade the Blazing Dragon.
Okay, so Masquerade's effect is a continuous effect that inflicts 600 points of damage, or requires him to pay 600 life points to use any cards.
You gotta pay the
Aber Jesse kannte doch die Karte doch
So
nicht.
that should get around the grave, right?
Yep.
At least that effect.
Yeah, at least makes Jesse think about his plays. he only has so many he can
Aber
activate.
warum hat er das nicht
Time
schon viel
one
eher
keeps winding
gemacht?
down. Each one gets him closer to being lower in life.
That's true. I think the Jesse is still favored here because at some point he will summon the fusion monster that lets his monsters attack directly. And once that happens, I think his victory will become inevitable.
So you're saying Jesse is inevitable. Here we go. It looks like he's passing back. Let's see if Brian has anything.
Ja, geht, ne? Also sind jetzt noch 7 Minuten, also er hat noch ein bisschen Zeit.
Super ancient organism himself, which I can't imagine he is. I do like the inclusion of Crossout Designator. I do think Ash Blossom Joy Spring is a very highly impactful card and can be a huge detriment to your turn unless you design your deck to kind of play around it with the deployments and patchworks and all. But it's definitely a good card to have because there's also, you're expecting a lot of the mirror match. So you can do your whole combo turn 1, then your opponent summons a Luber and you cross out a Luber, and or even better, like Branded Fusion or something like that. It's definitely an insane card in the mirror match.
It's interesting that's still in his deck in game 2, though.
I mean, he got burned on the Ash Blossoms pretty bad in game 1, so it's rough.
That's true. I don't imagine there's that much more overlap though than Ash Blossom.
I mean, it's that bad. Yeah,
Hallo, Crow.
So he's gonna use Brandon and White. That lets him
Fehlt aber die Pokémon-Mütze noch.
Fallen for a Dragon Fusion. It's a fusion summoned for a Dragon Fusion, and if he can use Fallen Albaz from his graveyard by banishing it.
Ja, Alter, den Deckel, Alter, den kannst du nicht mehr abmachen, Mann. Der ist halt, der ist hier fest, Mann. Das ist halt richtig nervig, Mann. Wenn ich schon dabei bin. Also kannst du dich schon mit Gewalt abziehen, aber wer will das?
He has targeting perfection now. This is not too bad. I like the way he's doing this. This is really smart here from Brian. Oh, and he has the regain that he got. I guess I missed it when he activated it, and now he's going to be able to put back that Albaz since it was banished and draw a card. Yeah, Brandon White didn't see play for a long time. Now it's started to pick up and play because just doing your normal branded combo, you get to use Beastal Sauronier and Albion to send 2 branded Speller Traps from your deck to the graveyard. So in combination, you can send Brandon White and Branded Retribution, banish the Branded Retribution, add that Brandon White back, and then activate it on that turn. So essentially, throughout your combo, you're just also adding Brandon White from your deck to your hand to progress your plays, and it's really fantastic.
Yeah, we're seeing a much larger variety of branded cards being used in the branded strategy, mostly thanks to the Bestial Lubellion and Sauronier.
Yeah, the Bestial Lubellion is huge for the branded strategy. And Sauronier as well. They're both amazing. Haven't seen Magnumit so much, but I definitely still use Magnumit in my deck.
Yeah? I mean, I'm playing a Sprite deck with Magnum Hut, so...
Yeah.
Sauronier is not nearly as... I actually cut Sauronier for the new Bestial in
Baldrake, yeah, Bestial Baldrake, yeah. I actually just cut all my Druid Swarms out of my deck, so I'm just playing the Magamiths and Sorniers and Nubelions, but 3 of all. But now it looks like Mud Dragon is going to try and attack Hanzo. So it's going to use Ninjutsu Art of Transformation. Pay 6 to activate it, thanks to Masquerade.
Oh, but taken, yeah. Yeah. So send this and that. It goes to grave? Yeah.
Oh boy. Goodbye, Masquerade.
Does it target? No. It does. It does? Okay. It wouldn't have mattered if you chained it. No? I mean, but prior. I mean, you would have. I would have chained it there. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he might have messed up, but Jesse let him know. No, it didn't matter when you did it. I'm still going to be able to do this Ninjutsu Art of Transformation, or Super Transformation. And you were right. There it is, the Drago. You're exactly right. That is what he's going for.
No light, no dark.
What is this? Copy a Drago. While it's based on the field, neither pick special light or dark monsters. During each Mayan phase, reveal a dragon or Kakimiru Iron Core, or it dies. Okay. So I didn't hear the first part. While it's based on the field, neither of us can summon light or darks. Neither of us can summon. Okay.
All right, Brian with a lot of cards, but not a lot to do.
Yep.
So Drago's going to go to the graveyard, and now Brian's going to attack for 18 with the Luber.
Yep.
All right, Jesse definitely only has 2 cards pretty much to his name on the back foot here this game. Brian activating Branded Lost. It's not going to really do too much, but if he finds a way to fusion summon during the opponent's turn, he'll be able to add with Branded Lost.
Effect, return a hand? Sure.
Yep, it has its own effect to return itself to the hand to be reused later on.
That's your draw for turn?
That's incredible.
Main phase 1? Sure.
Jesse's down to just a few cards, but Brian basically just has a bunch of 1,800 attack monsters on the field, as far as relevant monsters go.
I don't think Kagero targets, because Kagero can summon from your hand or graveyard, so it doesn't target. And now it's going to summon Tabari. Tabari the Sky Ninja, face down. But he does have 2 ninjas, so maybe we're going to see a fusion summon here.
Indeed we do.
Mason, I'm assuming. All right, so now I think this is Jesse slowly setting up for what you're talking about, where he gets the Mason on the field.
Aber langsam Setupen ist halt irgendwie schlecht, wenn der Gegner noch 2 Minuten sind. Wir haben wahrscheinlich ein bisschen mehr als die 2 Minuten, weil meistens ist die Zeit nicht ganz akkurat.
But it looks like Brian is tributing off his monsters. And he's tributing 2 for Lava Golem, maybe? Oh, Saranir. It's one tribute. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was confused. I was like, what is he tributing 2 for?
Saranir is level 6.
Yeah.
I don't know what that accomplishes, though.
It puts the Lubellion back in the graveyard. You can summon it again and send Saranir. I don't know. He was about to lift the Branded Regained up. I had to look underneath it.
So Brian's going to his battle phase, but Jesse still has a monster stronger than all of Brian's level 5 and lowers.
Can attack, right? Oh, is Graves 7? Oh, can you not attack with Saranir? Oh, is it? I gotta reread
sure
Grave.
It's a level. Oh, it's special summon level 6 or higher monsters.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I think that's what I'm thinking now, because that sounds kind of familiar. I haven't seen that card in so long, but that's now
crazy.
That's my recollection. So he must have summoned it so that it would still be able to attack.
Hat er denn irgendeinen Weg reinzukommen und irgendwie Damage zu machen oder so?
I'm gonna pull it up real fast to make sure. Gotta open my Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app. Anytime you want to look at the exact card text of thing, make sure you download Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. It has the whole thing. You can build your deck on there. You can test hands. You can see all sorts of stuff on Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. So make sure you get on your phone and download it right away. It's the best tool you could ever have as a duelist.
Ja, außer dass Neuron halt extrem viel Akku frisst.
So that did a duel. It did a lot by tribute summoning for that Sorin.
Yeah, so it was actually it was a very insightful play by Brian. Great play, because he knew offhand that the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism is powerless against tribute summon monsters. And tribute summon Saranir is not a typical play that you make.
Not unless you're tributing off like an Ibli or something. Yeah.
So it was a great move that he saw, and it won him the second duel. Because I thought Cotton was going to
genau.
With Brian not being able to attack with anything that had higher attack points than his Ninja.
Die Fallenkarte ist irgendwas mit Graveyard. Das ist eine permanente Fallenkarte, die sagt, Level 6 oder höher, man kann nicht
see what you're seeing with the result.
ihre Effekte aktivieren und nicht angreifen.
But I think time might be called in between their games.
I think I did hear that there was only a minute left, like immediately after their game ended, I think it was. So it is possible that it's a draw for this duel. Then we'll have to look into the status of the teammates' matches.
Yeah, I think if they're still ongoing, it would end up being a draw as well. Because I know that one of the game matches was one apiece, just like this one. And I think the other one, Aaron was up one game, but that second game might have finished, and they also might have been at 1-1. But we'll have to see. Maybe they're still. They also. Yeah, it looks like they might have an extension. They're still going.
Ja, krass. Viel Spaß mit Pokémon an.
I can't tell if they signed the slips or not.
Grables super Ding Organismus. Ja, das klingt gut.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, you know, it's still awesome we get to see some of the ninja action, you know, take place. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like he could get a lot going there. He was kind of banking on that grave from closing out the duel, but it just wasn't quite enough. I mean, I think Brian hadn't encountered that before, but was able to read and understand and found that solution.
Pokémon? Ich? Nee. Das Pokémon TCG nicht, nee. Ich habe mir noch nie Pokémon angeguckt, das Spiel, weil ich finde, Kartenspiel ist für mich Yugi und das ist es. Und alles andere halt eher weniger.
He acknowledged the limitations that were placed on his strategy.
All right, so it is in fact a draw. So they are starting off 0-0-1. Draw, not bad. You get 1 point. It's not a loss. It's not a win. Not a great way to start things off, but it is what it is. The Ninjas.
Also ändert in einem Draw.
That's right, and thanks to their 2-round
Ja, mir geht es gar nicht um das super easy oder nicht. Mir geht es auch, wenn ich Pokémon spielen möchte, dann spiele ich halt ein Pokémon-Spiel.
I just forgot, yeah, they are 2-0-1 in reality. You're right. I'm living in a fantasy land. They do have 2 wins under their belt, so definitely not a bad start.
Their personal records are 0-0-1 because this is their first round they're playing, but 2-0-1, they can still make it to day.
Ja, die ist uralt, aber die hat einen OTS-Treatment bekommen, glaube ich, in Super Rare.
And I think we saw a phenomenal match there. We saw excellent navigation.
Die hat tatsächlich Fafa mal gegen gespielt und da hat sie so einen kleinen Hype bekommen gehabt und dann ging die ein bisschen mehr, ich glaube 6, 7, 8 Euro. Da hat die einen Glück bekommen.
Held down his opponent's plays with that grave, and we saw him start to build the army of ninjas that would have been able to attack directly to end it had he had more time and that Saranir not hit the field through a tribute summon.
Yeah, it was an epic match and awesome to see, but we have more awesome dueling action to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short...
Ja, ich gehe mal kurz durch die Losschnappen wieder. Ja. So, können wir einfach mal gucken. Was wir noch so machen können. Ist ja einiges möglich hier. Will ich irgendwas zocken? Jetzt sieht sie auch gar nicht richtig, ne? So. So, einigermaßen hübsch für euch. Bitte mein Edo Pro.
All right,
Gehen wir mal
welcome
kurz
back,
rein.
everyone. I'm here with our half winners from round number 3. Yeah, not a draw, I mean, it's not a win, but not a loss. You got a draw. But I know it's probably not what you guys wanted to be, but y'all got those 2 wins already, so 2-0-0-1. Did dueling in a feature match change the way you dueled at all? Did you get nervous being on a stage like this? I don't know if you're really familiar with being on this kind of stage.
I'm used to it at this point.
So no, nothing really changed. But you're playing ninjas here this weekend, which is really cool. Was there anything in your match that really stood out against Brian there?
Despia is probably my hardest matchup, so I side pretty heavily for it. Wish I saw a little more disruption game 2. And the game was still winnable, but 2 minutes on the clock, never winning. Not enough time.
Yeah, it was a close one. It was fun to watch. Now, since you are playing ninjas, was there any like strategies you're looking forward to facing this weekend? A strategy like you're specifically trying to counter?
Kashtira is one. Pretty much anything that's weak to Boko Moon. My deck has like thousands of those, so.
All right, well, y'all did draw this round, but how do you feel your chances are of winning this tournament with your deck choice?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, it's actually pretty good, and no one knows my cards do, so that catches people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see ninjas. I hope you all Tails.
Die Bilder machen, ja, da müssen wir jetzt mit Amerika fliegen, Alter. Weiß ich, wie weit das weg ist, Mann. Also ich wäre down auf jeden Fall, aber wir brauchen ja 3 Leute.
Oh,
Ja.
but Mike, why don't you take it away before we go to round 4 feature match? Mike?
With pleasure, Billy. This isn't just your usual YCS. This is a team YCS. So
Ja.
everyone is competing with their
Das Finanzielle
team
wird sich ja
opponents
regeln, das ist nicht das
in
Thema.
groups of 3s. We asked the competitors how playing on a team is different than playing for yourself in an individual event. Take a listen.
Ja, mal gespannt.
So the benefits of having your teammates with you while you compete is that they bring a lot of positive energy if you have the right teammates to all your matches.
Ja.
And when you win, it's not just you winning, you get to pop off with all your friends, and it just makes the whole experience so much more fun.
I guess they're
True.
friends, so just having a cool weekend with them, I guess.
There's a lot of benefits to having teammates when you're playing, especially when they're like close friends of yours and good players who want to kind of help you. And
Ja, genau, YouTube Money, genau. Die paar Euros.
Definitely knowledge is the biggest
Die
one,
machen nicht
like
viel
your
aus.
deck and your play style can definitely help.
Ist ja nicht so wie Niska, der die ganzen Subs bekommt von Twitch.
Tournament whenever we don't know something, get some advice, we can help each other out, and it helps us have
Genau,
a fun
Ehren.
time the whole time.
One of the benefits
Ehren
of
mit seinem
having
Kaschierer-Deck.
teammates with you while you're competing is if you're like not sure what to do in a specific situation, you can have your teammates help you. Or if they're having like problem or an issue in their game, you can help them out like win the game. So.
All right, that was an awesome round 3 feature match, followed by some
Subway
awesome
subs.
answers. But don't go anywhere because our 4th Swiss round feature match is coming up soon.
Soon. Die spielen schon, weißt du, und die dauert aber wieder eine Stunde, bis wir da irgendwie spielen können. Das ist schon spannend. Wir gucken uns aber jetzt hier Nishis Market Watch an. Zu Karten, die quasi teuer werden oder nicht teuer werden. Da gucken wir noch mal rein.
What is up, guys? This is Nishi from MST.TV here, back with another Market Watch episode.
Gucken wir
So
mal,
today we are taking a look at a few cards
was
that
das in
are
Amerika kostet.
trending on the market. I don't really have a specific theme for the cards we're looking at today. These are just kind of cards from all of the market that people are paying attention to right now. Now, we do have the 3v3 YCS in Las Vegas going on this weekend, and that's crazy because that's going to be the first big, like, official tournament that we have after the latest ban list. So we should definitely expect a ton of things to get bought out unexpectedly as we move into next week. But for now, let's take a look at things that are currently trending, and we'll see if there's any connection to cards that we see later on. Let's get started. Alright, so the first card we're taking a look at here is Artifact Lancia, and here, specifically, we want to pay attention to the secret rare version. Artifact Lancia is a hand trap card where you can discard it during your opponent's turn to prevent all cards from being banished. This is naturally a really strong card against Kashtira, which are now unable to zone lock you or use the effect of something like a Rise
Ich möchte
Heart,
übrigens erwähnen,
or
dass
any of
Buri
the
mich
other
geghostet hat
tons
und
of
nicht mehr
things
aufgeantwortet was ich
Kashtira
geschrieben
wants to
habe.
do by banishing your
Voll
cards.
gut.
I know that some people aren't too big on Lancia as a hand trap against Kashtira. I think that Nibiru and Ash Blossom are starting to emerge and become popular once again, but there are people that actually think that Lancia is really just the way to go. I personally haven't tried it too much myself, but I really like Lancia as a card in general. I am a bit biased though, I loved using the card back in Necros format, but that doesn't mean anything now. Anyways, these secret rare versions have trended upwards over the last couple of months. These were down at around $5 to $7 for a little while, but they've steadily climbed and they're now sitting at $12 a piece each. The other versions are still fairly cheap. There's the gold rares and then ultras and then a bunch of different common versions that you should still be able to get for around $1 or so, but it's just these secret rares, which are the max rarity version, that are being eaten off of the market. As the card's highest rarity, I think I could actually see this card eventually maybe hitting like $15 to $20, assuming that the card sees competitive success and doesn't get any other high rarity printings. I don't want to buy these at 12 though, but if you can grab a set for maybe like 25 in cash or 30 trade, I think that that gives you a decent bit of room to potentially make a profit down the road. Next, let's take a look at Small World, and here I do have to take a second to blame Tombox. Small World is a really cool card that, in a way, lets you search for any monster in the game. Basically, you're banishing a monster from your hand and then one from your deck to search for another monster from your deck, but there's like a weird thing where exactly one component of the monster has to match between piece A and B and then B and C. This is theoretically a neg 1, but the card you banish from your hand isn't a cost, right? So if you get ashed, the card just traded 1 for 1, and also it can get you.
Ja, die sind halt generell deutlich teurer als bei uns. Das auf jeden Fall. Weißt du, was die Trends sind bei uns ähnliche wie in Amerika, nur dass unsere Preise deutlich günstiger sind.
On Thursday, he shows off using Small World as a tech in the Kashtira strategy and how it can be used to basically search for any of your monsters. It can turn your going first cards into going second cards and vice versa, or it can turn those techs into engine pieces, and that's a lot of really cool flexibility being added to the deck. I'll leave it to Tom's video if you guys want to hear more about it, but apparently that video caused a bunch of people to turn and pick up a ton of copies of Small World. This card was relatively cheap before, especially after the reprint.
Kannst du machen, aber ist halt trotzdem scheiße.
It had a weird wave of hype when this card first came out as people tried it in certain decks and saw a little bit of success with it, but the card really kind of fell off gradually, I guess, as people just found better options to use. Now, however, that it has finally found a potentially consistent home in Kashtira, we've seen a bit of a spike up with the Megatin copies at $8 each and the original Burst of Destiny.
Ich glaube, bei uns kosten die 3 bis 4 Euro, also auch nichts.
Relatively cheap, though it really will depend on this weekend and whether or not Small World Kashtira is able to do well, which will determine the price of this card moving forward. Keep an eye on this card throughout the weekend, and if you can still grab copies for like $5 or so at your locals, I think that's probably a pretty good gamble to take. Up next, this is kind of a terrifying looking card. It is Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. This is obviously a card that is intended for gimmick puppets. I've honestly never heard of it. I've never really been too interested in the strategy. I think that for the most part though, people have ignored this card because it's supposed to strictly be used in gimmick puppets. In fact, it has an effect that activates where, when it's summoned, the player that summoned it is locked into gimmick puppets for the turn. Well, it just so happens that this is a card that players are trying to use with Branded Expulsion to special summon this card back to your opponent's side of the field during their turn, preventing them from summoning altogether.
Aber ist nicht besser als Schüler?
Lingers, right? So with something like Ido the Supreme Magical Force, if your opponent found a way to get it off the field, maybe with a Dark Hole or an enemy controller, they are now free. But since Gimmick Puppet Nightmare activates, if its effect manages to resolve, it doesn't matter what your opponent does with it. They're locked into Gimmick Puppets, which means that they're probably not summoning anything else that turn. Unless, of course, they actually are playing Gimmick Puppets, then good luck with that one. Anyways, this card only has one really odd super rare printing from back in Number Hunters, a really old set at this point. And because it has just the one printing and such limited availability, this card is now a solid $10 lowest on TCG Player, though I believe that like the most that the card is sold for is maybe $8. This is definitely something for you guys to go and dig up from your bulk
Würde ich jetzt nicht
and
spielen.
try to offload, since it just seems like a pretty gimmicky tech that I don't think is going to see too much
Glaube ich auch
success.
nicht.
So you guys will want to capitalize on the hype now and try to offload the card while you can. Okay, so this is one that I think is kind of troll, at least as far as I can tell. It is the Herald of Pure Light. Now this is a generic rank 2 Xyz monster that lets you detach a material from it to add a monster from your graveyard back to your hand, then shuffle one card from your hand back into the deck. Now at first, this card kind of seems whatever, right? It doesn't really generate you any card advantage, it's just a resource trade. So yeah, it's cool that it gets you something back, but that piece better be pretty good. I think we've actually talked about this card a couple of times before, and even though people do talk it up, it never actually ends up seeing very much competitive success. Well, over the last week, this card saw another buyout on TCG Player where it reached, I think, like $30 per copy at one point. Obviously an insane price for this super rare. However, I actually believe that the reason this card went up in price so much is because of Master Duel. Now on there, they just got the Sprite deck, and Max C is also legal, so you can actually take advantage of Pure Light to add Max C back to your hand, which is honestly pretty crazy. However, we don't have Max C here in the TCG, so it really is kind of a mystery as to why exactly this card would be such a high priority here. If it hasn't been used up until now, I don't think people would suddenly be clamoring to use it here now. Therefore, I have come to the conclusion that this card is spiking because Master Duel players played Sprite, considered picking up the deck in real life, and maybe just didn't realize that Max C is still banned, and that Pure Light just isn't as great in our format. This card only has one printing, since it wasn't even reprinted in the tins, and that is why the card got so high. The card is still now sitting at around $20 per copy. If you guys happen to still have a copy or two of this card, I would definitely recommend offloading this while there's still some of this initial hype, especially since the deck is still suffering from the banning of Sprite Elf. The next one is another Herald card. This time it is the Herald of the Arclight. This is a pretty cool generic level 4 Synchro monster.
Ja, die
now,
ist
on the field,
immer so
it
ein
has
bisschen
like
was.
a Macro Cosmos and a Solemn Judgment
Komm, bei uns kostet die
but it's a
Karte
bit of a weaker monster to bring out.
auch ein Zehner
I did
ungefähr,
used to
ne?
love making this card when I was trying to play Pure Yang Zing though. However, its other key effect is that if it is sent to the graveyard from anywhere, you can search for a ritual monster or a ritual
Zehner
spell card.
ungefähr.
Now it just so happens to be a fairy monster as well, which means that it can be sent to the graveyard with Diviner of the Herald, which effectively turns Diviner into a searcher.
Nie Mint, ja,
Right now,
okay,
there
aber
aren't a ton of great ritual decks.
hier gut.
Drytron, I guess,
9 Euro.
gets
Für so eine
better
Karte
with
reicht
the
gut.
limiting of the Ishizu cards, but I don't think they're anything too wild. However, the brand new Nouvelle archetype coming in Wild Survivors wants to use Diviner and Arclight, and because of this, all of the different versions of Herald of the Arclight are trending up across the board. This card was expensive for a while, but then we got a maximum gold rare reprint and an ultra rare printing from a Battles of Legends set, and it looked like we were good with this card finally, being only like $1 or so. However, it seems like a lot of players are gradually wanting to pick up sets of this card, and you're now looking at an average of $5 per copy, maybe $3 for the ugly gold rare, and then like $6 or $7 for the original print super rare. If you can still grab these cards for only $1 or $2 somewhere, I think that this is a card that's really low-key right now that not a lot of people are aware of,
Die
so you
Gold
should try to
Rare
pick it up
auch
wherever
5
possible
Euro.
if it's at the right price. Alright, so this is a card that we haven't talked about on Market Watch for a while, but
Baby
I guess it
Sarasaurus.
was only a matter of time. Baby Sarasaurus is a card that a lot of people are looking at right now, and it shouldn't come as a surprise to you guys that this is because of the Transcendrake archetype. Transcendrakes have a Searcher spell that lets you also pop a card from your hand, allowing you another way to proc Baby's effect and summon a dinosaur out of the deck. Of course, this just leads you to another way that you can abuse the fact that Baby Sarasaurus isn't a once per turn effect. On top of that, we have True King Lithosagem at 3, and Baby Sarasaurus just happens to be an earth monster, so there's potentially going to be a lot of people playing around with dinosaurs in just a few months. Now,
das habe ich auch gesehen, dass diese Karte deutlich mehr.
The only nice version of the card was the Duelist League colored rare, which was crazy expensive. The card didn't even have a hollow printing yet, right? And for those Duelist League cards, they're still expensive. They're up at like
Die
$20
Ultra Rare,
$25
die spielen alle jetzt hier.
on the color you're
Scheint wohl
looking
ganz
at.
gut zu sein,
But
keine
in my
Ahnung.
opinion, they're always really overpriced just because of how difficult they are to find. I personally would be very rarely willing to pay up for a Duelist League copy of a card when other hollow versions are available. what I think is more worth buying right now, or at least paying when a level 5 or higher monster would be.
Steel zwar am Roach, die ging halt richtig ab, weil die halt Kashtira outet, weil die halt 9 Once per Turn Level 5 Monster quasi die Beschwörung anlieren kann. Und ich glaube, die kostet auch mittlerweile so ein bisschen was. Roach. Weil die hat ja den Super Reprint. Ja, die kosten gerade auch ein bisschen was. Was haben wir hier? 10er. Als günstigste ein 10er. Das ist schon krass. Excellent. 9 Euro. Na, hier Englisch für 9 Euro. Schon krass. Und hier die Secret Rare kostet natürlich ein bisschen was mehr. Die ist wahrscheinlich bei so 12, 15 Euro. Ja. Ja, ist sogar bei 20 Euro. Crazy.
Be special summoned, you can detach a material from this card to negate the summon and destroy the monster. This card was really cool early on as a generic rank 4 monster that felt just like a floodgate, and its effect isn't once per turn, so you do get 2 negates on that first turn. Now, however, this card could actually be really useful as an extra deck option against Kashtira, negating the special summon of cards like Fenrir and Unicorn and destroying them. The problem is, I'm not 100% sure exactly what decks are even going to be able to make this. I guess there is Tearlament. We're still not sure yet if Tearlaments will be able to play in this upcoming format for sure. And I guess we could see it in something like Labyrinth, since this is...
Wow, okay. Ja, hat auf jeden Fall viel geholfen. Yay. Okay, er spielt das im Master Duel. Das juckt mich halt nicht so unbedingt. Hier geht es gleich hoffentlich weiter. Nur hat mich immer noch nicht geantwortet. Einfach eiskalt geghostet. Richtig sad. Was hat zu erzählen?
Alles. Diese Ninja zu Spell habe ich mir jetzt nicht angeguckt, das Double. Nein.
Sage. What has been winning today? Wir haben Kashtira gewonnen, wir haben Branded gesehen und Labyrinth hat bis jetzt was gerissen. Wir wissen ja erst, was glaube ich, wenn in die späteren Runden kommt. Ich glaube, so lange werde ich aber nicht streamen. Ich werde wahrscheinlich auch gleich nach der Runde nicht mehr weiter streamen. Mal gucken. Ich werde auf jeden Fall mal ganz kurz frische Luft schnappen. Das ist auf jeden Fall ganz wichtig. Weil ich wollte eigentlich durchziehen, aber das Event selber, das zieht sich also extrem lang. Ich vergesse mal, wie lange so ein Event sich zieht. Ja, vielleicht wenn jemand mit mir gestreamt hätte, wäre vielleicht ganz cool gewesen. Hätte ich halt so ein bisschen Abwechslung gehabt. Interaktion, das wäre ganz cool gewesen. Genau, der Beef mit Murimir. Naja, er hat mich einfach geghostet, Mann. Jetzt fühle ich mich einfach so unwichtig. Ja, ich bin mal ganz normal. Ist gleich. Also langsam dürfen sie ruhig mal ein bisschen weiterspielen hier. Gucken wir uns die Best Decks im Mastodon. Was ja schon aktualisiert.
This is Josh back with another video, this time on Master Duel. You guys know I haven't been doing a lot of Master Duel content on YouTube recently. I've played it a lot on stream, and people have been asking me, why are you not uploading Master Duel content on YouTube as well? And I promised people I would try that as well, because I've been enjoying it a lot, especially now with the new releases today. Or the releases actually were yesterday at the time of recording, but today I've gotten to play the cards for the first time, and it was a lot of fun. And of course, I'm talking about nothing else than Sprite. Sprite has hit Master Duel at almost full force. We'll talk about that in a second. And it's beautiful. Everyone who's been following me in the TCG knows that I've been a huge fan of Sprite. And I'm going to give you guys a little introduction on the archetype and what I think the good versions in Master Duel are and how to...
Okay, ja. Juckt mich jetzt nicht so. Sprite habe ich ja durchgespielt. Spielen wir einfach ein bisschen Yu-Gi-Oh! Gucken wir mal. Server. Spielen wir auch Competitive und spielen mal ein bisschen Yugi. Und aus, was dabei rauskommt. So. Vielleicht spielt jemand mit mir, dann kann ich ein bisschen Yugi spielen. Why not? Oh, was eine räudige Hand. Gucken, was wir ziehen können, das ist ja auch wichtig, ne? Machen wir erstmal die Zone wieder frei hier. Nochmal eine Hugin hier. Ziehen wir mal 3. Soll ich die Feedspell suchen? Ja, ich würde sagen, ich suche den Feedspell, dann habe ich das auch weg. Jetzt sehe ich hoffentlich gute Karten nach. Geht schlecht auf jeden Fall, ja. Also ich kann tatsächlich auf Blue gehen. Und kann halt die Trap setupen. Hab noch einen Normal Summon offen. Ich habe jetzt hier habe ich jetzt alles. Trap. Den aktive Effekt, das hier, Dann kommt jetzt hier Mannequin Cat.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here in beautiful Las Vegas. You can see this view. You can see the strip.
Okay, gehe auf jeden Fall weiter. Das ist schon mal ganz
Definitely
gut.
an awesome place to be. We're here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and it is a Team YCS this weekend. You see all the duelists out there dueling right now. It is round number 4. 3 rounds in the books. We started with 385 undefeated teams, and now in the 4th round of play, we are down to only 60 teams that are undefeated. We have a few more rounds today.
Da weiß jemand nicht, wie Gigantic funktioniert. Cool.
Before we cut to a top 16 and eventually crown a Team YCS team champion. It's definitely been an exciting one so far. We've already seen a lot of branded kind of just naturally find its way into the feature match section.
Chaos. Nice.
Is a strategy that we've seen a lot of, but lots of these
Ich hätte ganz gerne noch eine andere Karte. Jetzt ziehen wir 2 Karten nach. Vielleicht kriege ich ja noch
in conjunction with that forbidden limited list, but it's been a really cool ride so far, and I can't wait
noch einen Sprite-Namen.
to see more awesome plays from these awesome duelists.
I mean, we've seen the branded strategy incorporate cards from Photon Hypernova. We've seen the ninja strategy incorporate cards. We've, of course, seen Kashtira. That goes without saying. We've basically seen several, including that Labyrinth. We've actually seen all 4 of these decks incorporate new cards from Photon Hypernova. So in addition to the Forbidden and Limited list, Photon Hypernova has actually had an immense impact so far this weekend.
That's right. And without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into another awesome feature match.
Das
That's
war
right.
wichtig.
It's round number 4 here at the Team YCS.
Also kriege ich nämlich einmal
We have
den
an
hier.
exciting matchup for you. Like I said, we've
Monster
showed you
Negate.
a variety of strategies. We've seen Labyrinth.
Und ich krieg noch.
Oh, here comes the teams.
Ja.
Before the players sit down, we gotta meet who is playing.
Okay, aber ich gebe hier einmal auf.
We have 3 awesome duelists. It's trade table games. It's Kevin
So.
on the left, Charles in the middle,
Ganz
and
wichtig.
Evan on the right.
So, das gucke ich mir auf jeden Fall noch an. Da ist Pack. Was ein Team. Was ein Team, ey. Holy shit.
3 excellent duelists. We got a remote duel champion, UDS champion, YCS champion, NAWCQ champion. Just incredible team. Definitely wanting to take this weekend down and walk away with those 3 trophies that are mere feet.
Thema Pack wird auf Kashtira sein. Cody wahrscheinlich Despier. Aber wir gucken uns Shuping an. Okay.
Now we have seen Labyrinth already, and we're going to get to see it again here as
Okay.
Evan has brought Labyrinth here, main decking, you know, all sorts of traps that he's going to be able to. It's the way it lines up with Kashtira is I really think why a lot of players are going on the Labyrinth. Having trap cards that interact with that first Unicorn summon is really, really impactful. If you can just get it face down or prevent it from adding the Theosis before they get their strategy online, it can be really huge. And what we saw with like Herman earlier, you can just summon 3 ladies in OTK pretty quickly. Just lots of damage while you're able to control the game.
Yeah, this deck definitely gives you a lot of tools that line up fairly well against the Kashtira matchup. On the other side of the table, we have Shuping, who looks like he's bringing a combination of Kashtira and a strategy that we haven't seen in quite a while.
That's right.
Brave.
It's the adventure pack.
Brave, yeah.
Brave
Kashtira.
Like, I thought everyone was going to gravitate towards the beginning. Like, Griffin Rider's a level 7. You don't need to use a normal monster effect. Like, it just seems perfect for the Kashtira strategy.
Yeah, I think the tier elements from the previous format kind of pushed the adventure package to the side, but without any restrictions to any of the cards in the adventure package. That strategy, which was incredibly dominant about a year ago during the World Championship qualifier season, is now returning back with full force.
Yeah, you say it's funny, after Power of the Elements came out, but before Magnificent Mavens, and yeah, I think it was before Darkwing Blast. Yeah, so it's just before Darkwing Blast came out, I actually played like an adventure tier limits deck, because you could use like Faithful Adventure, and you could activate Faithful Adventure to just add from your deck, and then like discard a tier to trigger it, discard like Rhino Heart, summon back Rhino Heart, send Soliac. Like there was useful ways to use it in hand, but as you know, more cards got released like from Darkwing Blast and Magnificent Mavens, those cards would not be able to be included in the deck. It became something, you know, not as useful, but I love
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay, how can I include the adventure package? Like,
Ich habe einfach Bock, Yugi zu sehen. Einfach richtig, richtig Bock auf Yugi. Aber ich glaube, ich werde trotzdem nach der Runde aufhören zu streamen. Einfach, weil schon, wir sind jetzt seit 4 Stunden live, dann sind wir nach 5 Stunden live. Ich glaube, das reicht auch. Auch wenn ich ganz gerne mehr gucken würde, aber ich glaube, das ist jetzt mal genug dann.
Versions of the adventure decks that also got to incorporate potentially forbidden droplets, but then the nimble packages fit so well into that strategy.
Same kind of thing.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Nimble Beaver and Nimble Angler. Just anytime you send that Nimble Angler to the graveyard, get the 2 beavers, it's really fantastic. But yeah, as you mentioned, we haven't, even when I was playing it back then, that was when Power Elements came out, so that was what, July, August? Like, it was, yeah, August to September. Definitely a long, long time ago. But yeah, it definitely hasn't seen a lot of play, but it's cool to see someone like Ping trying to bring it back to fruition. I really like it in the Cashier deck, because I was mentioning, like, it is level 7, so you can overlay with the Griffin Rider if you need to. But it gives you the negate for a Speller Trap, so you don't have to worry, or a monster, so you don't have to worry about things like Nibiru. You have to worry less about Book of Eclipse. You can save like your Ash Blossom for Branded Fusion. If you're playing against Beastfield Branded and they activate Book of Eclipse, you can stop that, and then you can Ash Blossom the Branded Fusion. So definitely lots of things the Griffin Rider gives you that you wouldn't normally have otherwise. Because I mean, a lot of strategies don't have something available where you can negate a Speller Trap or a monster effect, and you can splash that adventure package into those decks, and you're just basically giving them a mini power boost. For example, that's what happened to like Prank Kids. The adventure package came out, it was just thrown into everything because you just get that boost to a deck that never needed to use the effect of the normal summon monster.
In addition to that, it also lines up really well against any of those strategies that are going to try and utilize continuous spell, or in this case, potentially continuous trap cards. I remember about this point, somewhere times last year, one of the biggest issues when trying to play a strategy with something
Ja, ich bin bei Olibaba, wenn ich halt mal Zeit dafür habe. Aber ich würde jetzt nicht sagen, ich bin da jetzt irgendwie jede Woche. Ich wollte eigentlich heute hin, weil ich heute frei hatte, aber habe ich es irgendwie doch irgendwie nicht geschafft. Und ja. Vielleicht, also wenn ich da bin, bin ich wenn dann mittwochs da, weil ich da frei habe. Aber wenn auch nur mittwochs. Oder vielleicht mal samstags, wenn ich halt Zeit habe.
I don't know why that just triggered me, but that was like a pet peeve. Like, draw your cards a little faster. Come on, both of them were they were at like the exact same slow, one card at a time pace. But it looks like Evan is starting things off, which is definitely good for Labyrinth.
Ich finde es faszinierend, dass wir jedes Mal, wenn wir ein Labyrinth-Deck gesehen haben, der jedes Mal First gehen durfte.
Probably the single card you'd want to see more often than not, I think on average. Because it just ensures that you get access to whatever you need, whether it's a Labyrinth monster or, of course, a Labyrinth trap card.
Yep, looks like he's going to use a lady. This was a huge card for the Labyrinth team to get. Definitely an easy way to summon a monster hand. Gets a trap that you're able to use. Definitely fantastic. You don't have to just completely rely on Welcome Labyrinth. But they also got the big addition of Big Welcome Labyrinth in Photon Hypernova. Let you summon a Labyrinth monster, but that graveyard effect is just incredible. You're able to just disrupt your opponent and get a Labyrinth monster from your deck. Really one of the strongest cards.
Ping ist links, ne? Crazy.
But Ping leaving off the Pot of Prosperity. Fantastic card in the Kashira theme.
So in general, just banishing cards can be advantageous. Obviously, it banishes face down. This deck actually gets to incorporate a handful of cards in the extra deck that actually synergize well with this effect, specifically Infinitrack Goliath.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites.
It's not often you see interactions like that come around, where a card has an entirely other use in its inherent strategy, actually have this really interesting interaction in this particular strategy, the Castillo strategy.
Er spielt auch Main Deck. Oh mein Gott.
You see Evan kind of like, wait, he's main decking evenly matched. Oh no, that's not good. That card is definitely good against Labyrinth here. So he's going to go ahead and grab the main deck evenly matched. That is, I like that. I think I like main decking evenly matched. I mean, everyone's main decking Book of Eclipse. Why not main deck the best going second cards you possibly can?
It's also a card that we're just going to see popular in the Labyrinth strategy because it just is a normal trap card itself. So I think those decks are actually just by default playing 3 copies to give them a little bit of leverage when trying to go second game 1. So we're actually going to see that card popular in the first game of a lot of decks.
It looks like Big Welcome Labyrinth is being activated here from Evan.
Looks like he's thinking about whether or not he wants to chain his Lady Labyrinth.
He knows that evenly matched is awaiting him, so decides not to.
It depends on... There's a few reasons. I mean, you might choose to do it to just filter a card out of your deck that you no longer want to draw.
Jetzt nimmt die Normals dann wieder auf die Hand, ne?
It could be the card that you leave on the field. Now, let's say potentially you activate a card like Dimensional
Barrier. Ich finde es faszinierend, dass halt voll viele jetzt wirklich auf Evenly im Main Deck gegangen sind. Das haben wir schon öfter gesehen heute.
Makes sense.
Now, granted, the fact that he just returned it to his hand with the one off of the Big Welcome Labyrinth, probably less likely that would happen.
Ending Mythos.
All right, Ping. Going to end his battle phase, enter battle phase, end of battle phase. Evenly matched. Now what is Evan going to keep? I imagine maybe the lady, or maybe one of the face down speller traps, but
Trap. Ist wahrscheinlich Trap Picks für die Barrier.
So you won't have to worry about that.
Going to main phase 2.
Yep, here comes that lady. Lady, just a fantastic card.
So main phase 2? Sure.
So the fact that he had the actual big Welcome Labyrinth makes it such that utilizing the effect earlier just to search a card out of your deck probably wasn't likely, because here, if he actually just has another trap card, he will be able to resolve the effect on this one, and that will actually stick.
Yeah, it's just free disruption in the graveyard as well. Fantastic card out of Photon Hypernova. That is Bill Welcome Labyrinth.
Granted, he revealed 2 of them, but it would have been interesting if he potentially had another copy of Evenly Matched, because that was still in battle phase.
That would be funny.
I'm not sure it comes up that often, but I don't believe Evenly Matched is once per turn.
I'm unsure.
Oh,
and now Rise Heart.
So I pay cost banish a card from my deck.
Looks like Evan might not be too familiar with the Kashira strategy. That's going to be rough going into the rest of this tournament.
Perhaps he's played against other strategies those opening rounds.
I mean, that's what you get the benefit when you play Labyrinth. Like, you're playing a trap deck, so you're able to use your traps to control the game state. You can kind of deal with things even if you don't know what you're playing against as well. Though it's definitely helpful to always have as much
Aber Adventure kann er schon mal nicht haben, weil er halt Norman zu meinem Weg benutzt. Das ist schon mal... Keine Ahnung.
Where full knowledge of the matchup would make it much more obvious.
Very true. Yep, banishes the top 3 face down.
And then this becomes 7.
Rise Heart is now level 7.
Activate.
Banish the Unicorn from his deck, and now he's going to activate Kashira Birth, which will let him normal summon a level 7 monster.
Gerne, Hüt noch an dich auch.
Oh, no, he's already normal summoned, so now he's going to use the effect of special from the banished or graveyard and grabs that Unicorn that he banished with the Rise Heart.
We can start to see just that so many combinations of hands ultimately result in more or less the same field, which is one of the big strengths of Kashira.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Shuping's deck, because, I mean, like, if you get hit with an evenly match, that means you're behind on cards already. You lost so much, and now that he's doing his full Kashira combo after that, it's going to be tough to come back.
And if this card get banished,
but we still know Evan has one face-down speller trap card that could help him in this.
It's also the card that he elected to keep with evenly matched, so we have to assume it's a pretty powerful card. I would imagine if it was a card like Skill Drain or Goza Match, Rivalry of Warlords, one of those type of cards, it probably would have already been activated. So I'm really curious to see what it is. I also would rule out a card like Dimensional Bear, because I think he would have just activated that earlier and then potentially saved another card off of the evenly matched. So I think we can potentially rule that one out as well.
Targeting Rise Heart. And that has to be a different attribute? Yeah.
So he's going to target Rise Heart to summon...
Fenrir.
Probably Fenrir.
Yep.
On resolution?
I think we'll find out what it is.
Oh, it's Waybridge! It's Waybridge! Awesome! This card is so cool. It's Secret Rare to Photon Hypernova.
That's funny, okay.
I love this card. So this trap is insane. Well, it's not, yeah, I love it. So if your opponent controls 2 or more monsters, it doesn't matter how many monsters you can control. They just have 2 or more monsters. They have to banish down to 1. And now he's going to be able to activate the effect of Lady to set a
That's funny, okay.
I love Waybridge.
That's fun.
Return back the effect in which it cannot be targeted or destroyed. Yeah, it's really awesome to see not only the Labyrinth cards get actual Labyrinth cards in Photon Hypernova, but there are, in addition to that, normal trap cards that fit so well into the strategy. So it's really awesome to see the additional components that can be incorporated into your deck.
Yeah, Waybridge is a really cool one. I couldn't see what he said. Said pretty quick.
I have 1, right?
Yeah, so you're only going to have 1. Not going to be able to do any. He had 3 level 7s. Now he's only going to have 1 level 7. This is a huge Waybridge here.
This is fairly important too, because now that he has a set card again, not that he wouldn't have activated Lady, but Fenrir cannot banish the Lady due to the fact that there's a set spell and trap card.
Ob er noch das Monster der Balance pushen kann oder nicht.
Very true. Now Fenrir's effect is going to activate to add Scareclaw Kastira.
Ja.
It's really nice of this deck is to play some sort of singleton additional extenders. Some decks elected to play Tier Elements Kastira. Of course, this deck so far electing to run the Scareclaw Kastira, enabling you after a situation like this where you've been stymied in the midst of your plays to have an additional level 7 extender, which is potentially why you just like the adventure packet so much in this deck, adding that level 7 earlier in the turn.
Yep. Yeah, when I was playing Laos before, the Scareclaw Kastira and Tiamat Kastira came out, so I was like, oh, another level 7, but now it's just so easy as we're seeing here to get those access that. Now, yeah, Waybridge sends them to the graveyard, so instead of banishing them, that means he's going to be able to banish them from the graveyards to summon that Scareclaw Kastira, but I definitely think it is a huge advantage of that Kastira have those options available to them.
I think you were thinking of potentially how Big Bang works.
I was just thinking evenly matched. Oh, yeah, Big Bang also does that same kind of thing, but yeah, I'd evenly matched on the mind, but...
Okay.
It's definitely less impactful since it's into the graveyard, but still a huge swing. Because look, what this is now, Evan just has to deal with a Fenrir as opposed to a Shangri-Ira or an Arise Heart. This is fantastic.
Taking a read, I don't think the spell effect of Kastira Birth will really matter here. So at least on this particular turn, Evan is free to play without having to worry too much about that.
Yeah, he's just going to try and attack over this Fenrir, so the Fenrir effect.
Also wir halten fest, Labyrinth ist besser, als wir vorher gedacht haben.
But you know, he only has 2 cards, so not a lot. It is Ariana. That's going to grab a Labyrinth card.
So the beauty here is, you know, on the opening turn, if you need Lady Labyrinth, obviously you can search Lady Labyrinth, but now that he's already started to accumulate some resources, he can now start searching out of his deck the perfect trap card.
It's a trap.
It looks like Welcome Labyrinth.
Yep. That is indeed Welcome Labyrinth. Labyrinth deck is strong. High impact traps at key times can be huge. Just where the Kashir deck really shines is, you know, it's making a huge combo turn 1, and Shangri-Ira, like, it's going into these other combo decks. Like, if you draw all monsters against me, you're not going to be able to do anything, but when your whole deck is trap cards, you really don't have to worry about drawing all monsters that often, and having these interactive trap cards can be really good against the Kashir deck, because even though it's so strong and so powerful, putting one of them face down on the field can really slow the turn down. But Shuping does have one of those tools at Kashir's that they have in their arsenal with Birth that'll help them play into one of these trap strategies. So I would think that Evan's going to be looking to try and get that Birth off the field, potentially, if he has that option.
Looks like here he's flipped. Looks like a Welcome Labyrinth. It's sometimes hard to tell the difference between Welcome and Big Welcome Labyrinth, but it looks like he's activated one of the Labyrinth cards, and now he's utilizing his Lady Labyrinth to set a compulsory evacuation device. I will say there is, and granted, one evenly matched is already in the graveyard, one is at the bottom of his deck, but having Kastira Birth on the field also gives you that reassurance that you don't have to worry about your opponent potentially having the 3rd evenly matched.
That's true.
And if they do, they can't use it quite as effectively.
Certainly, at least they have to set it and wait. It looks like he's going to summon the lovely lady, lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle.
And now there'll be no monster effects in response to normal trap cards.
Labyrinth ist zwischen einfach 3 Monster aus Feld oder 2 Monster aus Feld. Kein Plan, was passiert ist. Aber das ist auf jeden Fall Kompuls-Set und eine Fallenkarte, die was zerstören kann.
Yep, does. So Fenrir's effect is going to activate and resolve, so Shuping is going to be able to add a Kastira monster from the deck to the hand. Gets Rise Heart, makes sense.
Mhm. Rise Heart kann sich ja selber specialen.
He's taking a quick look at his extra deck after a Pot of Prosperity. You know, his options are going to be a little bit lower than they might otherwise have been.
Very true. Yeah, sometimes you have to give up a little bit just to make sure you're able to
play.
That's why he's looking. No, he was counting. He was making sure he had enough for the next one. Okay.
Geht für 3 wahrscheinlich jetzt.
Usually pretty easy. You usually have 6, like you're guaranteed I'm going after. But the second one, the next 3 when you're going down to 9, a little rough. But if there is a deck that is okay with that, it would be Kastira, because they really need a couple cards in their extra deck to really utilize.
Plus, Evan's not playing Unicorn himself, and he's obviously not going to be playing the Mind Hacker, so as a result, there are some sort of free banishes, some of the doubles that Chuping is deciding to run, which many Kashtiro decks are incorporating this weekend in order to play around cards that target the extra deck. So it looks like here for the first time we're seeing an adventure card, obviously not the most impactful one with Illegal Light, and then there's Water Enchantress, which on the other hand is much more impactful. But this will reveal to Evan regardless that Chuping is on the adventure package, something that I'm not sure he saw off the original Prod Prosperity at the beginning of the game.
I definitely think this is the first time we are seeing those adventure cards.
Which is a big deal in the sense that if this game were to end without them ever being activated, knowing that your opponent has access to Draco Pack could change some of Evan's side decking choices heading into game 2 or 3.
Also hat sich Unicorn geaddet. Ja, er spielt quasi mit darum, jetzt geht der Battleface. Ah ne, okay, geht jetzt drauf. Der banisht jetzt ein. Wahrscheinlich die... Der kann in Def angreifen, das ist ganz gut zu wissen. Die Barrier.
What do you think he's declaring, Chuping? I would be mad if someone asked me, what are you declaring? But he didn't say right away. Yeah, Exceeds monsters, that's Dimension Barrier. For the rest of the turn, Exceeds monsters effects are negated.
No Exceeds Monster. Die Barrier, gute Karte, hab ich gehört.
Strategy that utilizes them exclusively. It's Ogre that searches the trap.
This is bizarre that... Oh yeah, I don't know, never mind. Unicorn effect is going to use his effect probably. Oh, nope, just gonna overlay. Oh, never mind, he can't overlay because of the Dimension Barrier, so he's gonna send them all to
Blackluster.
Soldier Chaos? Yes! I was like, there's only one monster he could be link summoning for with sending 3 monsters to the graveyard, and that's Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos. This card is awesome, and I'm so glad I get to see it come out in a feature match.
This is one of those cards that is very rarely in the back of your mind, but should probably be there more often than it is. Because in a situation like this where your opponent's activated Dimensional Barrier, this card is incredibly impactful.
Ouch.
Ooh, but here we see a copy of Skill Drain.
Ouch.
All the awesome effects that Blackluster Soldier of Chaos had are all gone now.
In addition to the bonus effects.
Yeah, he gets the bonus for being level 7s used.
Floodgate, Beliebeness.
But not bad.
Compuls.
Nope, still has that big welcome labyrinth to be able to return the Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos.
Achso.
And this is the second effect of Big Welcome Labyrinth. Unfortunately, for Labyrinth players, you can't activate both of these effects on the same turn, but you can banish it from your graveyard and then target either a Fiend or a monster that you control, level 8 or higher. But if you control a large monster, you can actually target one of your opponent's monsters and return it to your hand. So in some cases, it can just enable the effects of the Labyrinth monsters that require a monster to be moved from the field via a normal trap card. In this case, you're actually able to utilize it against your opponent's monsters because you can control some of the large Labyrinth monsters like Lady Labyrinth and Lovely Labyrinth.
Jo.
I'm just happy I got to see Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos. I love that card. It's a cool one.
Moving to Memphis 2? Sure.
But Chuping definitely having a rough go at it in this game. This game started with him using evenly matched, right? And just still to be Evan getting evenly matched and be able to recover like this is fantastic. Showing he knows his deck in and out. So now Right's being activated and is going to summon an adventure token. And plays Fateful Adventure from the deck to the field.
I think Evan just asked, because it's an interesting interaction, if whether or not Lady Labyrinth can activate after the banish of Big Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard. Which they were able to
Bounce Skill Drain, aber da ist ja noch Compuls.
And now Faithful is going to be able to add Draco back. Now they summon the Griffin Rider. Oh, he's going for Legal Knight? Oh, he had the Griffin Rider already. He's using the effective search. Okay.
Das Kompuls will ihn halt hier komplett umbringen.
Shuping trying to push through dimensional barrier. He's really had some pretty big efforts there. I wonder if he can go into Blackluster Soldier again.
That would be funny.
Warum nicht Kompuls?
Here comes the legal knight. Now, how does he navigate this? Good match, though. Back and forth.
I'll go activate Draco back, target skill gen.
Oh, it's any card?
Yeah.
No response.
Thinking here, yeah, no more response.
Okay.
And then unrest. Skill drain.
So the skill drain back to the hand thanks to Draco back.
Activate Illegal Knight, thinking about the targets.
So he's going to give Illegal Knight and return 2 cards on opponent's field to the hand.
This guy to you.
And then it bounces the cards from the side of the hand. Okay.
We'll target.
Fortunately, due to skill drain, he can't do the interaction where he just bounces it back to his own hand with Draco back, but it is what it is. It is a way of at least dealing with skill drain, and now he has to sort of remove 2 other problem cards from Evan's side of the field.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really showing another positive of the Adventure Engine. He has the negate here with the Griffin Rider, which can stop spell trap monster effects. But he also gets the Draco back and the Illegal Knight. That's 3 bounces. Like that's a good at board disruption. I really like the Adventure package right now, while the format's still developing and figuring things out.
Warum hat er nicht einfach, ungelogen, das Token kompulst und dann wäre alles gut gewesen?
That's it. It's got a Griffin Rider, a Draco back.
What are the stats on the token?
2,000.
2K.
Yeah.
With at least 1 protection.
Yeah, Evan not familiar with any of the cards in Shuping's deck. It's a shock, but when you're playing a lot of traps, maybe you don't really need to know. You just have to interrupt and disrupt when you need to.
Perhaps he's played a lot of tier element mirror matches recently.
That could be the case.
Well, he is familiar with this part of the effect.
Aber das ist halt nicht der Graden-Effekt, das ist der Effekt von Faithful.
No, Faithful says that. That Faithful Adventure says that, yeah.
Shuping's a very honorable duelist here, showing him that it's actually the Fateful Adventure that does the effect that he imagined that Draco back enabled.
I had a Marincess player that was not so honest once. I didn't know that it got all the effects from the field spell, so I was like, oh, does this do it? He's like, no. But when he had Battle Ocean of it made it much. This is before all the new Marincess cards came out. It was like the first wave, and I was like, oh, okay, you got me this time with your Marincess Battle Ocean. But it looks like he's going to tribute off the Illegal Knight here for the lovely Labyrinth.
And a battle. Attack. 29.
It's a big, it has a lot of attack there. Going to take down the Griffin Rider. 2900 attack is plenty to destroy it by battle.
Both Lovely and Lady Labyrinth deceptively have a lot of attack points. So if you come out of the gates really slow and your opponent has one of those opening hands where they open Ariana and then in addition to that have one of the Labyrinth cards themselves, they can very quickly put 9,000 damage plus on the board by having these big 3,000 attackers. So you have to be really careful. What might seem like a rather passive control deck does have that really
Also Peck hat auf jeden Fall das erste Game gewonnen. Gar nicht gesehen gerade, aber hier Peck, Game 1.
You're summoning monsters from your decks, you're setting defensive traps, you don't even have to draw them. Like this is just it's a control.
Muss aber fairerweise sagen, Kastierer versus Labyrinth anzugucken ist nicht so spannend, muss ich ja sagen.
And I just love being able to bounce with big Welcome Labyrinth, the Ariana back to your hand. And then every single turn you get to normal summon that, and then when you're bouncing these cards back to your hand with a normal trap card effect, that's like.
Aber es ist auf jeden Fall sehr interaktives Gameplay, ne? Der eine macht was, der andere macht was anderes, dann passiert da was, also ja, also schon sehr interaktiv.
All the utility in this deck, it's very toolboxy. You're able to do a lot with the little cards you have. I mean, that's the best thing is with these kind of decks is maximizing with minimal usage. High impact traps.
Yeah, nowadays for trap heavy and trap centric decks to succeed, they really need to cover a lot of bases. They can't be so one dimensional. They need to be able to destroy cards. They need to be able to stymie the opponent potentially with continuous trap cards, which is that can incorporate. And then in addition to that, the deck needs to find a way to win. Because sometimes I feel like the Eldritch strategy from years prior had a difficult time winning.
Sometimes, yeah, For sure. It'd take at least one Eldritch attack at a time, or you have to like overlay from maybe like a Gustav Max and go through the trains or everything. But it's definitely the Labyrinth strategy does seem to fill all the places you need to have big monsters. They were refilling your back row all at the same time. And yeah, we see Evan setting 5 cards to his spell and trap card zone.
And this is a game where Shuping not only got a Draco back effect, but in addition to that, an evenly match.
It's just crazy. If you're sleeping on Labyrinth, you might want to wake up. Otherwise, you're going to probably end up with a nightmare.
It's interesting. The decision point the previous turn about attacking the Wandering Griffin or actually just attacking the token twice so that it would go to the graveyard and then Draco back would be off the field. Because Shuping does at least get to start this turn with 1 bounce off the Draco back. Now granted, there are 5 spell and trap cards on Evan's side of the field, so the odds that one of them are that impactful going back to the hand and stymieing his entire play and his entire turn is not super likely. Oh, this works too. Yeah, having Compulsory Evacuation Device is the best of both worlds. Because there is risk of leaving a level 7.
Geh doch einfach ins nächste Game. Du hast doch eh keine Chance, das zu gewinnen.
But this is just the best of both worlds.
Oh, we can check out the table score update. It looks like Pac won at table A. He won game 1, so that's awesome for them. The first game of the first match was concluded.
I don't want to spoil it, but I know that Pac and Dakota are playing a deck that we have yet to see this weekend, so it would be interesting to get over there.
There's a lot of that. A lot of decks we have yet to see.
Dark Ruler.
I love this format.
And not respond to monster effects, is that right?
Even this match, we see cards like Waybridge, which we had yet to see this weekend, the Adventure Package in general, which we had yet to see this weekend. So even seeing these actual deck strategies, it's really exciting to see the inner workings of some of the decision-making that went into these deck choices as a whole, but also just the actual card choices. Here we see, Dark Ruler no more, which I don't think we've actually seen yet this weekend.
Not really. It's not. This also isn't like the greatest deck to be used against, but it does something. Like you're at least stopping them from continuing to set their traps, and it helps a little bit of the interactions. But yeah, Dark, it's cool. You see Shuping really focused on, everyone else maybe focused on making their main decks good for game 1. He was ready to go second. Just in game number 1, I'm ready to have Dark Ruler evenly matched. It's funny because we've seen him do that feature match with Drytron like months ago now, and it was just so impactful when you have those 2 cards in tandem against like one of those like synchro punk combo decks with Baron and all sorts of monsters on the board. But while not as useful in this matchup, definitely going to help him out, maybe trying to fight back into this game with this Fenrir coming down, and now he's going to use Fenrir's effect. We know Evan has a Dogmatica Punishment for sure, I think. I saw him set that last turn with Lady.
That's an incredibly impactful normal trap card, which some strategies are actually not incorporating. It doesn't line up super well against the Kashtira strategy because it reveals what you're playing. If you were to have an extra deck that would be more reminiscent of maybe an actual Kashtira deck or a Tri-Brigade deck or some other type of strategy, it wouldn't be obvious when your opponent uses Mind Hacker what you're playing. But by having an extra deck that is very clearly geared towards utilizing Dogmatisha Punishment, it becomes obvious what you're actually running. And then there's fear that your opponent actually starts to lock out your spell and trap card zones as opposed to your monster zones. Could you imagine only being able to set 1 or 2 trap cards?
Or none.
Or none, yeah. Well, certainly.
Yeah, but one or 2 is rough. Like, it's going to be tough to get anywhere. So, yeah, that's definitely... I think you were talking about that with Herman earlier. He has, like, his extra deck where it's like a... you could look at it and maybe not know what he's playing.
It actually looks like Pac just took a second game there on table A, and Dakota has taken a game on table B.
Das ist schon mal ziemlich gut.
Looking good for the red side. Team honorary members.
Shuping here is utilizing his Water Enchantress. You know, in the games that go longer, Water Enchantress every single turn, even if you no longer have access to Draco back, at least enables you to put a 2000 attack monster on the field. In addition to that, over the long run, because this deck's playing both Illegal Knight and Wandering Griffin, you almost always have one of those in the deck. So I think it adds that really good long-term grind when this deck really needs to do it.
Yeah, certainly. And it looks like he does have another copy of Right. Someone's back that token. Already has the Faithful, and now Draco back is already gone. Griffin's gone. Illegal Knight's in the graveyard.
Aber spannend ist das jetzt nicht wirklich, würde ich sagen.
I'm really curious what Shuping's avenue here is. He's making a lot of plays these last couple of turns, and it was evident when he went into the Blackluster Soldier that he felt, okay, this is my chance. This is my one opportunity to really turn the tide of the game. But now he knows that Evan has Skill Drain set. He can't deal damage this turn because of Dark Ruler, so it's not like he's suddenly going to put 7,000 damage on the field. I'm really curious what his avenue here is to regain control, because honestly, once Labyrinth players usually get to this point of the game, it's really, really difficult.
Ooh, Terrors of the Overroot. I get them mixed up. It is Underroot. That's right. Terrors of the Underroot. This card's cool. So
swapped,
you take a card that's useful on your opponent's field, and then you take one that's useless in their graveyard, and you swap them.
Yes.
I really liked it. I've seen it swap with like using a Fusion Destiny and swapping with like a Fusion Destiny after the Destroyer's gone.
He actually swapped it with an evenly matched, which isn't obviously completely dead.
Yeah, does he not have worse cards? I mean, the Cashier deck doesn't have a lot of dead cards, really, so maybe that's just the best of the worst options.
I don't know the exact quantity of cards. He's done at least 9 off of Pot of Prosperity. I imagine he still has enough for at least 1 activation, so the Prosperity is probably not an option. I guess evenly maybe is the best option, but it is something you need to know now.
Maybe he's assuming there won't be another end of the battle phase. The game will end before the next end of the battle phase.
What it's worth, Evan's been able to navigate this previous turn without ever having to use his own skill drain. So now he's going to be able to go onto his turn with both Lady Labyrinth and Lovely Labyrinth on the field, which, you know, that is the best of both worlds. You still have skill drain, it's protected, wasn't bounced back by anything, and now you get to utilize your Lady and Lovely Labyrinth to accumulate even more card advantage.
Oh, also Labyrinth anzugucken, macht halt gar keinen Bock irgendwie. Wo ich es irgendwie ein cooles Deck finde, aber irgendwie, vielleicht liegt es auch daran, dass es gegen Kashtira spielt, aber...
Clearing the board. Alright, now Shuping drawing for turn. He does have that evenly matched that his opponent gave him set. I mean, it would be 4 cards. How many deals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you'd have to get rid of 2. That's still like a Twin Twisters almost.
I'm curious if Shuping could have actually used it during his
battle phase,
his opponent's battle phase the previous turn, because Evan actually used the Lovely Labyrinth to set a trap.
That is true.
In main phase 1. That would have been an interesting interaction.
Alright, so it looks like Enchantress is going to grab a 3rd copy of Rite of Ramus here from Shuping's deck.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Macht Spaß. Ich muss fairerweise sagen, ich verstehe auch nicht, warum die das Matchup gewählt haben. Vielleicht wegen Kashtira Adventure. Weil beide ja neue Decks halt haben. Aber das Skill Drain.
And then potentially a normal trap so that he can then activate Lady Labyrinth. It really kind of depends on what the other 3 back row are.
You got it? Alright, cool. I'm still playing. No.
Okay, yeah, this is exactly what I mentioned. Now he's going to activate the D barrier that he set the previous turn off of the Lovely Labyrinth, and then he's now going to be activating Lady Labyrinth here as Chainlink, I guess, 4, enabling him to set a trap from his deck, and then Skill Drain will resolve, but he will have already at least got a trap out of his deck for that additional card advantage. It looks like it was a Dogmatic of Punishment. I couldn't tell fully. He flipped it in a way that made it difficult. But that was a very good use of Chainlinks.
Yeah, when you have Lovely Lady,
Ich finde es ohne Adventure besser. Ich glaube auch, dass ich ohne Adventure besser finde. Ich kann aber verstehen, wenn man es machen möchte, weil du kriegst halt den Bounce, kriegst die 2 extra Monster und der Negate für halt das Book of Eclipse und sowas ist halt, glaube ich, gar nicht so blöd.
Because this deck is essentially, at least at this point, utilizing Dimensional Barrier every turn of the game.
Which is a really good strategy, especially against also like Kashtira. You can see it's tough to do without Xyz monsters. Branded Despia, good luck without fusions.
And Shuping came prepared with Black Luster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos.
It's a good card, incredible card. If you want to know where you can get your hands on it, you can find Magnificent Mavens at your OTS store somewhere out there. Make sure you get your hands on it.
Or you can chase one of its many high rarity versions. There's an
but now
ultimate
easily
rare.
accessible.
It is easily accessible. The ultimate rare, though, looks amazing.
It does. I do love the ultimate. The Ghost Rare is also pretty cool. It's tough. It's tough when that's the age-old question. Ultimate Rare, Ghost Rare. Which one do I want to play with? Collector Rare, maybe?
Es könnte sogar sein, dass sie in Maze of Memories nochmal als Frequent kommt.
For me, it's Ultimate Rare almost 100% of the time.
You love Ultimates, yeah? Did you like the Collector Rare Card Trooper? I know you're a big fan of Card Trooper.
I still need to get one. I actually have a Card Trooper that's misprinted and has a Destiny Hero malicious embedded.
Okay, I've seen one of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the Card Trooper of choice that I have. However, the collector's rare looks amazing.
You get the collector ones for the troop deck.
Yes.
You have your ultimate machine duplications and your collector card troopers.
So we see here Euer Birth actually getting to resolve and banish 3 cards from his graveyard because he used a spell card with Pot of Extravagance.
Actually meaningful in this matchup as we see him resetting those trap cards.
Yep.
Not so much now that skill drains up, but still something. You might as well maximize all your plays.
Ich möchte übrigens erwähnen, dass wir schon in Game 1 sind, dass es jetzt eine halbe Stunde geht. Eine halbe Stunde Game 1.
So it's definitely worth Shuping playing it out in its entirety by actually going through the banishing, because it is part of the effect. Though I will say, there is some value in knowing that there's no possible way for you dealing with skill drain and not using that effect so your opponent's unaware of that interaction.
Yeah, but here we go. Shuping activating that evenly match that the Terrors of Underroot gave him. So Evan having to pick down to 3 cards. 1, 2, and then he's gonna keep up the lady and the card, a couple other cards. I think you said that one might be Dogmatic of Punishment. So yeah, maybe it wasn't, not the craziest evenly matched, but it certainly wasn't a useless card like you usually want to grab with Underroot.
In the grand scheme of things, maybe a card like Dark Ruler no more could have been an option. I think this is the first time we've seen Shuping play Pressured Planet.
Yep, Pressured Planet Race-Off. Shuping is left-handed, so don't get confused that it is in the field spell zone.
That actually is a way of dealing with skill drain. Theoretically, if he's able to at least get...
If he has like another one. I think you banished it face down from the evenly, but he could potentially have another skill drain laying in the weights. But but the Pressured Planet being able to
destroy.
Because you can still trigger Sangre Ira even though its effect is negated. I think that's a key part of all these strategies, all these field spells, that there's a way to trigger the destruction effect and being able to capitalize on that destruction effect. Like, people talk about the Primeval Planet Peril Rhino, like, that destruction effect is huge, being able to just destroy a card during your opponent's turn, and Race-Off is definitely along those same lines. The thing that gets me about this card is the attack boost. It's so much.
Aber hey, es ist immer noch besser als Telemans-Kombos in beiden Runden. Ne?
That card could play a huge role if Shuping is able to establish.
Oh, okay, und Dakota hat gewonnen.
Going to see this game come to an end due to the results on the other 2 tables.
Oh, Cody won.
I think if this game played out longer, Evan would have eventually won.
I agree. Yeah, I think it was his game to win.
I think Shuping had a ton.
Yeah. Okay.
A ton he threw at both skill drain, just a ton of back rows in general. But I think in the long run, Evan was eventually going to be able to pull.
Würde ich auch sagen, das war's für mich heute von dem Stream. Ich hoffe, ihr habt ein bisschen was mitgenommen. Es war an sich ganz cool. Wir haben ein paar coole Sachen heute gesehen. Wenn ihr das weiter verfolgen kommt, hier Muri ist gerade am Stream. Hier oder auf Twitch. Er ist immer noch live, auch wenn er gerade hier was anderes macht, aber er streamt auf jeden Fall noch. Guckt bei dem Jungen auf jeden Fall mal rein. Dann würde ich sagen, das war's für mich für heute. Haut rein. Ciao, Leute.